Fake Assist. A West Penn Hockey Romance. Written by Brittney Mulliner. Text copyright 2022 by Brittney Mulliner. Production copyright 2023 by Brittney Mulliner. Chapter 1, Grace. Thomas winked as he lowered my plate in front of me. Thank you. I smiled back at him before he put Chris's meal down. He knew. That wonderful, sneaky man was in on this. Not that I should have been surprised. He'd been our favorite server since we first came to Toscano's 4 years ago. With his salt and pepper and deep smile, he reminded me of a charming Italian grandfather. He even remembered our birthdays, anniversary, and had a special dessert made just for us after Chris's team won their bowl game. It felt right that he was a part of tonight too. Plus, there was no way Chris would attempt to pull this off on his own. He might have known to make the reservation at my favorite restaurant in Pittsburgh, but he rarely paid much attention to details. That was my role. We would have to use them for catering for the wedding. Or maybe the rehearsal. Or family dinner. Anyway, the specifics didn't matter right now. I needed to soak in every second of tonight, since I'd be telling this story for the rest of my life. How's the Parmigiana? My boyfriend lifted his eyes from his carbonara only long enough to ask. Delicious as always. Not that I could really eat. My stomach was full of knots. When was he going to do it? During dessert? Would the ring be sitting on top of the tiramisu? That wasn't the most original idea, but it could be way worse. Would he get down on one knee or take my hand across the table? Oh no. I glanced around, looking for anyone that might secretly be filming, while smoothing out the front of my black shift dress. I didn't really have time to do something nice to my hair after my last lab. It was in a low chignon with a pearl clip that contrasted nicely with my dark hair. Hopefully, it looked decent enough from behind. At least I'd gotten my nails done this afternoon between classes. Call it female intuition, or luck, but I woke up with the feeling I should paint them a nice neutral color. They would look perfect in photos now. Once Chris finished his meal, he sat back and caught my eye. I lowered my fork and dabbed at my mouth with my napkin. Nothing worse than ruining pictures with something on your face. Gracie, we've been together for 4 years now. I nodded. We've been through a lot, haven't we? He lowered his eyes to the table. Was he nervous? Oh, how cute. I couldn't wait to tell our friends that big, tough Chris Tucker got flustered. Hopefully, whoever was filming us caught his expression. I wanted to be able to look back on this moment years from now. Right, Chris continued. You're the person who knows me best in the world. You've seen me at my lowest and stood by me as I worked my way back up. His knee injury our sophomore year. What a terrible time that was. It was a miracle he was able to play again. I accompanied him to every physical therapy session, cheering him on and comforting him when he didn't recover as fast as he hoped. I feel like you know me better than I know myself. That was true. I answered his online interviews from sports blogs and magazines for him, since I knew what he would say and he had other things to do. I ran his social media accounts and grew his following into the tens of thousands so he could have another asset to get the attention of NFL teams. We've talked about our future, and every time I've thought about 10 or 20 years from now, it's always been you at my side. I smiled, knowing exactly what he meant. Our plan. He was right on schedule. Engaged by graduation and married next year, after he finished his rookie season. I'm so lucky, babe. There isn't anyone else I could imagine going through life with. You're everything I could ever dream of. I put my hand on the table, waiting for him to take it. He stared at it for a little while before linking our fingers. Oh no. Hopefully, I didn't throw off his plan. He might have the ring box in his lap right now. His eyes didn't move, he was fixed on where we were connected. Should I let him go? He could pull away if he needed to. Lately, things have changed. I squeezed his hand. This was it. He was ready for the next step. There's someone else I see my future with. My brain felt like the track skipped. What? He pulled away from me, putting his hands under the table. I've been seeing someone else. I shook my head. No. How? When? If he wasn't at practice or training or a team event, he was with me. How could he have been seeing anyone else? Unless the sudden surge of spring training sessions weren't real. It never crossed my mind to question why he, as a senior, would be required to attend daily workouts. Not when he was technically done. I thought he wanted to stay in peak condition with the draft and camps just a couple of weeks away. He lied. He never lied. We didn't do that to each other. We were partners. Lovers. A team. Gracie. His voice was low, deep. It was always my favorite. It was the tone he used when it was just us. Just for me. I'm sorry. This time, the way he said my name made me cringe. He was the first person to call me that since I was a kid, but now most people at school did. At first, I thought it was just a cute nickname, but he explained one night when he had too much to drink that he wanted me to go by Gracie because it sounded better for us. Chris and Gracie. It flowed so much better than Gracie and Chris, but if I went by Grace, then my name might come first. Chris and Grace, Grace and Chris. Both sounded nice. He didn't want that to happen. It was always about him and what he needed. He was the top priority. And it never bothered me. He was the star, and I was his #1 supporter. I was fine with him in the limelight. I wanted him to succeed in everything because at the end of the day, it was our life. Our win. What a fool I'd been. Once again, he was getting what he wanted, when he wanted it. He was running things. Controlling things. And I sat there and took it. Do you love her? I was only asking for more pain, but I had to know. He didn't answer immediately, and I looked up to see him staring off like he was having to really think about it. If his answer wasn't a resounding yes, then why end things with me? He wasn't sure. How could he break up with me when he wasn't head over heels for this woman? It's different. So different from what we have. That was it? Different? Did he mean new? Exciting? You don't walk away from 4 years for that. I'm so sorry. He stood and came to my side. He squeezed my shoulder, and I jerked away. He didn't have the right to touch or comfort me anymore. Not when he was the one responsible for my destruction. I didn't have to watch to know the moment he left. My mind and body always seemed to sense him. He was gone. He walked out on me. How could I have been so wrong? This was supposed to be the happiest night of my life. But now I was alone. In a crowded room with way too many witnesses. I wanted to burst into tears but fought with every ounce of strength I had left to keep my composure. One thing I learned over the past 4 years was that you never knew who was watching or recording. Every second of our lives could go viral or become a meme or simply spread through campus gossip. All before I even made it back to West Penn. I wouldn't give anyone a reason to notice me. I didn't want there to be a story. I didn't want people to get the chance to make up their minds about what happened before I had a chance to process it on my own. I got to spin this. I was the one in control of the narrative. It was always me. He didn't have the right connections. Or even the brainpower to outsmart me. No, I could fix this. We weren't throwing away 4 years and our future because he got a little confused. He was just getting cold feet. He needed some space. I would give him enough time to realize what a mistake he made. I would make him grovel, maybe even beg, for my forgiveness, but we would get back on track. He was my future. My everything. I planned my entire life around that stupid boy. He couldn't just walk away. I let go of my sensible plan to get a business degree to shape myself into the version of me that would best help him. I altered who I was to become who he needed. I gave up study abroad opportunities in England and Italy to stay close to him. I didn't go back home in the summer breaks to be with my parents because he stayed at West Penn for football camp and training, and said he couldn't bear to be without me. In the morning, he would show up at my front door and tell me he made a mistake. He had to. He loved me. We would go back to normal, and tonight would be buried under 100 amazing moments. Ms. Grace. Thomas stopped at my side. I couldn't help but overhear. I bit on my lower lip as hard as I could to keep from crying. That pain was so much better than the shattering of my heart. I called you a cab. It will be here in a few minutes. Thanks. I barely managed the word, but my parents would swat me if I forgot my manners, even when my heart and soul were crumbling to pieces. I should have said something sooner, but you both seemed so happy, so I assumed I was misunderstanding the situation. He glanced around as if Chris was going to jump out from behind a fern. Chris has come in on several occasions with another young woman. I thought perhaps she was his sister, but looking back now. What is it, Thomas? My voice shook, but I didn't care. I had to know what he was talking about. I mistook their familiarity. I do believe he was dating her. I blinked. It was the only movement my body allowed. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't run away. I was pretty sure my heart wasn't even beating. No. No. He was wrong. This was all just a big misunderstanding. Chris was going to change his mind. We would be fine. But once the ringing in my ears lessened and I was able to think clearly, I said, "So, this is really happening?" "I'm afraid so." I stared straight ahead as this sunk in. Did you ever hear her name? No matter how much it hurt, I needed it all. All the details and information he could give me. The wrinkles on his forehead creased and his ever-present smile had wilted into a frown. He called her Anna. She's very petite with blonde hair. They never sat in my section, but I overheard her mention cheerleading. Anna Lund. One of the flyers from the cheer team. One of the girls who were always around. One I never thought twice about because Chris was mine. It was a fact as simple as the color of the sky. Everyone knew. You know her? He covered his mouth. Grace, I'm so sorry. I nodded, but my head felt disconnected. My whole body was a jumble of. I wasn't in control. My arm could fall out, and I wouldn't be surprised. Thank you for telling me. I grabbed my purse and stood. He hugged me, and I clung to him. This man, who only knew me within these four walls, was suddenly my lifeline. This wasn't right. None of it was. Your cab is here. He put his arm over my shoulders and led me through the dining room and out to the curb. I was supposed to be walking down the street with my new fiancé, not our waiter.
Chapter 2, Benjamin. Surreal. That was the only word to describe this situation. Sitting at a conference table with half a dozen people of various authorities talking over one another while pointing at a series of enlarged images of me, using my name, and discussing my life without actually directing any of this toward me. 3 people who had the university's best interest in mind. 2 coaches who had to balance protecting the team and me. And Nate, my advisor, who would become my agent as soon as I signed with a team. We've already taken too long to respond. What if the parties behind us decide to go public? Mr. Riggs, the school's attorney assigned to my case, demanded. I haven't heard a word about it. Mrs. Ellis, a member of the school's public relations team, replied. She was annoyingly poised and calm in these meetings, like this was some minor inconvenience compared to the million better things she could be doing. Part of me wanted to mess up her perfectly smooth hair just to see if that would cause her to have a genuine reaction. We don't want to wait until you have. That will be too late. Mr. Riggs slammed his fist down on the darkwood table, making his jowls shake. Mr. Crowley, the head of the athletic department, looked to Coach Weston and Coach Hiller. Have you decided if you'll be taking disciplinary action? I glared at Crowley. He and I weren't each other's biggest fans. He prioritized football and men's basketball over all other sports and didn't bother even pretending to have respect for our program or my teammates, therefore, I didn't respect him. Period. That's still being decided, Coach Weston answered without looking at me. That better just be a diplomatic answer. They wouldn't punish me for something I didn't do. They had to believe I was innocent. You can't suspend him now. He's bringing in scouts and network attention to the school. Nate seemed to be the only one considering the damage this could cause me. Mostly because he invested too much time to let my career flop before it ever really began. All because of some stupid pictures. I wanted Ethan, Reed, and Hunter here, but it had been made clear I lost pretty much all of my rights or voice last week when I first got the anonymous email of those damning pictures. If it wasn't class, practice, a game, or one of these meetings, I wasn't allowed to participate in it. I couldn't even go off campus for food. I was a 22-year-old who had been grounded. For something I didn't even do. I tried pointing that out from the very beginning, but no one cared about that detail. The truth didn't matter. It was all about appearances and what might be believed to be true. In this case, me getting very, very drunk with girls that were not old enough to be drinking. At a party. With illegal drugs in the foreground. And my hands on inappropriate places on said young women. Normally, a player would get suspended or even kicked off the team for this sort of thing, but with it being me and the end of my senior year and too much press around, the school jumped to damage control. How can we spin this? Mr. Crowley asked Mrs. Ellis. She stared at him, and I waited for her to call him an idiot, but she was much more professional than that. I'm having a hard time coming up with a story or excuse that could make Mr. Cruz appear in a favorable light. Even if we said that he was dating one of these young women, it wouldn't explain why he was later touching the other. Then there are the drugs. Even if we cropped it when we released a statement, the original is still out there. If that was leaked, it would reflect quite poorly on the school for not showing the truth from the beginning. What if we say he has a twin? This was the man the university trusted to run the entire athletic department? That would be fairly easy to prove inaccurate, Coach Weston said as if he was speaking to a child. Crowley waved him off. Not an actual twin. More of a doppelganger. That was what I thought it was initially, but no. Anyone would see it was my face in those pictures. I just needed to somehow prove that I was edited into the picture. That the images were manipulated. Unfortunately, the clothes were too common to deny, but what guy didn't have a black t-shirt and dark jeans? It looked like my body, at least generally. Brown hair, tan skin, lean frame, with muscular arms, but again, that was a decent chunk of the guys on campus. I wasn't exactly someone that stood out in a crowd. So it wouldn't be all that hard to put my face on the body of someone else. Which was exactly what I was trying to prove happened. We needed a forensics team or something. An expert at photo editing to say the pictures had in fact been manipulated and it wasn't actually me in that photo. Instead, I had a team that was trying to come up with a way to lie and cover it up. I did not want this coming back to haunt me. I lived far too carefully to allow something like this to hang in my closet only to come out in 10 years, when I'm at the height of my professional hockey career, and destroy my reputation. The threat needed to die now. Before it had a chance to do any real damage. Before I had to call my parents and let them know what was going on. That was the absolute last resort. Bare minimum, we have to prove these weren't taken on campus, Mrs. Ellis repeated for the third time. That's pretty obvious. Mr. Crowley pointed to the screen where the images were being projected. It's clearly a backyard. To us who know the school, perhaps, but not everyone who sees these with the headline West Penn star goalie will, she countered, as if she'd actually made a point. I'm a center, I tried to correct, but my voice didn't reach any ears. Fine, then let's establish that first. Where were these taken? Mr. Riggs asked me. It took me a moment to respond because I wasn't used to anyone actually asking me a question. I wouldn't know. I wasn't there. I ground out each word. If I had to guess, it was Alpha Gamma Nu. I hadn't been there since freshman year, but that was where the worst of the parties were usually held. I studied the images in detail, but recognized nothing about them. I didn't know the women, and I didn't know where they were taken. It could have been on the other side of the world for all I knew. Mr. Riggs sighed. Quit wasting our time, Cruz. What did he expect me to say? I suddenly remembered being in these photos. I looked to Nate for help, but he was staring at the ceiling like he too was trying to find the strength to not leave this room. Coach Weston and Coach Hiller weren't helpful either. Once again, Mr. Riggs, I didn't attend a party. I don't drink or use drugs. I certainly don't treat women like that. I slammed my hand on the table, finally snapping. I was trying to remain calm through this, but I reached my limit. I thought the point of this committee was to prove my innocence. His eyes narrowed to slits. He probably thought I was some punk kid trying to get away with something, but he had no idea how strict I was with myself and my team. We avoided these extract situations. I had rules, and I did not break them. Ever. Benjamin, we are all trying to help, Mrs. Ellis said in her placating voice. The first step is information gathering. If we can narrow down where the photos were taken and who the women are, that will make addressing this a lot easier. I'd guess they were taken at one of the frat houses, I said in exasperation. Your guess is as good as mine. There was no way of knowing if it was even taken around West Penn. It could be anywhere. I'll have the Greek row leaders come and take a look. Mr. Riggs took his phone from his coat pocket. Mr. Crowley sat up and nodded like this plan would solve everything. Yes, once we know where it was taken, we can interview the students that live there to see if they recognize the women. How long will that take? Coach Weston asked. It depends on their availability, Mr. Riggs replied. The sooner the better. I'd like to put this behind us as soon as possible. Oh really, Mr. Crowley? The rest of us wanted to draw this out until I was forced to be a fifth-year senior. Hopefully by our next meeting? Mrs. Ellis pressed. Sure, the attorney answered without looking up from his phone. Then let's get going, Benjamin. Practice starts soon. Coach Hiller was the first to stand, and I was grateful he came up with an excuse to get us out of here. We had an hour before we needed to be at the arena, but I was more than fine with leaving now. If you remember anything before then, Mr. Cruz, you'll let us know. Mr. Crowley made it clear that wasn't a question. Right. I was barely able to hold back my temper. I didn't forget about that night. It didn't happen. I wasn't sure what it would take for them all to finally accept that. Let's go. Coach Weston held the door open for me and Hiller. I wanted to go back to my dorm for a moment to clear my head before facing the team, but one look from Weston, and I knew that wasn't an option. Let's talk in my office, he said before falling in step with Hiller, leaving me to follow behind like a kid heading off to face the principal. The walk to the arena felt miles long and gave me way too much time to go over the complete lack of progress we made in that meeting. If I left things up to that committee, it was more than likely I'd end up expelled, kicked off the team, and ineligible to go to the NHL. It was up to me. If I wanted to figure out who was behind making those images, I would have to do it myself. The only reassurance I had was that, so far, the team was on my side. That hadn't been the case initially. Reed and Ethan had been shocked. Then angry. Then furious. It took a while for me and Hunter to calm them down enough to take a closer look. Once they fully analyzed each image and took a breath, they knew they weren't real. First, I didn't go to parties. The whole team didn't, but I was one of the few that never made exceptions. Ever. And they knew that. I had no skeletons to hide. I didn't sneak off or disappear like they occasionally did. Second, I would never put myself in a compromising position. Alcohol or drugs. I wouldn't be in the same room. I followed the team's rules to the letter. Even hanging out at friends' apartments or homes. If that stuff came out, I was gone. Yet another thing that the people who really know me could vouch for. And finally, those pictures showed me with my hands all over two girls. I would never treat a woman like that. Not only did my parents raise me to have respect for women, but I also avoided most of the female population in general. dating, hanging out, relationships, and all those things entailed weren't against the team's rules, but they were against mine. I was at West Penn to get drafted and get a degree. Women distracted from those goals, so I made the decision before I ever stepped foot on campus, not to date or get involved with anyone until I was signed. Maybe not even then. My rookie year would be stressful enough without worrying about dating or the woman I was leaving behind when I traveled for away games. 5, maybe 10 years from now, I could entertain the idea of dating. Come in. Weston waved me through the open door of his office, and I pulled my attention back to the problem. Hiller took one of the chairs across from the desk, and I took the other. I appreciated that they weren't both facing me like I was being reprimanded. This felt more casual, like our normal discussions about the team. We don't have a handle on this situation. I think we can all agree on that, Weston said, and Hiller and I agreed. And I don't think the committee will take much action in the way of proving your innocence. They seem more concerned about controlling the fallout rather than preventing it. I wanted to let out a sigh or even hug him for seeing the truth. I wasn't in the best position to point out the committee's flaws, so knowing Coach was already aware was a huge relief. So what can we do? He asked. We need someone with the ability and knowledge to look at the images and prove they've been altered, Hiller said. That's the first step. Yes. That's what I think as well. I kept my voice level, despite wanting to cheer or clap. Okay, let's reach out to anyone we know that might have those skills. Don't mention why, just ask if they would be willing to look within the next day or two, Weston said before moving on. We don't know who sent the images either, so there's no stopping them from spreading. It's been a few days, and they haven't. Maybe that's not their plan, Hiller offered. Why would they even send them to me then? Just to make me panic? I didn't see the point in going through all this effort just to get in my head. Maybe they're from a rival school, or they know a player who is being scouted by the same teams as you. They could just want to freak you out. Throw you off your game. I wanted to believe Hiller was right, that it was actually that simple, but I didn't think that was the case. We might not know who it is, but we do know that they want to hurt you. Whether or not they go public, there's already damage done. We need to be prepared if the worst happens. We should have a statement ready. Weston leaned back in his chair. I'm sure Mrs. Ellis will have one on behalf of the school, but we'll want one directly from you. I can work on that with Nick. Good. He nodded and looked to Hiller. What about telling the team? A united front is always best. Hiller turned to me. Do you want to tell them? The constant weight on my shoulders pressed down on me. I put most of the pressure on myself, but that didn't make it any less real. I did my very best to be a role model. I made the same sacrifices as my teammates, so they knew no one was above the rules. I hated that some of them might doubt me because of this. Even worse, I was just starting to make progress with the women's team. I was working on earning their respect and trust, and now this? I'll do it. I was the leader of the team. The player others looked up to. Now I had to hope my words and actions in the past were enough. That I built up enough of a reputation to withstand an attack like this. They had to believe me. If the people who knew me best didn't, then how would anyone else?
Chapter 3, Grace. The worst part about breakups in high school and college wasn't the puffy eyes or smeared mascara. It wasn't the trigger songs that reminded you of the idiot who broke your heart. It wasn't even the pitying looks you got from strangers. Nope. It was having to go to class and take exams and function because even though you're shattered, destroyed, and barely able to go 2 minutes without thinking about him, you still have to pass your stupid courses so you can get your stupid diploma so you can leave this stupid school and never look back. Right now, though, the pitying glances were pissing me off. I wanted to get my side out first, but somehow word spread before I even made it back home that night. Stupid football players with stupidly large social media followings. I didn't want to be the victim, but it was too late. I narrowed my eyes at a girl I'd never seen before staring at me from across the lab with an exaggerated frown. The TA, Sadie, was walking around the room, checking off our arrangements, and dismissing us one by one, so I was stuck. I wanted to leave and accept a failed mark, but I was too close to being done to throw away my grades now. Not that I was super concerned with passing Floral Design 201. Not only was it nearly impossible to fail this class, but I doubted I would be using the lessons in my future. Well, not anymore. I messed up. I really screwed myself over because I listened to the man I loved. The man I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life with. My partner. Our future was set. I didn't need to worry about getting a degree that might one day be useful because I was going to be his wife. An NFL wife. My days would be spent helping with his social media, charity work, sponsorships, scheduling, and whatever else he needed, while also maintaining our home and eventually raising our kids. Those were his words. He was the one who told me to enjoy the college experience. To stop with the difficult business courses I hated and take classes I was interested in, and the rest would fall into place. So I did. I took courses in everything from contemporary music, astronomy, geography, psychology, history, film, painting, and not one but 2 floral design classes. I wanted to be able to beautifully arrange all the flowers he would be bringing me home. I was a delusional idiot. Thankfully, my academic advisor was able to group all my random choices into a liberal arts major, so at least I would be walking away from West Penn with a degree. But no engagement ring. Not even a boyfriend. "Are you ready, Gracie?" Sadie asked, and I pushed my vase toward her.
"Yeah."
"Thanks." She looked it over and turned it once before nodding. "Great job." She flashed me her tablet to show me my A before moving on to the next table. I usually brought my floral arrangements to the athletic department office or to my apartment, but I didn't want this reminder. It was my first floral design since the breakup, and flowers no longer held the same appeal. They didn't make me think of romance and possibilities and unity. Now I just thought of the unnecessary death of each stem and how they would have been better off if someone, probably a man, hadn't cut them down. At least I was done for the day. I could go back to pretending the world didn't exist. I should be going to the practice field to watch him. That was my normal Wednesday afternoon routine. Not anymore. "Hey, Gracie," a voice called, and I turned to see Bear, a giant of a defensive end, running toward me. He picked me up and spun me around before setting me back down. "How are you?" I tried to laugh or smile, like I usually would, but I couldn't fake it. Not even for him. "I'm surviving." His enormous grin dimmed. "Right. Sorry. I heard about the breakup." He glanced around. "Chris is an absolute moron for letting you go. At least you know he'll never find a woman that can live up to you." That teddy bear of a man was going to make me cry. "Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I've got to run, but hopefully I'll see you later." He blew me a kiss as he jogged backward, and I waved before he turned around. He was one of the good ones. One of the guys from the team that I genuinely liked being around. It was really unfortunate I lost custody of the entire football team in the breakup. I knew for a fact several of them liked me better. Whitney, my roommate and best friend, turned off the kitchen sink and started drying a bowl as I walked into our apartment. "Hey, how was class?" "Fine." I opened the fridge, hoping something delicious was waiting for me. "You can have my leftover tie if you want." She moved to my other side and opened the cabinet to put the bowl away. "Thanks." I took out the cardboard to-go container and put it in the microwave without checking what was in it. We both had similar taste, not just in food but clothing, music, and movies. We bonded in the freshman dorms over our love of rom-coms and have been inseparable since. "What happened?" She leaned against the counter and crossed her arms. "Nothing." I shouldn't bother lying around her. She knew me too well. "Did you see him?" I appreciated her following the new rule in our apartment to never utter his name ever again. The microwave beeped, telling me the food was ready, but I ignored it. "No, I ran into Bear." "You can still be friends with those guys. He who shall not be named doesn't get to control that." I reached over for a fork, then removed my lunch from the microwave and opened the lid so it could cool off. It's too weird. At least right now. If we had more time here, I'm sure I could reconnect with a few of them, but graduation is next month. True, it won't be long before all of them are a distant memory. Whit filled a glass of water and sat it on the counter next to me. I just wish people would stop staring at me. It's like they're waiting for me to crack or something. We're almost out of here, Grace. You just have to hold on a little longer. I sat up on the counter and poked at the pad thai. Then what? She moved so she was across from me and jumped up. Then we do whatever we want. Go wherever we want. Easy for you to say. You know what you want to do. I shouldn't be throwing my 5th pity party of the week, especially with the same whining.
Yeah.
But I don't know where I want to be yet. You should take the Doctors Without Borders offer. It wasn't what I wanted her to do, but it was the best opportunity for her. She wanted to eventually work in trauma, and it would look good on her resume. At least, I was pretty sure it would. That wasn't my area of expertise. I've been thinking about it. She tucked her hair behind her ear while I took another bite. A 2-year commitment is a bit scary. What if I hate it? What if I get sent to a truly terrible area? What if I don't? What if I end up filing papers or something instead of actually helping people? I'm pretty sure whatever you do will be helping people. Directly or not. Filing papers and restocking supplies might not seem as exciting as assisting in emergency surgeries, but it has to be done. She rocked her head from side to side. Fair point, but if I leave, where will you go? I took the last bite, then sat the container to the side. I could always go home. You want to go back to Alabama? You've always said leaving was the best decision you ever made. That was when I knew my future. Now going back to my mom, dad, and granny sounded wonderful. Maybe I needed time to heal and figure out what I wanted, and where better to do that than in the comfort of my hometown, where everyone would ask me about him and why I wasn't engaged. Fine. Maybe it wasn't the best idea. I didn't want to fall into the same trap as the majority of the girls from my high school. I didn't want to marry one of the local boys, pop out kids, and raise them in the same town, repeating the same motions as our parents and theirs before them. I left because I wanted more. I worked too hard to get out. I couldn't go back just because it was safe and familiar. No, you're right. I don't want to go back. I just don't know what to do now. I had a clear picture of what my future looked like. There were steps. They were numbered. And now you're a little lost? I nodded and threw away the container and put the fork in the dishwasher. I basically majored in being a professional athlete's wife. I can discuss history and politics at social functions. I can write statements on his behalf. I can manage his calendar and social media, but what does any of that do for me now? It tells me that you can be a personal assistant, or project manager, a copywriter, an event planner, or teacher. You could go into sales or marketing. You have more skills than you're giving yourself credit for. I hadn't really thought about twisting what I did into possible careers. She had a good point. It might not be the life I wanted or dreamed of, but I wasn't out of options. Thanks, Whit. She opened the fridge and pulled out 2 chocolate ice cream bars. We'll figure this out. I promise. I took the treat, and we went to the living room, collapsing next to each other on the couch. I need a sappy, ridiculously happy movie. On it. She turned on the TV and started searching through our library while I unwrapped my ice cream bar. The skyline of Seattle appeared as 10 Things I Hate About You started. Solid choice. She hummed and pulled her legs under her. We didn't even get our first glimpse of Heath Ledger before our phones vibrated simultaneously. We shared a look before checking them. No way, Whitney whispered while I read the same breaking news from the school's gossip account. Well, no one is going to be talking about you anymore. I quickly licked my bar to keep it from melting over my fingers and read the headline. West Penn's golden boy heading for the sin bin. My initial guess was something to do with him, but sin bin threw me off. That was a hockey term, not football. Scanning the short article just confused me more. They claimed there was evidence of Benjamin Cruz breaking West Penn's strict athletic rules, the ones the hockey team was ridiculously firm on. They're not even posting the evidence, just saying it exists. I tossed my phone on the cushion next to me. That's messed up. They're desperate. The school year is ending, and there hasn't been a proper scandal in weeks. Luckily, my breakup didn't qualify as breaking news and only got an honorable mention, and I got way more attention than I wanted from it. I couldn't imagine what this would do to Benjamin. Do you know him? I asked. She set her popsicle stick on the coffee table. Not very well. He isn't the most sociable person. Just because he doesn't go to the same parties as us doesn't mean he isn't sociable. I know, but it's not that uncommon to see the other hockey guys around. Benjamin is more like a phantom. Phantom of the arena? I giggled at my own joke. She scrunched her nose. That was pretty bad. I ignored her. It was funny to me. I've met him a few times, usually at events hosted by the athletic department. He's insanely dedicated. I can't imagine him breaking any rules now. Maybe he just wanted to let go once before graduation and got caught. I shook my head. I didn't know him well, but that didn't seem like something he would do. He won the Student Athlete Award 3 years in a row. He's the poster child for the team and the school. There's no way he would do something so dumb. Maybe that's why they didn't post the so-called evidence. It doesn't exist. Probably. I stacked my popsicle stick on hers before settling back. If they want a scandal, they should write about he who shall not be named. That would be a real story. Whitney shot me a look. I don't think that's a road you want to go down. No. It wasn't, but it bothered me more than it probably should that an actually nice person was getting smeared for something that likely didn't even happen, while Jerkface got away with everything. Nothing was mentioned about him cheating on me. Just that the two of us were over. I hated him, but only pain would come from exposing the truth. That and more pity. It wasn't fair, but it was also no longer any of my business.
Chapter 4, Benjamin. They're not talking about me. They are not talking about me. It's all in my head. They are not talking about me. No matter how many times I repeated it, there was no denying the stares and whispers that followed me around campus. I turned up the volume of my music and kept my eyes forward. I refused to cower or look guilty. I did nothing wrong, and I wouldn't let the attention break me. That stupid gossip article didn't include a single detail, but somehow the vagueness made everyone more interested. People were salivating for information, but it wasn't going to come from me. I wasn't even sure who leaked that there was proof I broke rules in the first place. The only people who knew were the team and my so-called committee. Outside of that, I hadn't spoken a single word to anyone about it. Since the committee's entire purpose was to fix and bury this before rumors spread, none of them would leak this. So that meant my team. That was the vote of confidence I needed from the people who were supposed to support me. I ducked around a building, taking the longer but less used route to the arena. Just because I wasn't going to cower didn't mean I had to subject myself to more scrutiny than necessary. The main entrance of the arena was closer now, and my teammates rarely used it, so I might actually have a break to collect myself before seeing anyone. The stairwell leading down to the tunnels below the seating was silent, and I leaned against the cool concrete and closed my eyes. I couldn't let this get to me. It didn't matter what people said, well, usually, but these rumors had the potential to spiral out of control. The hockey program couldn't take another hit like this, not after the debacle the year before I came. Whoever was behind those pictures had no idea how much was at stake, or maybe they knew exactly the damage they could do. It wasn't just about me. They were putting my teammates, coaches, and trainers in jeopardy of losing their careers. It wasn't right, but I had no way of fixing anything. Yet. I couldn't give up hope. There was a solution, and we would find it. I jogged down to the bottom floor and took the winding tunnels toward the locker room. It's ridiculous. Lee and Greco were suspended this season for just being at a party. I froze and stayed around the corner, out of view. You know the coaches are playing favorites. They wouldn't risk even benching Cruz. He's more important than the rest of us. The pit in my stomach grew. This was how the team felt about me. I was pretty sure it was sophomores, McGuire and Austin, complaining. Were there more? What did you guys expect? He's about to graduate and get drafted. That looks good for the program and the school. No one's going to mess that up. Becker? Since when did he not have my back? It's stupid. They're just pictures. We haven't even seen them yet. We don't know if it even happened here. It could have been last summer or before Cruz even got here. Kevin was defending me at least. It's not like he's been to a party or even looked at a girl in 4 years. Hey! If you're done chit-chatting, we have practice to get ready for. Hunter's intimidating tone must have done the trick because I heard footsteps, then silence. As much as I couldn't believe what they were saying, I also knew they weren't the only ones thinking it. How many other guys were pissed? How many were willing to sell me out? At least one. It hurt that they didn't believe me. Didn't trust me when I said the pictures weren't really of me, that any allegations were false. What more could I have done to earn their trust? I held myself to a higher standard as their captain. I led by example. I didn't expect any of them to do something I wasn't willing to. That was why I never bent, let alone broke, the rules. But they still doubted me? Thought the coaches were playing favorites? It shouldn't matter. Their opinions had no control or influence on me, but it hurt. I thought I earned my team's respect, but I was wrong. I counted to 20 before rounding the corner. Was this the minority, or were most of the guys upset? I relied on Hunter, Ethan, and Reed to tell me things like this since they were my closest friends. They knew I wouldn't hold it against them. I needed the truth, not my feelings protected. Cruz. Coach Hiller stepped out of Coach Weston's office. Can you chat for a minute? How many times had he said those exact words to me over the years? Tens if not hundreds, but this was the first time I felt truly nervous. This wasn't a discussion between coaches and the captain. It was personal. I could feel it. I followed him in, and he shut the door behind him, another sign this wasn't a good news meeting. I sat in one chair across from Weston, and Hiller took the one next to me. Cruz, I'll be direct. There's been some tension this week that needs to be addressed. We've received several direct and anonymous complaints about the seemingly preferential treatment you're receiving, Weston started. We understand why you wanted to keep the details of the photos private, but it might be in the best interest of the team if you explain to them more of what's going on. I agreed I needed to share the whole story. I'd been intentionally vague with what I told them, but evidently, that was a mistake. But there was also my growing concern to consider. Coach, I will talk to them and try to help them understand, but I don't think it would be the best idea to tell them everything. Hiller rested his ankle over his knee, turning toward me. And why is that? There are rumors going around campus, I said bluntly. Outside of the team. I waited for either of them to come to the same conclusion I had. You think someone from the team was the leak? Unfortunately. I sighed, dropping my shoulders. The only news that broke was that there was evidence I broke a rule. Since then, I've heard more and more theories. They started out totally random and far-fetched, but in the last few days, it's been about me going to parties, drinking, and doing drugs. Weston leaned back, rocking in his seat. And only the team had those details. Yeah, I never showed anyone but the seniors the images, but I told the team the gist of them and repeatedly told them that they were fake. But word spread anyway. Weston ran a hand through his graying hair. That makes this situation a lot more complicated. He looked to Hiller, who nodded. I'll have a word with the team. Make sure to use the words family and brothers as often as possible, Weston reminded Hiller as he left. I appreciated my coaches having my back, but I hated the position we were in. They shouldn't favor me or accommodate me, but this was a huge deal. If teams and scouts believed I broke rules, drank, or did drugs, there could be ramifications for all of us, not just me. The school's reputation was just barely recovering. I refused to be what shattered it again. Not when I was innocent. Should I sit out? I asked, almost to myself. Would it be better for everyone if I was punished, or at least appeared to be? You could ride the bench through practice, then come back tonight with Hunter for one of his and Presley's midnight trainings. I nearly gasped and ended up coughing. You knew about that? He smirked. There are several security cameras in the arena. I was notified the first time Presley snuck in, but I told the guard to let her be. Then he called again when Hunter began joining her. I couldn't believe it. He knew, and he let it go? You didn't tell her, Coach? He shrugged. No, I watched the footage and saw that she was being smart and not pushing herself too hard. I can't really blame her for not wanting to get out of shape, not right before the Olympics. And all this time, I thought I knew and understood this man. I never would have predicted he'd actually letting Hunter and Presley get away with breaking the rules. I assumed they were just sneaky enough to go unnoticed. Don't tell them. He winked and I wanted to ask why, but he stood up and opened the door. You're not guilty, and I won't let anyone think that. Go change. You're not missing practice today. Yes, Coach. I went to the locker room and found it empty. Hiller must have taken everyone to the meeting room or ice already. I needed to hurry so I could talk to the team while they were all gathered. I was tying my skates when I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. Reed was leaning against the first set of lockers with his arms crossed, watching me. Why didn't you tell us it was getting worse? I stood and straightened my jersey. Because it just reached this level today. I heard a few of the guys when I was walking in. They're pissed. They think I'm getting special treatment. He nodded. Because to them, you are. Is that what he thought too? My situation and the past times people have gotten in trouble are different. I didn't do anything. He dropped his hands. I know that. You know that, but I think they're having a hard time understanding. Guys have gotten suspended or kicked out because of pictures before. What makes you any different? I didn't do it, Reed. I know. I'm trying to help you see where they're coming from. You think I should show them the pictures? Having someone tell me exactly what to do at this point was all I wanted. Coach and the committee were guiding me, but so far no one had been direct. Yes. Even though I'm pretty sure one of them already leaked the story. He ducked his head and sighed. Yeah. Maybe they did that out of anger or frustration. If you show them that you trust them completely and give them the chance to prove themselves, I think they'd step up. Trusting them with everything, knowing at least one of them already betrayed me, was asking a lot. But this was my family. At the end of the day, we should have each other's backs. We usually did. Fine. Where are they? The meeting room. He nodded in the direction. I grabbed my phone and followed him while pulling up the pictures. I connected wirelessly to the room's projector and had the images up on the screen as I entered. Here they are, I said as I stood in front of my teammates. These are the pictures that someone anonymously sent me. I scrolled through each of them, and they started calling out questions. Where is that? I don't recognize it. Anyone know those girls? Are they deltas? No, maybe omegas. You look wrong. Yeah, something's off. What are they accusing you of? I took that as my chance to take over. I don't know where these were taken, I don't know the women, and I also think they look wrong. So far, there have been no accusations. Just the images sent to me. McGuire and Austin shared a look while Becker looked uncomfortable. I know punishments have been given for similar images, but there are a few differences between those and this. I waved toward the screen. Number 1 is witnesses. In every other case, there are several people to back up and confirm the violation. 2. The drugs or alcohol are in the possession of a player. They're actively drinking or participating. Although, being in the presence of either is enough to warrant suspension. So I understand the frustration over that, but third, like a few of you have pointed out, something about the images looks just a bit off. They've been altered. Someone put my face over someone else's body. I paused, waiting for any arguments, but most of the guys were staring intently at the screen. I'm trusting you all by showing you these. You now have the same information I do. The school has put together a committee to try to figure out who made these and to prevent it from affecting any of us. I heard a few murmurs and straightened. I'm not the only one who can be hurt by this. Bad publicity for one of us reflects on all of us. Why is the school protecting you when the rest of us have gotten suspended? Lee, a past offender, asked from the second row. He already went over that. Hunter stood and moved next to me. He's also too good of a man to point out what I'm sure most of you have put together. He's the captain. He's a favorite for the first round of the draft, likely in the top 10. His success is our success. His name means way more than the rest of us. His reputation is something that will benefit each of you after he's gone. Reed had been waiting near the door but walked over and stood on my other side. He's also innocent. You all know him. You know he doesn't go to parties. He doesn't even drink soda most of the time. He's stricter on himself than any of the team's rules could attempt to be. You saw the pictures. None of us know those women or where they're at. When would you imagine he has time to leave West Penn? Let alone make friends somewhere else? He clapped me on the shoulder. Sorry, you know we love you, but you're not the most social person. That got a few chuckles from the guys. Are we all on the same page now? Hunter asked. You think someone's setting you up? Becker asked. I shrugged. We don't know their intentions yet, but that is one theory. It could be a rival school or another top player. Maybe they're trying to psych him out. Ethan stood from his chair in the front row and joined us. We don't know yet, but the point is that one of our own, our leader, needs our help. He's done more for each of us than we could ever repay him for. He's trusting us with something we have no right to know. He didn't need to mention anything, but he did. He didn't want this to impact you. He also didn't want any of you to think he was being sketchy. He cares about this team more than anything in the world. Now it's our turn to support him. Hunter put his hand on my shoulder. We're a family. We look out for each other. Bobcats. Reed cheered. Bobcats, the rest of the room echoed. I was so concerned walking in here. I hadn't known what to say or how, just that I had to clear the air. I never expected my best friends to confront the team, though I should have. Funny how they knew exactly what the rest of the guys needed to hear. Maybe having it come from all of us, rather than just me, made it easier to accept. Showing a united front, or something. My time with them was running out, and this was the first moment it really hit me. Soon the four of us would head out, and the future of the team would belong to the faces staring back at me. It was up to me to make sure there was still a program left for them.
Chapter 5: A Grace. Whitney was only partially correct. I took a sip of my iced caramel latte and stared down the two women glancing between me and their phones. I came to an off-campus cafe in hopes of avoiding this exact situation. I just wanted to do homework and sulk in peace, but even blocks away from the bubble of West Penn, I was still drawing attention. Though, the majority of the school glossed over my breakup within a couple of days. For the most part, I was able to go about my normal business without all the stares and whispers I'd been anticipating. Except when it came to the football and cheer teams. They were everywhere. All the time. Either I hadn't noticed it before or the universe was finding ways to shove a neon sign of a reminder that I was, in fact, single, but more importantly, not in their world anymore. My friends on the team were even fewer than I thought. He got custody of them, and I was left realizing how few people I had in my life actually cared about me, at least on campus. The cheerleaders were obviously on Team Anna. Even if she was a homewrecker. Not that she was solely responsible. After all, he was the cheater in our relationship. She just thought it was okay to get with a guy, knowing full well he had a committed, long-term girlfriend. What did he say to her to make her think that was okay? What did he tell himself? It didn't matter. Both of them sucked. I shifted in my chair so my back was facing the line and I had a better view out the wide windows. I'd rather people watch from a safe vantage point than be watched. This semester couldn't end fast enough. Graduation was close, but still months away. My classmates changed. People that used to sit and chat with me before or after lectures were now across the room. Friends I'd known for 4 years from going to parties and tailgates now looked the other way when I was close. Girls that had always been nice to me now watched me with either blame or pity. I wasn't sure which was worse, but I hated it. How had I let my life become so completely and wholly about him? How had I not even noticed? I wasn't even a whole person. I was half of Chris and Gracie, something that most people slurred together until it sounded like Gracie. We were a unit. We were tagged on social media as #relationship goals, #perfect couple, #endgame, and #dream life. The world saw us the same way I did. We were it for each other. At the end of this chapter and excitedly waiting for the next to start. What a load of crap. I took another sip of my drink and held it up, blocking the lower half of my face while watching strangers pass. This was the anonymity I craved. A male figure in matching black sweats and hoodie caught my attention as he jogged across the street directly to the cafe. His face was mostly obscured by a hat, but when he pulled the door open, he tilted his head up and I immediately recognized him. Benjamin Cruz. My pseudo-savior. His scandal took nearly all the school's attention off me. He looked about as miserable as I felt. Maybe even more. I watched his reflection as he joined the line and ordered. The cafe was surprisingly busy for the early afternoon, so there were no open tables. Was he going to stay or take his to go? The two women that didn't understand the meaning of discretion started whispering and staring at him, making more and more people take notice. People suck. The barista called his name, and he collected his drink before turning to face the sitting area. I couldn't see his face well enough to tell if he reacted to the attention, but his shoulders sagged just a bit. He wasn't leaving? I closed my laptop and hurriedly moved my notebooks over to clear the spot opposite of me, then turned. Benjamin. What possessed me to call his name, I have no idea, but I didn't give myself time to second guess. He was just standing there looking like he needed a break, so I went for it. He narrowed his eyes like he was trying to place me before coming over. Gracie? I pointed to the seat across from me. You can sit if you want. He stared at the chair for a few seconds before pulling it out and sitting while looking behind me like he was waiting for something. You looked a little lost. He nodded, still glancing around. Where's Chris? I cringed at his name. Then I realized what he was asking. Wait, you don't know? His eyes finally landed on mine. No, what? We broke up. I watched closely for any sign he was messing with me. He slouched and ran his hand over his jaw. Really? Wow, I'm sorry. You didn't hear? He stared down at his coffee. No, I'm not usually up to date on stuff like that, and I've had a lot going on lately. I know. There was no point in playing naive. Everyone on campus read the stupid article. He reached up, adjusting his hat lower down. I actually need to thank you. I tried to smile, but it fell flat. For what? His brows pulled together. Your story was released 2 days after my breakup and distracted everyone. He stared at me for a really long time before laughing loud enough to have every head in the cafe turning toward us. I leaned in to shush him but ended up laughing with him. The two of us probably looked insane, but I was completely over caring what anyone else thought. Plus, it felt really good. He recovered, still smiling at me. Well, I'm glad to be of help. At least someone benefited from this disaster. I know I shouldn't find joy in someone else's misery, but truly, you saved me. I was coming close to losing my mind. The whispers and the stares. The looks of pity. The looks of blame. I shook my head. I was absolutely heartbroken, devastated over the end of my relationship, but I had to walk around like nothing was wrong because it felt like every single person within a 10-mile radius was watching and waiting for me to crack. I understand that. His smile was gone, and I wanted to slap myself. And that was only 2 days. I ducked my head. I can't imagine what you've been going through. Hey, don't downplay your pain just because I'm hurting too. Your feelings are just as valid. I'm facing some nasty accusations, but you're coping with the loss of a relationship. I didn't know what to say. He wasn't going to tell me a breakup was nothing compared to what he was dealing with? That his problems were bigger than mine? That his suffering came first? It was truly difficult for me to think ill of Chris. After so many years together, my heart and soul were invested. They were his. I loved him so completely. I didn't see his flaws. Whether I'd ignored them willfully or not, I wasn't sure. But one of the hardest parts about this breakup was admitting to myself that he wasn't perfect, and neither was our relationship. Benjamin, who barely knew me, saw me. Grace. Not a half of a whole. He believed what I was dealing with was real, and my pain and suffering were legitimate. Not something to be dismissed. Thank you. I could barely get the words out. I haven't personally gone through a bad breakup, so I won't pretend like I know what you're going through, but one thing I know is that everything ends. Good or bad. It might take a few weeks or months, maybe even longer, but eventually it won't hurt anymore. Who was this man, and how was he single? How do you know exactly what I need to hear? He chuckled. Because it's the same thing I've been telling myself. I really appreciate you sharing your secret. I grinned and marveled at how easy it was. No faking or forcing. Anytime. He downed the rest of his drink and started to stand. Thanks for letting me sit with you. I needed this. I'm not supposed to leave campus, but I needed a break. I wasn't expecting to see anyone I knew here, but I'm really glad I ran into you, Gracie. Can you? I hesitated. Will you call me Grace? He didn't bother asking why. He just nodded. See you, Grace. He shot me a gorgeous smile before turning and leaving. I watched him jog across the street in the direction he'd come from until he disappeared. That was the strangest, most perfect conversation. It came out of nowhere but felt almost like destiny. We were both hiding off campus and ended up at the same place at the same time? Needing one another's company more than either of us knew. It was too soon to have a crush on someone. Way too soon. The little fluttering in my chest was indigestion or something. I hadn't even fully mourned my relationship. I wasn't over that shock or pain. I shouldn't even be looking at other guys right now, let alone thinking they might be the most perfect person I'd ever met. My phone rang, pulling me back to earth and away from my delusions. Whitney's laughing face filled the screen. Hey, I answered. Are you on campus? She asked, sounding worried. No, I'm at the cafe on Maple Street. You should come home. I'll meet you there. I started packing my things into my bag without asking for details. Her tone was enough to get me moving. Okay, I'll be there in a few. My mind was busy coming up with possible reasons Whit couldn't wait until I got home after my classes to talk. It had to be bad for her to sound so panicked. Of course, my good mood couldn't last long. This was probably punishment for checking out a guy while still grieving another. I got to our apartment faster than I expected, but I was pretty wrapped up in my thoughts and wasn't paying attention. Whit was already in the living room, pacing in front of the couch. Sit. I paused to drop my bag on the kitchen counter, then followed her order. What's going on? She studied my face, then sighed. You haven't seen or read anything? No, I actually. Something happened. I didn't have the chance to tell her about my run-in with Benjamin before she cut me off, making my stomach drop. What? She straightened and sucked in a breath before slowly letting it out. What was she preparing for? He's engaged. Who? Why was she so worked up over people getting engaged? Him. I stared back at her. Him who? She rolled her head back. The devil. The devil? She was making no sense. Whit, what are you talking about? Chris. She threw her arms up. He's engaged to Anna. Was I dreaming? Having a nightmare? I had to have misheard. She must have misunderstood someone. No. She knelt on the floor in front of me and took my hands in hers. Honey, it's everywhere. They did an exclusive with ESPN. There's a video. I shook my head, and it felt like I might never stop. No. There was no way. My Chris wouldn't dump me and get engaged to his mistress a week later. This was all wrong. She sat back and pulled out her phone. She tapped it a few times before turning the screen to face me. A beautiful blonde anchor appeared and announced the breaking news. I heard her voice, but the meaning wasn't sinking in. It was like I was hearing every third or fourth word but nothing in between. Star. West Penn promising. Announcement. Happy. Adorable. Loving. Bright. Future. The video ended, and I stared past it to the carpet. What was happening? That was supposed to be me. That was my report. My big announcement. I was the woman in the happy couple. We were the adorable college sweethearts. That was my future. That was my ring. I recognized it immediately when it appeared on the screen. We picked it out a few months back while in Pittsburgh. That was mine. It was supposed to be on my finger. He was supposed to give it to me. Now it was on her hand. What universe was this? How could any of this be real? Breathe. Whit was now next to me, rubbing my back. Just breathe. I closed my eyes and tried to focus on the action of inhaling and exhaling, but somewhere along the process, my brain switched off. Grace. Pain shot through my back from getting smacked. I glared at Whitney. What was that for? You closed your eyes and stopped breathing. She scooted over and twisted so she could face me. Look, I can only imagine what you're thinking and feeling. It sucks. It's absolutely terrible. Possibly the worst thing that's ever happened to you, but I need you to not fall apart, okay? I mean, yes, you can cry and scream and break things, but no closing yourself off and shutting down. Don't let him destroy you. He doesn't get to have that much power, okay? No. He didn't. Guys like him didn't get to walk off into the sunset with a picture-perfect life. Not after what he'd done. She didn't get my life after screwing me over. Ugh. The thought of him knowing how much he hurt me made me sick. He didn't get to win. He didn't get to be the golden boy with the perfect little blonde on his arm. I was done being the quiet, dutiful girlfriend. I didn't owe him anything, especially not my respect or silence. Breaking up with me might have been a mistake, but it wasn't his first. Or only. No, that was thinking I loved him too much to ever hurt him. He spent the last 4 years underestimating me, but that was over. I want to destroy him. Her eyes widened. Be careful, Grace. 4 years of secrets. 4 years of cover-ups. 4 years of witnessing what jocks like him were allowed to get away with. Not anymore.
Chapter 6, Benjamin. This group held my fate in their hands, and they couldn't even agree whether or not we needed a next step. I longed to be back in the cafe with Grace. Our short and very unexpected conversation had been the brightest spot of my week. I didn't like that she was hurting, but it was nice talking to someone else that understood being in the limelight under less than favorable circumstances. She was going through a public breakup, and I was trying to prevent a blow-up. Her strength was impressive. She was holding it together better than I would in her shoes, Not that I had any experience in bad breakups. But watching the life you planned on being ripped away from you? Yeah, that hit a little too close to home at the moment. Mrs. Ellis tapped her pen on her tablet. We still don't have a location. That should be our priority. I had the IT department track the IP address, but that didn't turn up anything useful. They did a reverse image search, too. They're not stock images at least. Is that helpful? Weston asked. She shrugged. We're crossing off possibilities. None of the Greek students recognized the background or the young women, Mr. Riggs confirmed. They just knew it wasn't around campus. Whoever sent the pictures hasn't done anything since the original email. Are we sure this is even still an issue? Mr. Crowley asked. I was beginning to wonder that, too, but was I really that lucky? Someone would just disappear after sending those images? No way. What would be the point of that? There was no other threat. No demands. They hadn't done anything to me. Which only made me more nervous. Like they were waiting for the perfect time to strike. We have nothing but the pictures. That's not enough to go on. I have no case, no suspects, no motive. I'm not sure what I can do at this point. Mr. Riggs leaned back in his seat. I wasn't sure why he was here either, other than the school wanted to protect itself. The lawyer had yet to do anything helpful. The statements we wrote have gone out already. I thought that would have been the trigger for something else from the senders, but so far, they've stayed silent. Coach Weston shifted in his seat. There wasn't much to say other than these accusations were unfounded. Mrs. Ellis glanced at me, and I nodded. She read the statement Nick and I had come up with to make sure it was in line with the school's. And hardly anyone printed that. I was rarely ever a fan of the athletic director, but in this case, I really just wanted to kick him out of the room. Crowley had nothing constructive to say and seemed ready to throw me under the bus just to get this meeting to end earlier. The media is generally interested more in speculation than the truth, especially when it's not as entertaining, Mr. Riggs said, really adding value to this conversation. How much did that sentence cost the school? Or was he paid whether or not he was useful? Seemed like a bad investment. Then set up a press conference and have him apologize. Mr. Crowley smirked. Everyone loves the humbling of a star. Did he want me to fail? To get kicked out? To end my career? He could at least pretend in front of everyone else. I don't think. I'm not apologizing, I interrupted Mrs. Ellis. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I'm not apologizing for something I didn't do. My integrity is too important to me. She nodded. I agree. That would set a horrible precedence. He would be admitting guilt, and that's not something the school could ignore. There would have to be repercussions. Plus, there's the issue of his innocence. I'm not letting him throw his reputation and future in front of a bus to make your jobs easier. Weston straightened and glared down the table at Crowley. I wanted to applaud him, but I doubted him standing up to his boss needed additional fuel in order to eventually burn him. How about changing the focus from whatever the pictures may or may not be to something we have control over? Coach Hiller spoke up from the end of the table. He'd been quiet throughout the past 30 minutes, so I was surprised by his sudden suggestion. Positive press? That's an interesting idea. Your name is already out there, so why not? Coach Hiller looked at me, and I nodded. We could go in the charity direction. Maybe visit the children's hospital or organize a toy or food drive. Mrs. Ellie was already typing as she ran through options. Oh, so you're fine staging a good photo op but not just apologizing and moving on? Crowley challenged. It's not staging a photo op if good work is being done, Richard. Weston looked close to snapping. Was there something else going on between those two? I'd never seen them so openly hostile. If that makes you all more comfortable, then fine. Crowley crossed his arms over his chest and looked away. I didn't have time for his hissy fit. We weren't being productive, and I had 100 better things to do with my time. Like finding Grace again. I didn't have her number. We weren't that close, but we had enough mutual friends that I was confident I could easily get it. Would that be weird? Would it be better if I waited until we ran into each other again? But what if that didn't happen? Our paths didn't normally cross. But we were close to finals and graduation. Was reaching out worth it? She probably wanted to get out of here and move on as much as I did. Plus, what could happen? I didn't date. She just got out of a long-term relationship with the man she thought she was going to marry. We could be friends. Pretty sure we could both use more of those right now. My phone vibrated in my pocket, and I quickly tugged it out. The guys knew where I was, and the coaches were here, so who would be calling me? Nick. My advisor, who should have been here but had an emergency with another client. Excuse me. I hurried out of the room without waiting for a response from anyone. Once I was in the hallway, I answered, Nick? What's going on? Word is spreading. One website is saying they have the exclusive with the women in the pictures. I pinched the bridge of my nose while pacing in front of the door. But no one's even seen the pictures. We didn't release them. The site is saying they have them as well as interviews with the women. It could be clickbait, but we have to move quickly, just in case. The women coming forward would actually be helpful. It would give us a starting point in solving this whole messed up situation. There was no way of knowing if the site was lying or not. They could be waiting for us to reach out. They could even try blackmailing us. What do we do? We don't have a way of proving these photos are fake yet. So we need to change the narrative. We were just talking about that in the meeting. Mrs. Ellis was thinking of some sort of charity work, like visiting the children's hospital. I don't think that will be enough to capture the attention of the press. His tone didn't offer much hope. This was bad. He just wasn't coming out and saying it. Have you seen a preview of the interview? Not yet. I'm trying to get a hold of it. If it even exists. We need something bigger. Something that will overshadow any story they come up with. Like what? Was there anything that could distract from me breaking school rules and risking expulsion? Not likely. I'm not sure yet, but I'm thinking. Okay, I'll see if we can come up with some ideas. Good. I'll reach out if I have any news. He hung up, and I dropped my head back against the wall, taking a moment to collect myself and my thoughts before heading back into the conference room. When I stepped inside, the conversation cut off. Who was that? Mr. Riggs asked, not sounding pleased about my abrupt departure. Nick, my advisor. He heard there's a site claiming to have an exclusive interview with the women from the pictures. Mrs. Ellis paused with her hand hovering over her tablet. Is there any proof? No, Nick hasn't seen a preview or anything. It could just be a rumor for all we know. I went back to my chair and sat down. Weston and Hiller eyed me, but I kept my expression neutral. He also said he doesn't think doing some charity work will help. He said we need something that will completely overshadow the article if it is published. What's bigger than the school's star athlete breaking rules and risking his future? Mr. Riggs helpfully asked. Crowley glared at him. He's not the school's star athlete. The coaches and I all turned to him. I just mean, we have several talented student athletes here. I won't say any of them are the overall star. Right, because that was the point. We need something big. Announcing a commitment to a team would be huge. Mrs. Ellis glanced at me. Did you have one in mind? I almost laughed, but Coach Weston's shock beat me out. Are you kidding me? He turned to Hiller. Is this her first time in a college? Excuse me? Mrs. Ellis asked indignantly. Crowley closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. That's not how it works, Mr. Riggs explained. There's no letter of intent for professional sports. He can scream at the top of his lungs that he wants to play for the Washington Capitals, but that means absolutely nothing. She blushed and ducked her head, and I was grateful I hadn't laughed. Evidently, sports were not her area of expertise. Something positive that's within your control, Crowley trailed off like he was actually thinking it through, but I doubted he had any interest in actually helping me at this point. "Oh." Mrs. Ellis gasped, then looked around the table. "Sorry, breaking news just came in. It looks like one of the football stars is engaged." She went quiet as her eyes darted across the screen. "How sweet. A running back and a cheerleader." Crowley perked up. "Who?" She shot him a look like she was surprised by his sudden interest. "It says, Chris Tucker and Anna Lund." My stomach went sour. Chris. That was Grace's Chris. Her barely ex-boyfriend. He was engaged to someone else? Within a week? What was going on? "That can't be right," I said. "He's been with the same girl all 4 years. Crowley closed his eyes. "The brunette. She always helps out. Gracie." So even he knew about them? Wait, she always helped out? With what? Mrs. Ellis shook her head. "No, it says right here. Anna Lund, cheerleader and psychology major. She's a little blonde thing. How could he do this to Grace? What kind of twisted monster breaks up with someone after 4 years and finds someone new that fast?" "Oh. It wasn't fast. Because he was already dating her. Chris was cheating on Grace. Why wasn't anyone talking about that? Why wasn't she screaming that from the top of the football arena? That's so nice for them." Mrs. Ellis put her tablet down and smiled at us. "It's everywhere," Hiller muttered under his breath. He was scrolling on his phone, then showed the screen to Weston. 3 pages of search results. Weston stared down for a few seconds before slowly lifting his gaze to me, and I didn't like what I saw. Set with determination. The look he had before a game. He had a plan, and now all that needed to happen was the execution. What? I really didn't want to know the answer. An engagement. What? Hiller dropped his phone. An engagement, Mrs. Ellis whispered, then started nodding. "No way," Crowley said. "If there's one thing the school knows about Cruz, besides the fact he's a straight-laced rule follower, it's that he doesn't date." "Huh, look at us agreeing." I nodded and pointed to him. "Right. Secret relationship then," Weston said, now looking at Mrs. Ellis. "His only ally." I shook my head. "We need the right girl. Someone that would be willing to go along with this without admitting the truth or selling you out. Do you have any friends that fit that bill?" Mr. Riggs asked. "Yes, but they were the girlfriends of my best friends." "No," I admitted. "I barely had time for socializing, so I spent it with the guys. Something I never regretted, until now. I really didn't have many friends. Acquaintances, sure. People I spoke to in class or partnered up with for assignments, but friends close enough to date? Even if it was pretend? None." "We'll help you come up with a list," Weston offered, looking to Hiller. "Oh, because they were in the know with the single women on campus?" That wasn't weird at all. No one from the women's team. I refused to drag any of them into this mess. Their team had enough to focus on this season without my drama adding to it. "I'll ask the guys for help." Weston nodded and started to stand. "Since this is the only thing we've managed to come up with in an hour, we'll focus on this." He straightened and looked at Mrs. Ellis. "Please keep us updated on any developments." "Of course." She nodded, and I followed Hiller and Weston out of the room. Once again, I felt like a child following the adults out of the building and across campus. Practice didn't start for a few hours, but I was dreading actually having to talk to Hunter, Ethan, and Reed about this. As if they needed help coming up with reasons to tease me, I was about to hand over at least a decade's worth of material.
Chapter 7, Grace. This was utter and complete crap. A dumpster fire. DEFCON 1 or 5 or whatever. So bad. "Can I come home?" I begged my mama while pacing my bedroom. Whitney's head followed my movements, even though I'd been carving the same path in the carpet for the last 30 minutes. "Please, I can't do this." Gracie Burns. You do not let that boy and his childish behavior get to you. Mama's thick southern accent was such a comfort right now. Even if she was saying things I didn't want to hear. They're talking about me. Looking at me. Watching like I'm some sort of circus animal. Whit patted the spot on my bed next to her, but I ignored the invitation. I couldn't sit. I couldn't stay still. I had too much nervous energy in my body to stop moving. People have always been talking and looking at you, baby. You're a beautiful, darling girl. You can't help but be the center of attention. This isn't admirin', mama. They pity me. They know he was cheatin' with that hussy. Bless her heart. Whit's brows shot up. You're in full southern mode. I narrowed my eyes, but she was right. I wasn't ashamed of where I came from, but I did try to keep my accent more neutral at school. You are almost done, baby girl. Then you'll walk away with your head held high, and now you're free to do as you please. You can go anywhere and do anything without being tied up in that boy's mess. Anything I want. What if I had no idea what I wanted anymore, or who I was? You're tougher than this. You show Em what a mistake that boy made. She wasn't going to change her mind, and she was right. Mama always was. I couldn't leave now. Not when I was so close to the finish line. Thanks, Mama. I love you. Love you too. So you're not fleeing back to the South? Whit asked as soon as I ended the call. Not yet. I fell back on my bed and stared at the ceiling. Do you think I can finish the semester from my room? The bed shifted as she rolled onto her side. She squeezed my cheeks with her thumb and forefinger and forced me to look at her. You can't, but I know you will survive this. Not only because you are too stubborn to let that big dummy win, but because your mom was right. You're free now. You can be and do whatever. She released my face, and I admitted the one thought that had been haunting me since the breakup. What if I don't know? She leaned up on her elbow. Know what? Who I am without him. What I want to do. Where I want to go. Saying it aloud was even more depressing than just thinking it. I didn't know who I was without him. It took him breaking up with me to see how much of myself was reliant on him. I wasn't even my own person anymore. I wanted what he wanted. I was his girlfriend. My future was his. My goals were his. Without him to guide me, I was lost. And that was an alarming realization. Well. She sat up. You don't have to have all the answers now. You can figure it out as you go, but the point is, it's all up to you. I closed my eyes, letting the weight of those words sink in. It was up to me. I had no one to follow. No one to tell me what to do. Why did freedom feel so terrible? Terrifying? You've got to be kidding me. Whit groaned. I opened my eyes in time to see her toss her phone away. What's wrong? She pursed her lips while surveying me. I'm not sure I should tell you in your current condition. I sat up and smoothed my hair. I'm fine. Just tell me. Another article. I huffed and reached for my phone. I turned off the alerts for his name, so I had to search for what she was talking about. He's ready for the next stage? I read aloud. What is that supposed to mean? I scanned the rest and wanted to punch something, like the wall, but I settled for my pillow. You've got to be kidding me. I turned the screen toward Whit. The NFL needs more athletes like him? I turned it back around so I could read. Focused, stable, a family man. Just because they wrote it doesn't make it true. You know that. Exactly. This is complete garbage. How can he be stable if he got engaged to a girl just a week after dumping me? I finished reading and nearly threw my phone. He's lying. They're lying. They're saying they've been together since the beginning of senior year. Maybe that is really when they started dating. Whit cringed. Months? 2 semesters? This whole freaking year? How could I have missed it? I repeated the epiphany I had that night at the restaurant aloud for her. I'm such an idiot. He was using football to cover it up, because why would I doubt that? You're not. He's a liar. I shook my head. Why would he have extra practices and training after the season? She shrugged. To stay in shape? He was going from the college level to pros. It's not that far-fetched. You loved him. You trusted him. He's the one that betrayed you. He gets all the blame. Maybe one day I would believe that, but right now, it was hard to do anything but second-guess every word he said. He'd been lying and cheating for so long. How had I missed any and all signs? I replayed our relationship, especially the last few months, in my head, since the night he ended things, and I still couldn't find a red flag. Not a single one. He was either really good at covering his tracks, or I was so blind that I missed something right in front of me. I had no reason to doubt or even suspect. We were in love. We were perfect for each other. We had a plan. I don't get it. I hadn't meant to say the words. Wit scooted closer and wrapped her arm around me. You're going to drive yourself insane if you fixate on what you can't control. You can't change the past. You can't change him. Let's focus on what you get to do now. I glanced over at her. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. You don't have to decide anything now. We still have time before graduation, and even then, there isn't some timer that's going to run out. You can take the summer to think. You can take a whole year. Whatever you need. I stared up at the ceiling again. No, Wit. You don't get it. I already went through this. My whole future was planned. I made all the hard choices years ago. This wasn't how things were meant to go. Maybe not, but they are. Plans change, and we have to roll with that. My jaw and fists clenched. I was so angry. I needed to find some sort of boxing gym or something to satisfy the near-constant desire to punch something. If I didn't come up with a stress reliever soon, I was going to end up taking it out on my wall, and I doubted my knuckles would appreciate that. Why? Why does he get to win? Why does he get the life I worked so hard to ensure? I gave up so much of myself to support him. I was the perfect girlfriend. I remembered names and shook hands and baked treats and sent thank you notes. All for him. Now he gets to continue on, taking and taking and taking. Why isn't he suffering at all? Because life is unfair, and sometimes, bad people win. But who knows, one day it could all come crashing down on him. I sat up and twisted to face her. I could do that. She scooted back to lean against the wall. Do what? Make it all come crashing down. I pushed my hair behind my ear and grinned. Grace, no. Wit looked a bit concerned, but I ignored her narrowed gaze. I know things. I stared at my comforter, tracing the pleats with my finger. Things about him, the football team, even the athletic department. Like what exactly? You've never told me the details. Because I thought I needed to protect him. I hated admitting that. There are exceptions made for players when it comes to drug tests. They have a list of players they look the other way for when if their tests come back positive. Or the bribes Coach Phillips takes from parents. The charity fund that's used to make it looks like NFL teams and sponsors are donating to the school rather than paying the athletes. Grace, Wit whispered. Is that true? I lifted my eyes and nodded. There's so much more. Her brows shot up. Do you have proof? Enough. Not as much as I would likely need to convince a jury, but the press? They needed very little to run a story. Plus, there was one thing he couldn't take away from me. The connections I made and the reputation I had. The staff loved me. They all knew me. They were used to me being around. And the other players' girlfriends? A few of them were still on my side. They knew what he did was messed up. They knew he cheated. They would help me, as long as I kept their boyfriends out of it. Accusations like that could blow up a lot of people's careers, she cautioned. I know. I wasn't going to run out this afternoon and start calling reporters, but it was something I had in my back pocket. I'd think about it. Plan it out. See if the possible consequences were worth it, because she was right. It would blow up people's careers, which wouldn't just affect the greedy men at the center of it all. Their families would be impacted. Innocent players would be affected by a sudden change in coaching. I had to really consider the full picture. During our weekly dinner and drama night with Whit and a few of her friends from the nursing program, I remembered I hadn't told her about my strange encounter with Benjamin. After swallowing, I put my ramen down and paused our show. Sasha was about to tell Adam he dated her sister. Robbie lunged for the remote, but Laura stopped him. Robbie glared at her and used his chopstick to steal a dumpling. I forgot a piece of drama to share. We usually did all of our gossiping at the beginning of the night while we were eating, but this week's episode of our current obsession, Forbidden Island, was a 2-hour special, so we started it early. What? Whit asked while still chewing. How is there more? Shh. Let her speak. Laura gestured for them to be quiet before smiling at me. Continue. Thanks. So the day I found out about the engagement. All three nodded. We had already covered the breakup and the news that followed. I was at the Maple Street Cafe, and I ran into someone. Robbie leaned in, who? Whit and Laura were silent, waiting for the reveal. I treasured this moment. It felt normal. Just the four of us, hanging out, watching trash TV, and dishing about our weeks. Benjamin Cruz. The hockey player? Laura asked. The one that everyone's talking about? Robbie wagged his brows. The naughty one? I'm not sure about that, but he has had some stories written about him. It's so dumb. There's no evidence he did anything wrong, Laura said. So what happened? Whit demanded. The cafe was super crowded, so when he got his drink, I called his name. I don't know what came over me, but I said it before I could change my mind. He came over and I invited him to sit, and he did, and we chatted. I thanked him for taking the attention off of me. Whit's mouth dropped. You didn't. Of course she did. Robbie barked a laugh. Then what? Laura asked. He was so sweet. He didn't know about the breakup and seemed to genuinely care how I was doing. I shook my head. That was probably me reading into things. Anyway, we only talked for a few minutes, but it was really lovely. He's a really nice guy. Ugh. The killing blow. Robbie fell to the side with more drama than necessary. The what? I asked. You just called him a nice guy, Laura translated. Since she and Robbie were roommates, she was much more used to his theatrics and could translate for the rest of us. So? He is. Whit giggled. Don't mind her. She's been out of the dating game for 4 years. What are you guys talking about? I glanced between them. What's wrong with thinking a guy is nice? Nothing, but calling him a nice guy is the same as putting him in the friend zone, Laura explained. Oh. That I understood, but dating was off the table for the foreseeable future. Maybe forever, it was too soon to call. Well, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I could use more friends. I'm surprised he talked to you at all. Everyone says he's pretty elusive. Like if it doesn't have to do with his classes or hockey, he doesn't care. Robbie pouted. It's really a shame. Looks like that shouldn't be wasted on such a boring person. Benjamin was incredibly handsome, and unlike practically every guy I knew, he didn't seem cocky or entitled because of it. See, nice guy. Just because he's focused and driven doesn't mean he's rude. Laura swatted Robbie's thigh. What would you have expected him to do? Ignore her? He shrugged. Pretended he didn't hear her and run? Huh. Good thing I hadn't thought of that embarrassing possibility before I called him over. Not that I thought much at all. I'm proud of you. Whit was beaming. You went out on your own and look. You made a new friend. Could I consider him a friend? After one real conversation? We'd known each other all 4 years from moving in the same circles, but I was pretty sure that was the first time we'd ever spoken to each other directly, especially alone. Oh, you two should go out. That would cause enough scandal to make people stop talking about the engagement of you-know-who. Laura offered with a laugh.
Yeah.
They would stop talking about his allegations and make guesses about how long until the two of you are engaged. Robbie snickered and leaned into Laura. You're both crazy. I glanced at Whit, but she was quiet. When she looked back at me, she smiled, but I could tell something was on her mind. What? I mouthed the word in case she didn't want to say anything in front of our friends. She shrugged and smiled. The press and public opinion are so finicky, aren't they? I guess I never really thought about how little it takes to influence them. Or we just don't live interesting enough lives, so we need to live through other people's drama, Laura offered. I picked up the remote and started the show. Which is why we love this so much. Let's watch Sasha ruin Adam's night. I let myself get lost in the ridiculously over-the-top show. I knew it was a far stretch from reality, but it helped knowing there were plenty of other people that didn't have their lives together. Tonight, I'd enjoy the distraction. Tomorrow, I would start planning what I wanted next, to get revenge or walk away.
Chapter 8, Benjamin. I leaned over the toilet, heaving, but nothing came. My stomach was empty. My body and soul felt empty now too. How could anyone do this to another person? What was the goal? I moved to the sink and washed my hands and face before grabbing a towel and drying off. I needed to get out. Staying in the dorm alone right now could only end badly. Sinking further into self-pity and despair wouldn't help me out of this situation. At the door, I paused and looked at my phone on my bed. Being unreachable sounded amazing at the moment. Practice was over for the day. I already had my meeting with coaches, and my assignments were submitted. There was no one that needed me for the next few hours. At least not more than I needed space and silence. I couldn't bear another call from Nick. No more bad news. I pulled on a hat low over my eyes and hurried out of my building into the fresh air. That helped a bit, but there were still too many people. Even though I knew it was mostly in my head, I could feel them watching and judging. They didn't even know what was coming yet, and they still whispered. How was I going to survive if this news leaked? I picked a random pathway and started walking with no destination in mind. I just had to keep moving. This was the edge. The end of my rope. No amount of meetings with the committee, my coaches, or my advisor could help calm me down. I finally called and told my parents, at Nick's insistence, and while they were being super supportive, I could feel their stress and that added pressure was making things worse. They didn't want to see me hurting, but they really didn't want my career harmed because of this. My parents were the type that had come to every practice, every game, even if it was hours away, and invested all they had to make sure I had the best coaches, trainers, and equipment. They believed in me since I was a little kid. They never pushed me like some obsessive parents. Instead, they cleared the way and provided me with the path to get here. They didn't deserve this. All of their sacrifices would be in vain, like mine, if this stupid rumor didn't go away. I couldn't let that happen. But I wasn't prepared to fight something like this. Never in my worst nightmares could I have imagined being in this situation. It was something that never crossed my mind, at least, not being on this side of it. I'd kept an eye on the women we'd gone out with to make sure they stayed safe. I always made sure the guys' girlfriends don't get hassled if they weren't around or paying attention. Players from the women's team had come to me to walk with them around campus or back to their house if it was late. They knew I was safe. They knew I was someone they could trust. I was going to be sick again. The closest trash can was about 10 yards away, so I had to run to duck my head in before my stomach rolled. Once again, nothing happened, but my body wasn't against trying. When I straightened, my heart practically leaped out of my chest as I jumped. Sorry. Grace Burns held up her hands. I saw you run to the bin, and I just wanted to make sure you're okay. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hands, and luckily, it was dry. Why did she have to see me like this? I'd been thinking about her since running into her at the cafe. I liked talking to her, being with her. It was one of the few times lately I felt like I could relax and let my guard down. I'd been wanting to reach out to her but didn't know how. And because the world was apparently set against me, this was how we were reuniting. Great. I'm fine. I tried to offer a smile and continue on, but she moved closer. You're not, she argued as she scanned my face. You look terrible. Well, her eyes were red and puffy, and her hair looked like it hadn't been brushed in a few days, but I wasn't going to point that out to her. I was so used to seeing her perfectly put together that if I hadn't run into her recently, I doubted I would have recognized her. Not that she wasn't just as beautiful as always. She would have to try a lot harder to hide not only her looks, but the energy she radiated. It was warm, inviting. It drew me in. Not that I have any room to talk, she offered a small smile, but, I mean, you look pale. Are you sick? I shook my head, pushing away my inappropriate thoughts. Not entirely. What was I supposed to say? We'd had one conversation recently, but beyond that, I couldn't remember a time that we'd ever actually spoken to each other. We'd run into each other at some events and a couple of football-hosted parties, but those were few and far between. Do you want to talk about it? I felt the need to tell her, to tell someone. I didn't want to put this on the guys, not yet. Not until I had a plan. But could I unload on someone I barely knew? It was strange running into her again so soon. We rarely crossed paths on campus, and now it had been twice in a week. Was that a coincidence or fate? Or had I just never noticed? We could have been taking the same route to classes for the past 4 years, and I might not have ever realized it. Was my head really that far up in the clouds? No, I was just focused. Single-minded to the point of being blind. That was hard to believe. There was no way I would have missed her. She was beautiful. A beacon of light, even in her messy state. This just showed how raw and real she was. She didn't bother trying to cover up her pain. Apparently, neither did I. I'm not sure I should. It was the truth. Surely the committee would be angry if I told someone, but right now, I just wanted to share the burden with someone who would listen and not try to fix it. Plus, she'd already proven she was a great listener. Well, I know you don't have a reason to trust me, but I promise you can. I've realized lately I don't have very many friends to even tell if it's something really juicy, and I know how much it hurts to have your life talked about by others. Her teasing actually helped. I mean, look at me. She laughed. I'm past the point of hiding or pretending. So, this is the real you? If it was, I liked it. A lot. I couldn't help but admire her strength even more. She shrugged. It might be. I'm not quite sure yet. Fair enough. We were both a bit lost right now. She was being honest with me, and something in my gut told me I could tell her. I found something out this morning, and it's bad. I can tell that already. Yeah, it's pretty much the worst possible situation, actually. I expected her to give a sympathetic frown or wish me the best. Instead, she glanced around while grabbing my elbow and leading the way to a nearby bench. We were pretty isolated. This wasn't an area of campus that got a lot of foot traffic. So I didn't have to worry about anyone watching us. Or overhearing. Is this one of those situations you're blowing out of proportion in your mind, and it's really not that big of a deal, or is this actually a horrible disaster? Definitely the latter. She straightened and angled herself toward me. Okay, lay it on me. So the pictures. She nodded. They haven't been released to the public. But that is what that first article was about. They show what appears to be me drinking and doing drugs. And there are 2 girls that I've never seen before hanging off of me, and I'm kind of groping them. She put her hand on my leg. I wanted to look down and stare at where she was touching me. It was so natural for her, but it had been years since a woman had done that. The women on campus knew better than to try to flirt with me, since the results were always the same, so I wasn't used to causal touches like this. Appears to be you. What's that supposed to mean? I focused on her words, rather than the location of her hand. It means that I have no idea who those women are, where it was taken, or when. It looks like me. At least, it's my face. There's something wrong with it, like they photoshopped my face onto someone else's body. Well, that's not that far-fetched, or even hard to do. Have you checked it out? Have you compared your body to the one in the pictures? I shrugged. I stood up during the first meeting, and the committee agreed that the likeness was similar enough. I've analyzed every single detail, looking for something off, but it's enough to convince my friends and the school-appointed team that it could be me. She looked over my arms. You don't have any tattoos or anything that could distinguish you? No, I'd never thought I would regret not getting a tattoo in college. Well, I doubt this is what has you so upset. If you've known about it for weeks. You're right, it's not. I sighed. I got a call today from my agent saying that the school received an anonymous email from someone who claimed to be one of the girls in the photo. She's making an accusation against you. She leaned back but didn't take her hand from my leg. Yeah. How did she figure that out so quickly? Maybe it was more obvious than I wanted to admit. I preferred to go back to being ignorant and thinking this wasn't going to escalate. What exactly is the accusation? I hated having to say this aloud. I hated that anyone might think, even for a second, that I was capable of something so vile. That I harassed her into drinking and doing drugs, then attempted to sexually assault her. She blew out a breath. That hasn't come out yet though, right? I shook my head. Not yet. So you need to prove that it's not you in the pictures before that happens. Ideally, yes. She was handling this way better than I expected. She rolled with each punch, not getting too emotional or outraged. I needed to learn a thing or two from her. Has anyone taken a look at them yet? The pictures? I asked, and she nodded. The lawyer had a specialist examine them, and he did agree that there was something off about them but wasn't able to prove whether or not it was me. That's not good enough, she said almost to herself. I'm not sure what to do, I admitted. I've never been in this position. I'm supposed to be the captain, the leader. The one with the plan and the steps to execute. It's up to me to correct mistakes and to get the team in the right mindset and headed in the right direction. How am I supposed to do that when I don't have any control over my own life? Well, that committee doesn't seem to be doing anything helpful. I smirked for a second before my lips fell back into a frown. No, not really. I realized she hadn't even asked if the accusations were true or not. She didn't miss a single beat before dismissing them as false and going into fix-it mode. She barely knew me, yet, she was confident. You didn't ask me if they were true. She tilted her head to the side. The accusations? I nodded. I don't have to. We might not be super close, but we've run in the same circles for 4 years, Benjamin. I like to think I know a person within that time. I don't need to spend hours upon hours with you to know you're one of those rare few that don't have things to hide. You're not complicated. You're not someone that has to be justified. Your life isn't convoluted with twisted truths and exceptions. You live openly. You let everyone see the real you. At least, that's who I think you are. I couldn't believe she saw all that. That she believed it. But she was right. At least, that's how I tried to be. If I did have secrets, they were usually somebody else's that they entrusted me to keep. So, yeah, I'm going to skip over the part of asking you whether or not those ridiculous accusations are true. I've seen you conduct yourself during enough of the athletic department events and tailgaters and school-hosted parties to know that you're not the type to let things get out of control. You have too much self-respect. And more than enough respect for the people around you. I don't think that they could have picked a worse target, to be honest. If they wanted someone believable, they should have picked someone from the football team. I laughed when she said that, but she didn't. I thought she was making a joke about her ex or something. But the way her expression darkened made me think there was more to it. It's not fair. We can't let them win, Benjamin. We can't let the villains go free at the end of the story. They don't get to have the happily ever afters we deserve while we suffer because of their choices. I agreed. It wasn't fair or right. So what do we do about it? She stared ahead for a while before turning back to me. We're going to take back control. We're going to change the narrative. You're not going to be a star player taken down by some cheap, disgusting rumor that negates the real trauma and pain so many people face. She took a breath and collected herself. I honestly despise people that make false accusations like this. They hurt so many, especially other victims. True victims. We're not going to let them get away with this. What about you? I asked. How are we going to change the narrative about your ex and his engagement? She adjusted so she was facing forward rather than me. I think I'm going to tell everyone the truth.
Chapter 9, Grace. This was my first time being in a dorm since freshman year. All of the hockey team really lives here. I'd heard a rumor, but I never put much thought into it.
Yeah.
Me and my friends, Ethan, Reed, and Hunter, decided to stay in the dorms to be closer to the arena. The rest of the guys just kind of followed. It's not a rule or anything. It's just more convenient. Convenience? Was that really worth sharing a small room for 4 years? I looked around the cinderblock walls of the dreary hallway. I couldn't imagine living here a day beyond necessary. Whit and I were picking out apartments for our sophomore year before we even made it through our first semester, but I guess he had a point. They were a really short walk away from the arena, and if that was their priority, then it made sense to stay close. Is it really that strange? He asked, smiling down at me. Well, most of the guys on the football team either live in the team house, on frat row, or in other houses and apartments together. They also tend to bend the rules, and that's easier to do in the privacy of their own homes than on campus. Another extreme example of the difference between Benjamin and he who shall not be named. Benjamin was here for the right reasons. He was here to focus on getting through school and making it to the major leagues. He was making sacrifices and putting in the effort. He wasn't getting by on handouts or bribes, surrounded by people willing to look the other way. Which was why it was ridiculous that he, of all people, was being accused of something so hideous. And the fact that the school hadn't done more for him made me sick after the lengths that they went to protect other athletes. I guaranteed if this was one of the basketball or football stars, it would have been taken care of within a few days. They would have found the source, made some agreement, had that person sign a non-disclosure, and the athlete probably never even would have heard of it. It was different, though, for the sports that didn't bring in as much money or attention. Even though they worked just as hard, if not harder. He stopped and unlocked an undistinguished door before swinging it open and waving me inside. I didn't know why I was holding on to an expectation of some sort of a super suite twice the size of the rest, but it was just 2 single beds, 2 closets, and 2 dressers. A completely average dorm. Nothing special. It made me a bit sick to reflect back on the football house. The multiple massive flat-screen TVs. The state-of-the-art kitchen that none of the guys actually used since they had staff come in to cook and clean for them. Each player had their own room with at least queen-size beds. I wanted to point that out. But I wasn't sure if it was a sore topic or not. Did Benjamin know how the other athletes lived? What was provided for them, or did he do this by choice? I heard the women's hockey team got one of the recently renovated homes and couldn't imagine why the guys would be denied the same opportunity. Maybe this really was how they chose to live. He went to his desk and opened his laptop, and I climbed onto the raised bed next to him. It was pristinely made. The navy comforter was smoothed, and the room was tidy, even the other half. You can take a look. He lifted his laptop and handed it to me. I placed it on my legs, taking in the first image slowly, first as a whole, then picking it apart inch by inch before zooming in even closer. They're pretty good. I glanced over to see his frown. But I'm better. He crossed his arms. What's that supposed to mean? It means that I've been modifying and altering photos for the past 4 years. Can't post anything but perfection, I said, mimicking his voice. I always hated that. I wanted to be real on social media. It felt important to me. But he said our image was something that we had to curate. The picture-perfect couple with the picture-perfect life. There were no allowances for flaws in any of our pictures. Ever. So what are you saying? You think you can prove that it's not me in the picture? He sounded doubtful, but I didn't take it personally. He was stressed and had been disappointed by the other people that were supposed to help him. I zoomed in on his face, looking for the distortion and blur that would likely be surrounding his head. It was faint, but it was there. I turned the screen toward him and pointed it out. Right here. You can tell that your face is cropped onto whatever body. He leaned in and squinted before glancing up at me with a hint of a smile. You're genius. I appreciated that, but I wasn't done yet. We might be able to see that, but not everyone will believe it. We need better proof. I went to the next picture. This time, the guy, I refused to think of him as Benjamin, had his arms up resting on the shoulders of the 2 girls in the pictures. I zoomed in again, finding the same new distortion, and studied his neck. The coloring wasn't too far off. To the untrained eye, it could be waved off as lighting or a tan. Put your arms up like this. I mirrored the pose, and he lifted his arms, but he was wearing a long-sleeved athletic shirt. You need to take that off. He grinned and cocked his brow. I rolled my eyes. I need to see your arms and how they look when you're posed like this. So you're not trying to get me to undress, he teased as he pushed off his bed. I wouldn't mind if he did. Not that I would admit that to him. You can put on a short sleeve, rotating top. I just need to be able to see what your arms look like. He went over to his closet and pulled off his long-sleeve shirt, dropping it into a laundry basket. Then pulled on a short-sleeve West Penn hockey shirt. I tried really hard not to watch, but it was impossible to ignore the much too short glimpse of his toned body. This better? He moved in front of me and put his arms out to the sides again. I nodded and tried to memorize them before looking back to the screen. Then up and back down, over and over again. Taking in sections at a time to compare. You can clearly tell that these aren't yours, I muttered, mostly to myself. Your muscle definition is more obvious, but somebody might say that these were taken a long time ago. That you're taller, broader, and filled out now. He dropped his arms. So it's not enough? I guess it depends on what your accuser says. Do you recognize where these were taken? No, he sighed and came back to sit next to me. We assumed it was someplace close, like maybe one of the frat houses. But so far, no one's recognized it. I would have immediately recognized if it was one of the houses near campus, but I was confident it wasn't. It would make sense that it was somewhere close, but I've been to parties along Frat Row for the past 4 years. I know for a fact these weren't taken near campus. But something was pulling at my memory. In each image, behind them, was a mural that looked to be made out of pieces of tile, like a mosaic. And it felt so familiar. I scrolled through the 3 images without really seeing them while I searched my memory. I'd seen it before. But where? I closed my eyes and tried to remember more of that setting. It was warm. Not football season. I didn't know very many people. I know. I gasped as I met his eyes. You know where these were taken? He didn't bother hiding his shock. I nodded, stunned myself. Carnegie University. On the other side of Pittsburgh. They were our local rivals, but it wasn't very heated since we're not in the same division. It was mostly just teasing and jokes when students and alumni ran into each other in the city. So why would they choose Benjamin? Do they even have a hockey team? I opened a new tab on his internet window and searched. We don't play them. I scrolled through the results. They didn't appear to have any official sports, only clubs or student-organized groups. Then why target you? Neither of us had the answer. There's a chance it's completely random. Two girls with nothing better to do. He leaned back. But they would have to find me, and I don't have social media accounts. At least, none that I run. They would have had to use pictures of me from press events or official team photos. Meaning they were high quality, I pointed out, but he continued. And figure out my personal email address. Which is? He sighed. BenjaminCruz@po.com. So, they would have typed in your name. I gave him an exasperated look. Fine, it's easy to guess, but it doesn't explain why. This is way too personal to be random. I'm not a big name like some of the guys from the basketball or football team. That wasn't true. He was well known, at least on campus. People that followed college hockey at least knew his name. Maybe. It wasn't really my area of expertise. You don't know anyone from Carnegie? Never got in a fight or dated a girl from there? He stared at me before his lips finally curved into a tiny smile. You're overestimating me. It's not crazy to think you might have gotten into it with one of their students. It is when you know me. I don't go out. I rarely leave campus. I haven't dated anyone since my junior year of high school. That's what makes this so confusing. Why me? He paused for a second as his face fell. Unless they're going after my career. He was dead serious. I knew he wasn't into parties. Most athletes stayed away, at least those that couldn't get away with it, but he really never broke the rules. And the dating thing? I kind of thought it was an urban legend. Like bitter girls spread the rumor because he rejected them. You really don't date? No. He didn't expand, but I was too curious to let it go. But why? Don't the other guys?
Yeah.
It's not against the rules or anything. I just don't. Why not? I asked again, expecting him to deflect. Because I can't be the boyfriend any woman deserves. Not right now. I would have to constantly choose between her and hockey, and she wouldn't ever win. My top priority is my game and my team. That's not changing while I'm here, so it wouldn't be fair to do that to a person. Especially not someone I really liked and valued. That made so much sense, and I hated it. But why? Why did it bother me? I was freshly out of a long-term relationship with an athlete who constantly put his career and teammates before me. I should be running far and fast from anyone like him, but Benjamin was so different. Maybe it was because I knew his truth. He didn't pretend to be anything or anyone else. He didn't compromise to appease people. He didn't say one thing, then do another. Wait. What was I thinking? I wasn't interested in him. Not like that. He was just a friend. Someone I was helping out. Sure, he was ridiculously easy to talk to and made me feel like I was worth listening to for the first time in years, but that was just because I was used to being around lesser men. And he was stupidly attractive. Not that he did anything to flaunt it. He didn't wear tight shirts to show off his impressive muscles or walk around like he was honoring the world by his mere presence. I doubted he even cared about his looks. His brown hair was just long enough to start curling at the end around the nape of his neck, like he was a week past needing a haircut. He left it unstyled, so it was naturally mused. So unlike the perfectly messy style that took a blow-dryer, straightener, and several products for some guys to achieve. His skin was naturally a deep tan, which spoke more to his heritage than his time spent in a tanning booth.
Ugh.
I needed to stop comparing him to my ex. Not that he wouldn't always come out on top. See? What was this? I shouldn't be ogling him like this, even in my mind. Oh, wait. I hadn't responded to him. Just got lost thinking about how hot he was. He didn't want a girlfriend because he couldn't put her first. That makes sense. He didn't seem to notice my mind had drifted. He seemed lost in his own thoughts, staring down at the carpet. Are you okay? That was a stupid question. Of course he wasn't. He jerked up one shoulder, then slowly looked at me. It just seems ironic that I chose not to have a traditional college experience, then this happens. It isn't fair, I agreed. Life tends to be that way. I just wished people trusted me and believed me when I said this isn't me. If anyone else saw him in this moment, I knew they would. There was an aching in his eyes. A heaviness to him that I'd never seen before. He was taking this personally. It was an attack on him, his reputation, and his career. If this was random, whoever was behind this couldn't have chosen a less deserving victim. That was the only thing that made sense because anyone that did know him knew how undeniably good he was. What if I take attention off of you? His brows pulled together. What do you mean? I know things about the football team. The athletic department. Things that could get a lot of people in trouble. Even if it made me look guilty too, since I turned a blind eye to what went on, I would come forward if it meant helping him. His shoulders dropped. I've heard rumors about favors and gifts. It's not just lust. It's drugs and steroids and payoffs. Grace, I know. It happens at schools across the country when people get greedy and start believing they're above the rules. I have my own issues with the athletic department and their treatment of student athletes, but that's a battle for another day. I don't want you to do anything rash just to divert the public's attention. But it's been bothering me for years, and it will just continue if no one says anything. It was unfair. Not just for the other athletes here, but for anyone we played. It needed to stop. No matter what, the truth will come out. It always does.
Yeah.
Because someone steps forward. He nodded. I just want you to really think about it. You might feel great in the moment, but what if innocent people get caught in the crossfire? What if there is already someone, or even a group, working on putting together a solid case and you impede on that? These things take time and planning and investigation. I hadn't considered that maybe there were others that knew and were finding a way to stop the corruption. What if I did go forward and I ended up making things worse? What if people got hurt, honest and good people? I could end up costing people their jobs or ruining reputations. Just like Benjamin was going through. But worse, because I would know ahead of time the damage I was causing. I won't do anything for now. That was the most I could promise. I wasn't ready to let it go, not completely.
Chapter 10, Benjamin. I texted the committee, letting them know what Grace had said about the pictures being taken at Calgary University and how she was able to tell that they have been altered. Mr. Riggs replied, asking me to invite her to our next meeting. I didn't want to get her more involved than she already was. She had her own problems and worries to deal with. But when I mentioned it to her, she volunteered to come before I even had the chance to ask. I was waiting outside the conference room that had become the headquarters for the committee, wishing I was meeting her under any other circumstances. Like to get coffee together again. Or to get lunch. Something normal. Something friends did. Good morning. She greeted me with a bright smile when I turned and saw her heading toward me, looking like she was about to step into a courtroom, with gray trousers and a black crewneck sweater. You didn't have to dress up for this. I gestured to my sweatpants and hoodie. Her grin widened. I'm just trying to make a good impression. I want them to listen to me. I cocked my head. What does what you wear have to do with them listening to you? It's just a little trick I've picked up over the years. She stepped toward the door before I could ask more, so I hurried to reach around and open it for her, then followed her inside. All eyes snapped to us, and Coach Weston and Hiller stood to greet her. Thank you for coming, Grace. We appreciate your help with this, Weston said, and made the introductions to Hiller, the lawyer, and the PR rep, but when he got to Mr. Crowley, she stepped forward and shook his hand. It's great to see you again. It sounded a bit too forced and controlled. Always a pleasure, Miss Burns. Although, I am surprised to see you here. He glanced over to me before focusing back on her. I wasn't aware you were familiar with Mr. Cruz. Her smile never faltered. I'm sure there are several things you're unaware of. She didn't give him a chance to reply before coming back to me. I pulled out her seat, and she scooted herself in while I took the chair next to her. "Ms. Burns," Mrs. Ellis greeted. "You can call me Grace," she interrupted. Mrs. Ellis grinned at her. "Grace, can you point out what you found in the photos?" They were already up on the screen, so Grace stood, smoothed out her sweater, and moved to the front of the room. She then pointed out how she could tell that my head had been added to the images, though the distortion was small. They all agreed, and it was the first time we'd been on the same page about anything. And she did it in under a minute. "Where do you believe these photos were taken?" Mr. Riggs asked. "A house off campus near Carnegie University. I attended a party at a house with a backyard that had the exact same mosaic. It's unique enough that I've never seen anything like it. You will be willing, if necessary, to state that publicly." He tilted his chin up while eyeing her. "Of course." She didn't hesitate. "We have a location, and we can narrow down our suspects to Carnegie students. But we don't know when this picture was taken." Coach Weston frowned. "These could be several years old. We have no way of knowing." Grace sat next to me. "That's what we've been trying to work out. We don't understand the motive, especially since they don't have a hockey team. There is no rivalry or competition, so it seems strange to target Benjamin when he has no other distinguishing interest. Majoring in business isn't unique by any means, and he's not even interviewing or going for a job in that industry. It's not a stretch to believe that's well known." I smiled at her. "I'm not necessarily an easy mark either. I don't party, and I rarely go out, especially without my teammates. That's what makes us believe this is somewhat personal," Grace added. "Otherwise, why not go for an easier target?" Once again, everyone was watching us, but no one spoke up. Mrs. Ellis was looking between us with slightly narrowed eyes, like she was thinking of something but didn't want to voice it. "You two made quite the pair," Mr. Riggs said with his hands folded on the table in front of him. "You were able to come up with all of this, and how long did it take you?" "Just a few minutes," Grace answered. "Once I had a chance to look at the pictures." "You two are quite the pair," he repeated, but this time looking directly at Mrs. Ellis. She nodded slowly. "You seem to have natural chemistry. You work well together." She titled her head. "You lean toward each other. You touch each other without noticing, without thinking." "We did?" I looked down to see my hand was on Grace's forearm. When did I reach for her? She blinked down at where I was touching her like she hadn't noticed either. "Okay, so we got along, and being around her was easy, but what did that matter? It might work." Mr. Riggs and Mrs. Ellis were smiling. I turned to my coaches. "What are they talking about?" Hiller shared a look with Weston before answering. "Just what we mentioned last time. This might be a good opportunity to put our plan into place." "What plan?" Grace asked me. It took me a moment before I remembered, and my cheeks grew hot. "The fake relationship thing. They wanted to say that we'd been in a secret relationship. They weren't actually serious, though. At least, I thought they weren't, but looking around the table at their anticipation, I knew I was wrong. They wanted to go through with it, and they wanted Grace to be my fake girlfriend. No, I immediately shot it down. "Benjamin, you need to be realistic. We need to come up with a defensive plan," Coach Weston pleaded. "Things have already escalated. If they make their accusations public, it will be too late. We need to get ahead of this." "There has to be another way," I argued. "This is the best idea we have," Hiller agreed with Weston. They couldn't honestly believe this was a realistic option. "What is it?" Grace asked again. I didn't want any of them to be the ones to tell her, so I closed my eyes and gathered the courage I needed. We were in a meeting when news about, I hesitated, but somehow she understood. "When that news broke." I nodded. They thought something similar might help my situation. That it might take the focus off of any accusations and put it back on me and give us control of the narrative. Her brows pulled together. "But you don't date." Exactly. I gave the committee an I told you so look. I told them it wouldn't work. No, you haven't dated, Mrs. Ellis clarified. That doesn't mean that you'll never, ever have a relationship. I wanted to roll my eyes, but fought to maintain some sense of maturity. Everyone who knows me knows that I don't date and that I won't until I'm signed. Maybe not even then. Maybe not even after my rookie year or 5 years. I paused and took a deep breath. The point is, I haven't made an exception in the last 4 years. So why would I suddenly start now, especially when there are allegations threatening to come out? About me? It just seems a little obvious. It didn't seem like any of the committee was listening though. They just stared between me and Grace. Except for the frowning Mr. Crowley. I can't see it. I wanted to tell him that no one cared about his opinion, but this wasn't exactly the right time or place. Do you really think it would help? Grace asked. If Benjamin was in a relationship, it would certainly take the attention away from the threat of those pictures, and it would create enough of a distraction to buy us time to build his alibi and get more information. Why would it matter? She pushed. Someone could say it was 3 years ago, and it wouldn't matter whether or not he was in a relationship now. I leaned back in my chair and crossed my arms. They seemed to be listening to her, and she was saying everything I was thinking. It will build up a picture, Mrs. Ellis explained. A picture we control of him being a loving, caring, monogamous boyfriend. A committed couple unshaken by rumors. Grace leaned forward, resting her elbows on the conference table. And you think he and I could be that couple? Mr. Crowley was the only one who stayed still while the others nodded. Do any of you know who I am? She asked. No one answered, and she zeroed in on Mrs. Ellis. You can't tell me you haven't done anything to help Chris Tucker without knowing about me. Mrs. Ellis looked down at her notepad, suddenly avoiding eye contact. Yes, I've seen your name and face several times across my desk. Grace straightened. So how would this even be somewhat believable? To say that Benjamin and I are dating, or have been dating, for any significant amount of time? Well, Chris was able to say that when he announced his engagement. Yes, she snapped at Mr. Crowley, and he's a liar, and everyone knows that now. They would have to be blind and stupid to forget the fact that he and I had been publicly dating up until 3 weeks ago. So for him to say that he'd been dating his now fiancée since the beginning of the year proves that he's not only a liar but a cheater. She glared him down and he finally looked away. If you want Benjamin and me to have some sort of public relationship, it could have only started within the past week or 2, and what help would that be? When he got the pictures before that? It was silent. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my chest. She just put each of the so-called experts the school hand-selected in their place, proving how little they were actually doing to help. When no one answered, Mr. Riggs leaned forward. Can we alter the timeline? I chuckled. What is this? A Marvel movie? You can alter the truth, Mrs. Ellis added quietly. Of course, she thought that. Our breakup was front-page news, and just because the stupid school paper is somehow forgetting that and ignoring facts and instead printing his false narrative, that doesn't mean I'm going to support it. I never expected her to stand up to the committee like this, but I wondered at her strength. She wasn't going to let anyone push her around, not again. But if you did say that Chris and his fiancée had been together during this year, then that could mean that you and Benjamin happened too. Maybe you could say that you were staying together for appearance's sake, but you weren't actually a couple anymore. Mr. Riggs seemed to actually think this was a good idea. Grace's shoulders were tense. I put my hand on her upper back, trying to remind her that I was still there, and that I wasn't going to let them bulldoze us into a really stupid decision. Neither of us is going to lie. Not about this. Not about the pictures. I told you guys from the beginning how important integrity is to me. I've done everything I could while I've been here to be the best example of a student and an athlete. I look to each of them, even my coaches. I haven't messed up. I haven't broken rules. I haven't put so much as one toe out of line. I'm not going to let you mess that up by starting to lie now. Mr. Crowley narrowed his eyes. Fine. It started just recently, just this weekend even. Mrs. Ellis perked up. Yes, you two ran into each other and realized you had a lot in common and are now starting a relationship. The fact that you haven't dated anyone will make this more interesting. More exciting. She locked onto Grace. Wouldn't you like the chance to change your story? To be the one coming out on top? Mr. Crowley jumped in again. To have an all-star boyfriend that's on his way to becoming a first-round draft pick? Wasn't that your plan all along? Same stuff, different sport? I narrowed my eyes at his taunting tone. Well, when you put it that way, Mr. Crowley, it sounds almost planned. I stared him down, but he shrugged, turning away from me. I'm not some sort of Jersey chaser, Grace retorted. Oh, we all know that's not the case, Mrs. Ellis said. We can make a point of how you two have been friends for a long time, but it was never the right timing. Yada, yada. She waved her hand in the air as if any contractions could be so easily batted away. People will be so focused on you and Benjamin that they'll forget about who you used to be with. These people really thought so low of the student population? We weren't that sleep-deprived. We'll make sure the attention is on you too, not. I'll do it, Grace blurted, cutting off Mrs. Ellis. You will? Mr. Riggs asked, sounded as surprised as I felt. Grace? She turned to me, and I searched her eyes. Why? Why would she agree to this? Why would she go through this for me? Give us a second. I stood and offered my hand to Grace. She accepted it as she scooted her chair back, and we went to the hall. Are you sure you want to do this? I don't think it will work. There are too many holes in our story. I can find someone else if they really think this is the best plan. I'm sure. She grinned. I just wish I could be there to see his face when he finds out. This was what I was worried about. Even though this was fake, I didn't want either of us getting hurt, even accidentally. Do you want him back? I had to know if only to prepare myself. Her smile vanished. Do I want that lying, cheating, human-sized piece of trash back? No, Benjamin. Fine, it was a dumb question, but hearing her say that calmed my nerves. I've had a hard time adjusting, but it's only because I'm living a reality I never expected. My life and future completely changed. I don't miss him, but I do miss the comfort of that plan. Of the familiarity of being in a long-term relationship. She paused and shook her head just slightly. If there's even a chance I could make him feel a fraction of the pain he put me through, then this will be more than worth it. I hope I can help make that happen. I rubbed the back of my neck. I just don't want you to feel like I'm using you. I know we're friends, but this is a lot to ask. She put her hands on her hips. Exactly. Who else could you ask that also has something to gain? You're not using me, and I'm not using you. Or we both are. Either way, it cancels out. We're both benefiting, and now I have something to distract me. I shouldn't go through with this. I shouldn't let either of us agree, but there was something in her eyes that had been missing before. A sparkle. A fight. She might actually need this as much as I did.
Chapter 11, Grace. Maybe I was insane. Maybe the breakup affected me more than I realized. Maybe I didn't know how to say no. There were a million possibilities. But when it came down to it, Benjamin needed me, and I couldn't think of a reason to say no. I stared up at the stairs that led to my apartment. I wasn't ready. I couldn't go up yet because once I stepped inside, I would be taking this into my world. It would become real. I'd have to accept that I just made some sort of deal I didn't fully understand. We didn't discuss the details. I wasn't sure how this plan was going to work, if it would work, or how it would have a positive effect against any allegations that came out. None of that mattered. He needed my help. And I said yes. It was that simple. Part of me did relish in the possibility of making he who shall not be named jealous, of course. But I was also upfront with that. If this was going to work, Benjamin and I couldn't have secrets. We had to work as a team. No surprises. No lies. It would actually be a lot healthier than my previous relationship. The one thing we did decide before I left the conference room was that we had to make this as real as possible. Which meant he was going to tell his teammates that we were dating, including his closest friends. He said he would only tell them the truth if they confronted him. If they pushed him and said they knew we were lying. I was fine with that. I knew he trusted them, so I did too. And as much as I loved and trusted Whit, she had one fatal flaw I couldn't ignore. She was a gossip. Not in a bad way. She just loved to talk to people about other people. Like she would be so excited that I was dating someone new. She'd want to tell everyone, and I wasn't sure she could keep the detail about it being fake from her story, so I was using this in our favor. She could get news around faster than any official outlet, plus I wanted her enthusiasm and excitement to be genuine. Maybe after all this was over, I'd let her know. It was the afternoon, so we were both done with our morning classes. She should be home. Waiting for me. It was time. As I walked in and set my bag on the counter, she called me into the living room. I went in and plopped down next to her. Something happened, I said without glancing over. What's that? She asked before putting another carrot in her mouth. I stole one and dipped it in her ranch before biting. Benjamin Cruz asked me out today. I continued staring ahead like I was watching whatever show she had on. Benjamin, she asked, Benjamin Cruz? The hockey star? The one that doesn't date or talk or look at anything that isn't a hockey puck or stick? I forced a laugh. He's not that bad. You've talked to him before.
Yeah.
For a few seconds at a time. I can't imagine trying to hold a conversation with him since I know nothing about his sport. She made him sound like some sort of robot. Is that what people really thought about him? I'd never given it much thought. I never had a reason to until now. Well, I told you I ran into him at the coffee shop. We had a good talk then, and we ran into each other a few more times on campus. When I saw him today, he asked me to get dinner. I made up the last bit and told myself I'd have to text him later to make sure he was free. The committee told us to be seen and to be in public. Might as well get started now. I thought he didn't date, she said before tossing another carrot into her mouth. He hasn't, I corrected, thinking of the point Mrs. Ellis made. People could change. So he's gone this long without dating a single girl, but now that you're newly single, he's breaking that rule? She started smiling. Seems like he's had a crush on you for quite a while. My cheeks warmed, and I nodded. Yes, that was a conclusion some people might draw. I was just somehow worthy of breaking the strict rule that he'd had for the last 4 years. Maybe we could use that. Would he be willing to say he's harbored a crush? It would add some credibility to our story. Whit's grin turned mischievous. Oh, I can't wait until he hears. He's going to flip. I was hoping something like that would help it, too, but there was little to no chance of me being a witness to it. Hopefully, it would cause enough of a scene to make it back to us. Or he wouldn't care because he was happily engaged to the little homewrecker. Are you sure you want to get into anything with him? The semester's almost over, and he's going to be leaving. You're going to be leaving. I wasn't so sure about that part. I mean, yes, I would be leaving campus, but I had no idea where I would be going. It's just pizza or whatever. It's not like we're in a committed relationship. She narrowed her eyes. You aren't the casual type, and I'm betting Mr. Cruz isn't either. If he's waited this long to ask a girl on a date, then you must be something special. If she only knew. I'm just saying, I'm trying to think about right now. This moment. I don't want to overthink or expect anything. Talking with Benjamin has been fun. It's been nice. And I think that we'll both enjoy tonight. I don't want to have to think about anything beyond that. Fair enough. I reached for another carrot, but she swatted my hand. Don't get full on these. You have a date to get ready for. It's only 2. How long do you think it takes me to get ready? Well, this isn't just a normal date. This isn't an established relationship you've been in for 4 years. This is new and sparkly and exciting. You should go take a bath and use some of your expensive salts and balms and do a deep conditioning treatment and shave your legs, and repaint your nails and curl your hair and put on makeup. The whole shebang. Or whole 10 yards. She paused. Wait. That's a football term. What's a hockey one I can say? The whole ice. She dragged out the word. No, the whole rink? The whole ice atop. She twisted her lips. I think I'm going to need to do research if you keep hanging out with him. I laughed and got up. Don't get ahead of yourself. Let's just see how tonight goes. I went into my room and closed the door, leaning against it with a sigh. She was a bit suspicious, but so far, she was going along. That was all I could hope for. Her suggestion of taking all afternoon to get ready was a bit over the top, but I might listen just to burn time and keep myself from spilling anything to her. Plus, she was right in her own way. This was shiny and new. This wasn't date number 1000 with the guy that I'd been seeing since I was 18. This was a first date. My first date in years. And even though it was fake, it didn't mean I couldn't treat it like one. I texted Benjamin to double-check about going out tonight, then went into my bathroom and filled up the tub. He was on time. He was actually on time. I think this was a first. I normally ended up having to wait 20 or 30 minutes, sometimes even an hour, for him to show up. But Benjamin was here, and it was 7 o'clock on the dot. Whit's eyebrows wagged as I walked to the front door, and she gave me 2 thumbs up. When I opened it, I almost gasped like we were in some cheesy movie. He looked so good. Good? That wasn't doing him justice. He was handsome. Classy. Sexy. I guess I wasn't the only one that put in more effort tonight. I was so used to seeing him in sweats or warm-ups, something with the team logo on it. I was pretty sure this was the first time I'd seen him in actual jeans and a t-shirt, and he looked good. Really, really good. His hair was a little messy and still damp, and he smelled clean like men's body wash, but it wasn't overpowering. He hadn't soaked himself in some sort of disgusting body spray. Hi, I said, sounding shy even to myself. What was wrong? This was Benjamin. My friend. This wasn't a real date. Hey. He smiled and took in my outfit. You look beautiful. I was just wearing jeans and a tank top. I didn't want to go too fancy, but the way he was looking at me made me feel like I was wearing a ball gown. Thank you. You look really nice too. I fought the urge to check him out. Again. You kids have fun. Whit called from the living room. Benjamin stepped far enough in to see her and waved. Thanks, Whitney. Don't have her out too late. She has class in the morning. She attempted to sound stern but ended up laughing. He chuckled. I'll have her back at a decent hour, I promise. I hoped not. Where had that thought come from? We were going to dinner. That was it. We were going to be seen, then we could leave. Simple. Easy.
Bye.
Whit, I called and shut the door behind us before she could say anything else embarrassing. So where are we headed? I asked as we started down the stairs. I was trying to think of something close to campus where we were guaranteed to see students. I nodded. That's what I was thinking too. There's the pizza place, the Italian place, or we could get burgers over at the diner. He offered the same options I'd been thinking about. The Italian place was a bit too fancy. Students only went there on special occasions, and the diner was usually packed with students after events or sporting games, but there was nothing going on tonight to draw a crowd. I think the pizza place is our best bet, but you probably know better than I do. He wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
It will probably be busy. Is it okay if we walk? I don't have a car. He didn't sound embarrassed like some of the other guys sometimes did, but having a car was not that common. West Penn had so many of the essentials on campus and within walking distance that it wasn't really necessary. It's a nice night. I'd rather walk anyway. We got to the sidewalk, and I nearly jumped when his hand slid into mine. I stared down at it, mesmerized by the feel of someone else's skin against mine. For a second, it felt wrong. We didn't fit the same way. It was like putting the wrong shoe on, but I pushed those thoughts out of my head. No comparing. No thinking about him. It wasn't wrong. It was different. In fact, it didn't feel bad. His hand was warm, without being clammy or sweaty. His fingers were long and lean, so they didn't squish mine. Not like his did. Actually, this was a lot better. We crossed the street, and I began to notice more and more students walking. This was a good idea, I said. More chances to be seen. He cringed but nodded. Thanks again for doing this. I know it's not exactly normal. But honestly, I can't think of anyone else I would rather. He trailed off, and I ducked my head to hide my smile. I'm not sure that there are very many other people I would do this for. So why are you doing it? I mean, you told me earlier, but I still can't wrap my head around why you would do this for me. You don't owe me anything, and I'm not sure how I can ever repay you. We stopped at the crosswalk, waiting for the light to change. I'm not doing it so you'll owe me anything. I offered because you don't deserve what's happening. And I know that's not in my control. But if there's anything I can do to help, I want to do it. We might not know each other well, at least until recently, but I do know that you're a good person. You're genuine and kind and honest. I looked down at our hands and smiled. You're making me sound like a much better man than I am. I shook my head. I've never heard anyone say a single bad thing about you. I know you're just trying to do your best. I know how much you care about your team. You put them before yourself. You're one of the good ones. I didn't want that to sound like, oh, you're a nice guy, but when it came down to it, it was the truth. You really think that? It wasn't a question. He was gazing down at me, stunned. I nodded. It's who you are. His jaw clenched. Thank you. We fell into a comfortable silence for a few minutes as we made our way to the restaurant. As expected, the patio seating was crowded, and there was a cluster of people waiting for tables. I'll go put our name on the list, he offered before stepping away. Eyes were on us, some following him, while others stayed on me. This was good. It was what we were here for, but it was still unnerving. I was single and free to date. It was just strange to be out with a different guy. Strange and exciting and just a little bit frightening. It should only be about 10 minutes, Benjamin said as he came to stand next to me. I faced him, mostly so I didn't have to see our audience. They've already noticed us. He glanced over my head, keeping his soft smile in place. Well, this is incredibly creepy. Are we just supposed to pretend like we don't see their phones pointed at us? I nodded. Yes, it's an unwritten rule. Always ignore the phones and cameras. He smirked at my mock-serious tone. Mrs. Ellis didn't do much in the way of training for me. I'm glad you're an expert. Oh yes. I've studied the art of being a public figure for 4 years. That's actually my major. He chuckled. What an interesting field. I wasn't aware that was even an option. Do you think it's too late to switch? I offered a sympathetic frown. Unfortunately, it's incredibly difficult to get into. I see. He took a step to the side so we were both facing away from our audience and put his arm over my shoulder. How long is it supposed to take for us to go viral? I bobbed my head. Well, carry the 2. Adjust for it being a weeknight. I think news will spread by tomorrow morning. So slow, he'd sked. It's the campus Wi-Fi. His body shook next to mine, and I gave in to the laughter I was holding back. This was too easy. Too comfortable. All my nerves were gone. Being with Benjamin was effortless.
Chapter 12 Benjamin. We should give them something to talk about, I whispered, and when she met my eyes, I lifted my hand over the table and reached for hers. There. We were holding hands for the whole world, or restaurant, to see. There were a few audible gasps, and I had to fight to keep a straight face. Will that hurry things along? Her lips twitched, but she didn't break. By at least a few hours. I hesitated and squeezed her hand, leaning in so I wouldn't be overheard. Is this supposed to be our first date? She pinched her lips together and hummed. Probably not our first, maybe first public one? We can say we've been talking and hanging out but keeping it quiet for the last week or two. That sounded good to me. It added a layer of believability rather than us just appearing, which was what we were doing. I guess if anyone saw us at the cafe or on campus before now, they'll back it up. Not that we need validation. Her easy smile helped me relax, and I leaned back. People will talk no matter what. I'm sure there are already people claiming to know we were together. Whit will probably have a summary of what's being said on all the major platforms by the time we get back. How bizarre. Did people really care that much about what strangers were doing? My circle was pretty tight, and if any of them had questions about me and Grace, they would text me. I couldn't imagine talking about someone else's life on the internet. Then again, I didn't have social media, at least none that I ran, so I didn't really understand how it worked. Maybe there was a draw to strangers' lives I missed. Nick managed a few accounts so I could build a following, but he kept it strictly about hockey. Eventually, I might take over and make it more personal, but I doubted it. I survived this long without knowing what people were saying about me, and I could go the rest of my life in ignorance. The only opinions that mattered to me were my coaches, parents, and closest friends. Even then, sometimes I had to brush it off. It wasn't my business what anyone else thought about me. That was on them. I really can't imagine. She tightened her grip for a moment. You don't have to worry about it. I'll take care of that side of our relationship. Because that's what you did before? I didn't want to treat her like her ex did. She deserved so much better. Well, I'm used to it. Do you enjoy it? I wanted to know, not only to have another reason to despise Chris, but I wanted to understand her more. Her free hand went to her other arm, and she rubbed over the same section like she was deep in thought. It can be like a drug. The attention and compliments bring a high, and you feel on top of the world. Then someone will say something mean, and it can all come crashing down and leave you feeling horrible for days. I try to ignore the hate and delete those comments, but it still gets to me from time to time. She paused and rubbed again. I used to like it because I thought we were being real. I thought we were showing how a college relationship can work. Yes, he wanted the photos edited and whatever, but it was us. Our lives. The behind the scenes of what everyone saw, off the field. But now? Now, I feel like a liar. A fake. No better than all the other people that only show their best lives. The perfect moments. She pulled her hand from mine and stared at her lap. You didn't know. He's the liar and the fake. She nodded, but I could tell she didn't agree. You were posting your truth. You were sharing your reality and life through your eyes. You can't take responsibility for his deception. She closed her eyes for a few seconds before looking up at me. You're right. I didn't think of it like that. If you don't want to post about us, you don't have to. I can have Nick do it, or I can hire someone. She waved me off. No, I want to. This might not be real, but it's mine. It's my choice. I want to control my story again. This wasn't real. I had to remember that because in moments like this, it felt more than staged. It felt like a date. With a woman I liked. As a friend. Because I didn't date. I put hockey first. I didn't allow distractions. I couldn't put her first, and she deserved far more than that. This was fake. A waiter came over and took our order before warning us it might be a longer than normal wait. No problem, I assured him before he left. That meant more time getting to know Grace. I just wasn't sure where to start. I hadn't made a new friend in a long time, not one who I cared to know beyond casual conversations. Should I just jump into it? Was that unnatural? Should I get to know her through normal conversations? That could take forever. I wasn't really the type to waste time. What did you want to be when you were little? She let out a surprised laugh. A princess. Like one from Disney, or just a royal? She tilted her head like she was really considered it. Belle was always my favorite because she had brown hair too. But I think it was more of a general desire to live in a castle, wear big dresses, and have lots of ponies. I grinned. Those are solid reasons. Do you still like ponies? Or horses? Not so much. She squeezed my hand. What about you? What did you want to be? I didn't hesitate. A hockey ninja. Ah. Of course, the honorable hockey ninjas. Well, it seemed like the best of both worlds. Playing hockey and kicking bad guys' butts. Clearly. Her eyes sparkled, and I quickly came up with another question. If you could get rid of any month, which one would you pick? It was random, but she didn't miss a beat. August. It's hot, and there aren't any holidays. Solid reasoning. What about you? I loved that she was going along with this silly game. It made this whole stage date plan feel real. June. It's the end of the season. Makes sense. Do you snore? I burst out laughing, caught off guard. No, but I've been told I talk in my sleep when I'm really, really tired. Do you? I don't know. No one has ever told me I have. I didn't want to think about that too much, so I moved on. What does your family call you? Smalls. I didn't have a big growth spurt until I was 14. I was 5 foot until then. That's not a bad one. It was pretty cute actually. What was yours? She picked up her glass and took a sip of water. 14. That was my jersey number growing up. I was used to my coaches calling me that, so I responded anywhere we were. She nearly spit out the water. You would respond to 14 over your name? I shrugged. It was a weird reaction. Did you parents ever use your first and middle name when you were in trouble? Or first and last? Her eyes widened. Oh yeah. When I heard Gracie, I knew to start preparing excuses or apologies. Exactly, I would hear my name, but when I heard 14, it was usually from a coach needing my attention or yelling at me. So if I want to get your heart racing, I should call you 14, she teased. All she had to do was look at me and my heart raced. Every time she smiled at me, I thought it was going to burst from my chest. Friends. Stay focused. What's the most ridiculous thing you would have in your house if money wasn't a factor? Oh, that was a good one. It took me a second to come up with an answer. Besides an ice rink? A stone oven for cooking pizzas. You? A hot tub in the bathroom. Not a big bathtub. Like a real hot tub. I have a hard time relaxing outside, especially when it's cold. It makes more sense for it to be indoors. We fell into an easy rhythm of taking turns, asking and answering. Most embarrassing style choice, she asked. I cringed, remembering middle school. Bleached hair. Matching shoes and tiny purses. She shook her head. What's a talent most people don't know you have? Crocheting, I admitted. My grandmother taught me while we were in the back seat on the way to my away games and on road trips. I can burp the alphabet. I almost asked her to prove it but wanted to keep up the game. Go to snack food? Sour cream and onion chips. I don't care how stinky they are. You? Trail mix. I used to be a sucker for cookie dough ice cream, but once I got to college, it started making me sick. What animal would you want to be? She asked next. Easy. A dog. She grinned. An otter. I narrowed my eyes. That was a great choice. Dream vacation? England. It's not too much of a culture shock. Plus, it has beautiful cities and country areas. And the history. She sighed wistfully. I've traveled a lot, but we never get to see the city. It was just the arena, hotel, and back. I just want to go and spend a few days wandering. Would you rather have a pet dragon or kraken? I narrowed my eyes, wondering if this was a trick. A kraken can't leave the water. Obviously, I would want a dragon. Her lips quirked. Fine. That one sounded better in my head. I burst out laughing, and she stuck her tongue out at me. It struck me then. I couldn't remember the last time I was this relaxed. I hadn't laughed this much in a long time. I didn't think about the pictures or her ex this whole time. Our pizza arrived, surprising both of us and making us pull our clasped hands apart. Had we been talking for that long? It didn't feel like we'd been here for more than a few minutes. Grace slid a slice onto her plate while subtly glancing around. It's always awkward to try to eat when people are watching. I feel like I'm going to make weird faces or get sauce all over my face. Do you want me to spill first? Distract them so you can eat in peace? Her eyes lit up. You would do that, wouldn't you? I nodded. I can drop a slice on the front of my shirt, jump up, and even stand in front of you while I clean up. As much as I truly appreciate the offer, I think I can manage. Just say the word. I leaned forward and took a bite before realizing how right she was. This was awkward. I had to pinch off a particularly determined string of cheese that refused to break. It was impossible to ignore the phones held up and aimed right at me. Why would anyone want a picture of me eating? What was the point? I almost waved with my mouth full but resisted. On one hand, I was grateful the student population was so predictable and easily distracted, but it was absurd. Look, see that Grace and I were together, then move on. Why were they filming us biting into a slice of pizza? I shook my head, and she set her slice down. What's wrong? I don't get it. Are they waiting for something else to happen? Why are they watching us eat? She didn't bother looking around. She could probably feel the eyes like I could. Honestly, it's never been like this before. They usually look, get their fill, and move on. I'm not used to it lasting this long. Great. So this was going above and beyond the normal level of weird. Just ignore them, she said through a smile. That was the best plan I could think of, too, so we ate while sneaking looks at each other. At first, I thought she was feeling awkward, but she locked eyes with me and let a long string of cheese fall down her chin, and I caught on. She was trying to make me laugh. I crossed my eyes and took an enormous bite, making her giggle while dabbing her face with a napkin. We went back and forth, silently trying to outdo the other by being ridiculous and silly. Things with her were so easy. So fun. Moments that should be unbearably awkward slipped by unnoticed because of her. Thank you, I mouthed as we finished, and I paid the check. She winked and started to stand. I jumped up and offered her my hand. An idea struck, and I hoped she wouldn't react poorly. We took a step away from the table and moved in next to each other. I kissed her on the temple, and she smiled up at me. She wasn't pulling away or telling me I crossed a line. She reached up, putting her hand on my cheek and raised on her toes. Before I could ask what she was doing, her lips pressed against mine. The kiss only lasted a second or two before she pulled back, but it was perfect. Hopefully they caught that. She rested her head on my shoulder, wrapping her hands around my arm and cuddling close. Right. Everyone was still watching us. We kissed because we're a couple. She was making this believable. It didn't mean anything more than that.
Chapter 13, Grace. Life was moving and fast forward. I blinked, and a week passed. Benjamin and I had seen each other every single day, even if it was just in passing on campus, a quick hug between classes. The typical pressures that existed in relationships, wondering if something was wrong when he was quiet, or if he was blowing me off when he didn't have time to talk, weren't there. It wasn't because he didn't need to explain, since we weren't actually dating. It was because this man actually knew how to communicate. He texted me in the morning with a plan for his day. If he was going to only be able to see me between classes, he would let me know and even apologize for not being able to make more time available, even though I wasn't really his girlfriend. It was one of the reasons that held him back from dating in general. He never wanted to make anyone feel less than or inadequate, like they weren't his top priority. But that wasn't feasible right now, and he was upfront with that. I didn't mind. I was used to following my ex around, being where he needed me to be. Even if that meant sitting alone in the stands while he was at practice or taking notes while he was on a call with his agent. It felt like I was always waiting around on him. At the time, I hadn't minded because it still counted as spending time together, right? Now it was different. I was different. I knew better. Benjamin made me feel appreciated, valued, and seen. Even if all I got was a quick hug and check-in before he was running on to his next class or practice. That told me more about my previous relationship than the lies or cheating. This was how I should be treated. This was a man who respected me and my time. His effort was more meaningful than an hour spent sitting next to each other on a couch, rewatching football plays for the 18th time. Sure, there was more time physically spent together with my ex, but looking back, we were worlds apart. When was the last time my ex sat and talked with me, not to me but with me? When was the last time he'd asked me questions just for fun? Just to get to know a different side of me? Sure, he knew my favorite color and favorite flower, for when my birthday or our anniversary came around, but he never thought to ask my thoughts or opinions on matters. He didn't stop to take interest in the novel I was reading, what movie I was looking forward to coming out, or the family traditions my parents started when I was young. Benjamin did. He had a new question for me every time he saw me. In just a week, it felt like he knew me better than almost anyone. Simply because he listened and he tried. He made the effort. It was both terrifying and confusing. What are you planning on wearing tonight? Whit walked into my room, shoving the door open with her hip and carrying 2 drinks and a bag of chips. She set everything down on my desk before making herself comfortable on my bed. I don't know yet, I said without facing her. So you're just in here, staring at your closet? I realized I was standing in front of the open doors with my hand on a hanger, but I wasn't actually looking at what was in front of me. I was thinking about Benjamin and comparing him and Chris, even though I shouldn't. I didn't want to look back on my last relationship as a total waste of time. I didn't want to only remember the bad. There was a reason he and I were together for 4 years. I'd loved him. Yes, he was flawed, but I wasn't perfect either. What we had worked in its own way. But then again, being on this side of things, I was able to see that I wasn't really happy. I was content and comfortable. I was playing a role I was familiar with, but I'd lost myself. Obviously, I'd lost track of what I wanted. Of my own goals. Now I was free to do whatever I wanted, but I had no idea what that was. When was the last time I stopped and thought about what I wanted and needed from life? What would make me happy? What would bring me joy? I didn't know anymore. Hello? Grace? You can't go out wearing that. Whit waved a hand at me. I was wearing shorts and an oversized t-shirt I'd gotten for participating in a fundraising race. I'm well aware. This isn't my first time attending parents' night. The school invited the athletes' parents every year for a big dinner and awards ceremony, with entertainment and slideshows. The coaches would get up and rave about the players, so the parents had more material. More bragging rights when they got home. I'd been to 3. But this night was a little different. It was specifically for seniors. More than the average banquet, it was a gala, a black tie affair. Men were expected to wear suits or tuxes, and women nice dresses. You can look through my closet if you need to, Whit offered. I might have to. I've worn all of these a few times. I wasn't exactly expecting to go to this. It was one of the upsides to the breakup. No more stupid sports functions. Then, surprise. I'm dating another athlete. Come on. She jumped up and led me to her room, swinging up in her closet and pushing her clothes back to reveal several floor-length gowns from swanky events she's had to attend. "Are you sure you really want to go? You do realize that he's going to be there?" That was the first thought I had when Benjamin asked me to attend a few days ago. Well, my first thought was he wants me to meet his parents? Then the realization that my ex was going to be there, with his parents. Oh, and his fiancée, who was not me. This was going to be the first time we would be in the same room since the breakup. I managed to avoid him on campus, but I knew my luck would run out eventually. And tonight, it had. There was a small chance I could avoid him, but that was pushing fate, and I had a feeling we were overdue. I wanted to do this. I needed to show everyone I was okay. Plus, I'd have Benjamin with me, and that was the only thing that made me think I would survive. "I know. I've got this." She ignored me and looked through the options. "How about this one?" She pulled out a navy blue gown and held it up. "It could use more sparkle," I teased her, laying on my accent. She liked to tease me about my pageant days from back when I was a kid, but it wasn't like I had any control over that. I was too little to protest. I enjoyed getting dressed up and fussed over. "Try it on," she said with an eye roll. I tossed my shirt to the ground and stepped into the dress, pulling it up and over my hips, then turned so it could zip me in. "I got to admit, the hot pink sports bra really adds to it," she teased. I laughed and turned to face the mirror. It was pretty and fit well enough, and I didn't exactly have time to waste. "I'll take it," I said with a nod and picked up the fabric at my knees to walk back to my room. "If you need shoes, let me know," she called to me. I hurried through the motions of getting ready. It was almost an automatic process of doing my makeup and hair and then putting on my accessories. It wasn't until I was looking at myself in my full-length mirror, I realized I did my hair the way he liked. I did my makeup the way he liked. I stared at my reflection, wondering what, if anything, I should change. What did I like? "Hey, Whit?" I called, and she came into the room. "Oh, you look pretty," she said as she stood behind me, then frowned. "What's wrong?" "I look like his girlfriend." Somehow, she understood. She didn't need to ask. "Okay, so what would you change?" I shook my head. "I'm not sure." My curls bounced, catching my attention. I rocked my head, making them bounce again. "He always wanted your hair down, right?" She didn't wait for me to confirm. "Why don't we try this?" She finger-combed my hair into a low ponytail before twisting it, letting a few loose strands out to frame my face. "What do you think?" With my hair pulled back, the one-shoulder neckline design stood out. I looked more refined, mature. Like me. I love it. Good. Now hold on. She dropped her hands, letting the curls fall again before running to the bathroom and coming back with her hands full. She set everything down on my desk next to her forgotten snack. "Come over here." She waved me over and repeated the process of pulling my hair back, making sure a few curls fell. My hair looked effortless rather than perfect. She pinned and tucked before stepping back and nodding her approval. "I like this." I stared at my reflection. I never would have done something like this for a big event before. "Me too." "Okay, what else?" she said to herself. She studied my face while I tried to decide if I liked my makeup or if it was just habit. He always wanted me to look done up, a full face with a smoky eye and lipstick just a bit darker than my natural color. It looked great and worked well with the dress, but it didn't feel right. She spun me around with their hands on my shoulders. "Do you trust me?" "With my life." I smiled. She reached for a wipe and took a step toward me. "Close your eyes." I cringed internally as she wiped at my eyes and cheeks and finally my lips. All my hard work was gone. Moments later, I felt a brush on my face. She was blending something in, then she applied something to my lips. Eyes were last. I was nervous when she told me to open my eyes and look, but I peeked and then smiled. I looked more like myself. Natural. She left my winged liner but took off the eyeshadow. Added a bit of bronzer instead of my blush. Then, finished it with a pretty shade of pinkish red lip stain that wasn't too severe. You're a miracle worker. She admired her work in the mirror. I've always wanted to try this look on you but never had the chance. It's much more subtle, I said, turning my face from side to side. Just plays up your natural beauty and makes your eyes pop and your skin glow. But that's all you, baby. I turned and hugged her. Thank you. Now I couldn't wait for the run-in that was bound to happen tonight. Benjamin borrowed his parents' rental car to pick me up and drive us to the hotel where the gala was taking place. He held my hand the whole way and stopped just long enough to hurry around the car and open my door before the valet could. Are you ready? He asked as we climbed the few steps up to the entrance. I drew in a breath. This wasn't just about seeing my ex and his family again. I was meeting Benjamin's family for the first time. Under less than normal circumstances. They know, right? I had to double-check one last time. Yes, they know what's going on. He hadn't wanted to lie to them, and I fully supported having them in on our ruse. I would feel terrible tricking them, even more than our closest friends. There you are. A middle-aged woman with blonde hair, wearing a long black gown, waved to us from the lobby. Benjamin led us toward her, and I noticed the man she was with. He was Benjamin, just older and with a dash of gray in his hair. Handsome and tall and grinning at us. Mom, Dad, this is Grace Burns, he introduced as we approached. Grace, this is Sandra and Michael, my parents. His dad offered me his hand, and I shook it. Nice to meet you finally, Grace. You too, Mr. Cruz. Oh, come here. His mom pulled me in for a hug, and it took me a second to catch up, putting my arms around her as well. Thank you so much. For helping him. For believing him. She pulled back and smiled up at me. You are every bit as beautiful as he said. I knew I was blushing but couldn't stop it. There were a million ways this introduction could have gone, and I pictured them all, but being so warmly and openly accepted? I could have only hoped for that. Are you ready to head inside? Michael asked. Let's do this, Benjamin said with a sigh. We joined the crowd heading into the ballroom, and Sandra waved at us. I want to find the Clarksons. I didn't get back to them about graduation, Sandra said before taking Michael's hand and leading them away. Benjamin and I shared a glance before taking in the room. It was much less crowded than the normal athlete award nights, since it was only seniors, but it still felt overwhelming. Should we find our table? I asked, mostly as a distraction. Sure. He slipped his hand in mine, leading the way through tables while we read the small name cards. Benjamin, a voice called, and I looked up to see Reed leading a group toward us. As he got closer, his focus moved to me and his lips curved. Grace, it's nice to see you. You too. I smiled back. I knew the seniors from the hockey team from running in the same circles, and up until this whole twisted turn of events, I knew Reed the best. Hi, Hunter. Ethan, how are you? They said hello before introducing me to their girlfriends. I knew all about the drama with Reed dating Ethan's sister, but this was my first time meeting her properly. This is Kennedy. Ethan kissed the temple of the beautiful woman on his arm. I recognized her as well, but hadn't met her. Hi, I barely managed to say before Hunter introduced me to Presley. So nice to meet you. I don't think I've met anyone from the women's team yet. Presley waved me off. We've been so busy. I doubt any of us have made a single friend outside of the team. We drifted toward our tables and continued chatting while the room filled. What did you tell them about us? I whispered with a smile in place. He lowered his head next to mine. That you and I have been spending time together, and I asked you to be my date. So this was real to them. Did they believe it? He hesitated. I doubt it, but they didn't say anything to me. Just gave me crap for finally having the guts to ask someone. I chuckled. Sorry. He grinned. It's worth a little teasing. None of them acted suspicious, but this wasn't the best place for confrontations. If any of them did have doubts, at least they were playing along for our benefit. Benjamin stayed by my side, gently touching my back or arm to get my attention, but mostly letting me know he was still there. I was so used to getting ditched the moment we finished taking pictures that this change was surprising. Not that I should have ever assumed Benjamin would be like him. I just didn't know this was even an option, but his friends stayed together with their girlfriends the entire time. As much as I tried to ignore the looks and hushed words that barely missed my ears from the football players that passed, it was impossible. These guys were once my friends. At least, I thought they were. Now I knew the truth. They were loyal to my ex. I was simply the person they had to be nice to. Tolerate. It wasn't fair. I wasn't the cheater. I wasn't the liar. Yet, I was the one on the outskirts. I was being punished. I should have realized what was happening the moment the energy in the room changed. I felt the shift but didn't bother looking around. Maybe the athletic director arrived, or coaches, and people were now on their best behavior, going quiet. But I was wrong. Haley straightened and tugged on Reed's sleeve. They both looked past me, then Benjamin's hand slid from my back to around my waist, almost possessively. Then I knew. He was here. I didn't turn around, but my eyes connected with Presley and she gave me a small nod. He's looking at you. She's showing off her ring, Kennedy continued to narrate. My ring, I said bitterly. I picked it out. The girls gasped, and Benjamin squeezed my hip once. That girl was living my life. Going through the same motions I used to. Playing the exact same role. Didn't she see that? How was she okay with it? Part of me wanted to feel sorry for her, until I remembered that she was sleeping with my boyfriend behind my back for months. If this was the life she wanted, she could have it. I'm going to freshen up. I broke away before anyone could try to stop me. I needed a second to gather myself, maybe catch my breath. I knew they would be here, but it was the first time I'd been in the same room with them. Seeing them for myself. Excuse me, a woman said as I pushed open the door to the women's restroom. Sorry. I stepped back but froze when I realized who it was. My ex's mom. Mallory. The woman I always thought would one day become my mother-in-law. Gracie? She moved back into the restroom, tugging me along. Oh, how good to see you. I've missed you. I stepped out of her reach. This was too much. I loved this woman as my own mother for years, but suddenly we were nothing. No connection. Just someone I used to know. It's good to see you too, Mallory, but I tried to sidestep toward one of the stalls, hoping she'd take that as a sign and leave. Instead, she moved closer. He made a mistake, Gracie. I know it, and you know it. Give him time to realize it, and this will all go back to the way it should. I shook my head. No, it won't. He lied to me. He cheated on me for moths. He probably would have kept it up, even after we got married. He's just going through a phase. Testing his limits. He knows you're the one he belongs with. I hated that we were having this discussion. I hadn't even said these words to her son. He made a mistake. He never should have let you go. What about the affair? That was the mistake. I argued. She waved me off. You know men like him. Men like him? Cheaters? Entitled liars? They stray, but they always come back. No. That wasn't the life or love I wanted. Not now that I knew better. What a relationship could be. It's over. He made his choices. I gave up on her leaving and made my escape. I hurried down the hall and spotted Benjamin still with his friends where I left them. You okay? I took a deep breath and forced away all the messy feelings from that encounter. I felt sick. His mother just excused away his behavior like it was expected. Like it was fine. I wanted to take a shower. I'll be fine. He opened his mouth to say something when Hunter stepped toward us. He's coming over, he warned. Who? Benjamin looked around. Chris. Hunter stared over his shoulder. I do not want to deal with him right now, I whispered. Not tonight. Not after one terrible encounter. Benjamin turned, gently guiding me to stand between Kennedy and Ethan. He stood in front of me, blocking me from his view. I saw him shake his head once and say something, but I couldn't make out of the words. Hunter and Reed stepped up next to him, and a few moments later, they all turned around. He's gone. Benjamin met my gaze with steady resolve. He won't bother you. Thank you. I took a step toward him, and he mirrored me, until we were a foot apart. How could I tell him how much that simple act meant to me? How reassuring, comforting he was. Even though I could take care of myself with my ex, he made it so I didn't have to. He took a tough situation out of my hands, without overstepping. Without causing a scene. Without making things about himself. His hand drifted up my jawline until he was cupping my cheek. You look beautiful tonight. I flinched, thrown off by the compliment. I was expecting a remark about my ex, not for him to look at me like I was the only person in his world. His thumb touched the corner of my lips, and he lowered to place a brief kiss on the spot. My heart cracked. Not breaking, but creating an opening to let him slip in. There was nothing I could do to stop it.
Chapter 14, Benjamin. My body was going through the motions based on muscle memory. It was hard to pay attention during practice when I had so much occupying my mind. Nit called me this morning to let me know that pictures were already circulating of me and Grace. People loved us. They thought we were adorable. Evidently, there were a few, including my parents, that really sealed the deal. I hadn't looked at them yet. I thought that would distract me. But it turned out even the mention of Grace was enough to keep me from being able to focus. It wasn't supposed to be like this. She wasn't supposed to be the first thing I thought of when I woke up, the last thing I thought of when I was falling asleep and consuming the majority of my mental space in between. This relationship was fake. A publicity stunt. Nothing real, no stakes. It shouldn't be anything more than a task to check off my to-do lists each day, making sure we were publicly seen, but it wasn't working out that way. She was different than I expected. And I had a feeling she felt the same way about me. Despite her long-term relationship, she and I were kind of at the same level. She had only experience with her ex, and I had very little experience at all. Neither of us was comfortable with the beginning stages of dating. Neither of us knew how to act. So far, I'd been relying on my instincts. Touching her back or her arm when it felt right. All when I knew people were watching. Kissing her was different. She did it first to get attention and we continued as necessary, but now, it was something I wanted, craved. Cruz. Coach Weston shouted my name. I stopped and turned to see him waving me over. I ignored the looks from the guys as I passed them heading back to the bench. Yeah, coach? He stared at me for a long time, then narrowed his eyes. Where's your head right now, kid? Kid? He hadn't called me that since freshman year. I pulled off my helmet. Sorry, coach. There's just a lot going on. I'm well aware of that, but it's never affected your game. Not until today. He was right. Up until now. I hadn't let any of the drama follow me into the arena. But I wasn't able to shake it today. Nit called me this morning, and I guess it just got me thinking. Look, I know this is difficult for you. You have a lot going on. But when you're here, I need you to be here. All of you. I gave him a single nod. Yes, coach. He looked past me, dismissing me. Go change. I want everyone in the weight room in 10. I stepped past him and headed into the locker room to take off my gear, and the rest of the guys followed a few moments behind me. No one said anything to me. Not directly, but I could feel the weight of the guys' stares, as if they were waiting for an explanation. Did I owe them one? One off day of practice. It wasn't like I cost us a game. I'd never let that happen. I waited until most of the team was gone, knowing Hunter, Ethan, and Reed were waiting for privacy, and as soon as the last guy left, they made their way over. "What's going on, man?" Reed asked as he dropped onto the bench beside me. "This is all just more than I expected." "Grace," he clarified. "Yeah." I caught myself before revealing the truth. I wasn't expecting so much attention so soon. Ethan crossed his arms over his chest. "Is it really about the attention and the pictures of you guys going around, or is this about the fact that you have real feelings for her?" I snapped my eyes to him. "What are you talking about?" He just smiled. "I knew it. I knew you really liked her, and now you're scared." There was no use in arguing. I wasn't a good liar. These guys knew me too well. No. I wasn't expecting to have real feelings so soon. We were barely even friends a few weeks ago. But somehow, it feels like she's been in my life forever. "So what's the problem?" Hunter asked. "This isn't real," I admitted. I hadn't wanted to tell them the full truth, but there was no way I could keep it from them anymore. I needed people to confide in, more than just my parents. "What do you mean it's not real?" Reed asked. All of them were watching me with varying levels of confusion. The committee suggested that I date someone to draw attention away from the stupid fake pictures and any accusations that might come up. They thought focusing on me having a new relationship would stop any rumors. "Knew it." Reed nudged Ethan. "You owe me $20. And you both owe me 100. Hunter clapped. "What are you guys talking about?" We had bet between us about what was really going on. This one that said it was a publicity stunt. Ethan pointed to Reed. He shrugged. "I wanted to support you too, but it was too soon after her breakup for anything to be real." Ethan was the only one that was hopeful enough to believe that you and her actually had a real thing going on. Hunter leaned over and smacked Ethan's back. "I was the one that said it was fake, but you would actually fall for her." "Nice. So my best friends were betting against me. When did you figure it out? Had more people guessed? What if we weren't fooling anyone?" "We had our suspicions, but of course, we didn't know for certain until you told us," Reed answered. "Why didn't you say anything?" "Because you didn't say anything." Hunter glanced to the other two. "We figured there was a reason. So we were just waiting for you to tell us." "Well, thanks for not pushing me. I should have realized sooner they knew me too well to keep this from them. We wanted to make it as real as possible. She hasn't even told her best friend that she lives with, Whit. We were hoping to keep it to ourselves. But my parents know." Reed nodded. "Makes sense. You wouldn't want it to get out." I was grateful that they weren't upset with me. We didn't keep things from each other and I felt horrible about not telling them the whole truth, but it didn't matter now. Plus, it was the only logical explanation since you've been holding yourself to your own rules for the past 4 years. We didn't think you'd randomly break the dating one. Not that Grace isn't worth it. It's just not your style. You would have at least waited until after graduation, Hunter said. None of that really matters at this point, Ethan dismissed. Hunter turned to him. He really likes her. How does that not matter? Because it's not a real relationship, I reminded him. But it doesn't have to be fake. Ethan smirked. You're both single. You're both adults. What's keeping you from making it real? I shook my head. This was the exact path I didn't want to go down. I didn't even want to allow myself to consider this. Grace barely got out of a long-term relationship. She's still figuring out who she is and what she wants. She doesn't want to go from one guy to another, especially one who is on the same track as her ex. Or she's the perfect girl for you because she knows exactly what to expect with you, Reed pointed out. She knows that hockey comes first. She knows that being in a relationship with you includes travel and time away. She was fine with that with Chris. Why wouldn't she be fine with you? See, this is exactly what I didn't want to think about. I groaned. Because her experience dating an athlete in a similar position as me and being okay with it wasn't a reason why we wouldn't work. It was a huge reason why we would. You guys know me. You know how important it is to keep hockey my top priority. Absolutely nothing can come before that, and I don't want to be in a relationship where I can't put her first. Ethan cocked his head. You do realize that there's the possibility of finding balance. We've all figured it out. I wanted to agree with him. But I'd seen the looks of disappointment on Kendall, Haley, and Presley's faces when they've been turned down because of practice or away games or team training for the third time that week. And they all knew going into the relationship what it would be like. I didn't want to do that to Grace. I didn't deserve her. Her ex certainly didn't deserve her. She belonged with someone who would worship her. Who would treat her like a queen. Someone that would be willing to sacrifice himself for her needs, and I wasn't that man. What if you wait to tell her how you feel until after the draft? Reed suggested, leaning forward. That's 3 months away. Exactly. It's only 3 months. You can make it that long. The other two nodded, agreeing with him. I don't think we're going to make it that long. I hated saying that aloud. Making myself admit it to myself. Is there an end date to this? Ethan asked. We haven't really discussed that. I doubt the committee had thought that far ahead. But I don't think it will go beyond graduation, especially since neither of us knows where we're going after. I'm just saying you're more capable than you think you are, Reed said with a hint of annoyance. You don't give yourself enough credit. You're able to balance a relationship and hockey if you try because, let's be honest, at this point, classes don't really matter. You've passed midterms, and your grades are high enough that you could fail all of your finals and still graduate with a decent GPA. It's not like you really have to prove yourself to scouts or recruiters. They've seen you play for the past 4 years. They know your game. They know how you play. The teams that want you already know that they want you. As long as you finish out the season without any injuries, that's not going to change. So, the rules that you're hiding behind are really just excuses. I'm not hiding behind them. I've had a plan since I was 14 years old. I followed it, and I'm so close to reaching my goal. I can't let anything get in the way now. Why didn't they see that? If there was anyone in the world that could understand, it was the three of them. Plans can change, Reed pushed. You've done it, Benjamin. You might not have the offer letter yet. But you've done it. You will be drafted. Everyone in America knows that. It's not even a debate if it will be in the first or second round. We all know first round top 10, so stop hiding behind your plan, your rules, or your expectations. You're allowed to want more. That doesn't make you greedy, shallow, distracted, or whatever label you've put on it. You're allowed to be the all-star rookie and have a relationship. A personal life. We haven't been able to convince you for the past 4 years to loosen up. We haven't been able to convince you to leave campus more often. To make more friends or expand your boundaries. And we get that you've dedicated your heart and soul to the sport and it's paid off, but now it's your turn. It's your time to relax a little and think about what it is you want. If you truly want to be alone, to be single, for the majority of your career, that's fine as long as that's what you want. We'll support you. But if you really want to give things a chance with Grace, now's the time. Don't let her think this is all fake to you. Don't make the mistake of staying silent and losing her. Neither of you know what the future holds. Neither of you know where you'll end up this fall, but I can guarantee that you won't be together. Not if you don't take a chance. It's not like you're asking for a commitment from her. Just be honest. Let her know where you stand. She might not be ready for another relationship, and that's fine. She might not want to get involved with another athlete, but at least you'll know you gave her the chance to make a choice as well. But denying her that is just as messed up as trying to convince yourself of this lie. I stared at Reed for a long time. I was pretty sure that was the most he's said at a single time, ever. He wasn't the type to rant or rave. Apparently, when I wasn't looking, my friends all turned into relationship gurus. I wished I had a counterargument for them. But everything they said was true, especially Reed. I really hated him saying that if I didn't tell her, I was taking a choice away from her. That was the last thing I wanted to do to anyone, let alone someone I cared about. Maybe that was the only answer I needed. I cared about her enough to lay all the truth in front of her and risk rejection. But I couldn't deny her the opportunity to choose. I'll talk to her. I barely managed to whisper. I wasn't sure when, but eventually, I would. Once I had enough thoughts put together and gathered the courage, I would tell her how I felt. Or I wouldn't. There was always a chance I'd chicken out and go on with my plans. Stick to my rules. Put my team first and deal with the consequences later, knowing that I hadn't let my teammates down. If that's what it came down to, my teammates or myself, I wasn't sure whose needs I should put first. As a captain and a leader, there was one obvious answer. As a man, I was conflicted.
Chapter 15, Grace. Banging on the front door interrupted me pretending to do homework while watching a reality show Whit left on before she went to class. I stared at the door, debating whether or not I could ignore it. No one had told me they were coming over, and Benjamin was at practice for the next few hours. I turned back to the TV, but the banging started again. I heaved a sigh as I got up and sauntered over. I peered through the peephole on the door and saw him, he who shall not be named because he was unworthy of me wasting my breath, standing in front of my door like he actually expected me to answer it. I didn't owe him anything, least of all my time. He already wasted enough of that. Go away. I shouted through the door. He looked up. Gracie, I need to talk to you. No, you don't. Go away. He was crazy. There was no way I was speaking another word to him. Ever. Please let me in. I really need to talk, he pleaded. I knew that voice though. He was trying to manipulate me. Sounding like he was truly sad or remorseful or desperate. Nope. Been through that before. There is nothing left to say. Your actions have spoken more than enough to fill me in on how you really felt about me. I'm not leaving until we talk.
Ha!
Like he was in a position to make demands. Well, get comfortable. I went back to the couch, turning up the volume of the TV. He continued banging, and I ignored him. He could throw the biggest tantrum of his life, and I wasn't opening the door. Nothing good could come from having a conversation with him. The only possible outcome was me getting upset, and there was a high chance of tears, and I didn't want that. I was having a fine day. I wouldn't let him ruin it. And who was he, giving orders and trying to see me when I had no interest in seeing him? I didn't have to. He didn't know this version of me. The one I was working on becoming. Just because I'd been compliant in our relationship, their perpetual yes, girl didn't mean it needed to continue. I knew better now. I had a growing idea of my own self-worth. Something that took our breakup for me to realize. My phone started ringing, and I glanced down long enough to see his name. I rejected the call. Then immediately blocked his number. Gracie, don't do this. Please. Let's talk. I turned up the volume even more, knowing it would probably drive my neighbors insane, but they could deal with it for a few minutes. If it was enough to get him to leave. He was banging so hard on the door, some of the glasses in the kitchen started shaking. But I kept staring straight ahead, fixing my attention on whatever silly drama was taking place in the show. I hadn't been paying close enough attention to actually know what was going on, but it didn't matter. It was the principle of the thing. I would not give him the satisfaction of opening that door. Gracie, please. It's an emergency. An emergency? What could that possibly mean? There was no fire. No natural disasters. It's not like he could make up a surprise pregnancy. One of the perks of being a woman. Whatever he had to say would make him feel better. I didn't need that in my life. I deserved respect. I deserved someone that listened to me. Not just to hear my words, but to learn about what I thought and believed, what I wanted and hoped for, even if I didn't really know for myself yet. Benjamin was turning out to be a better boyfriend than he ever was. And we weren't even technically really dating. Gracie, open the door. I ignored him until I heard more voices outside that turned into yelling. I turned down the volume on my TV a bit and listened. The shouting continued, so I went back to the door to listen. One of my neighbors, Chelsea, was yelling at him, telling him to leave and to quit harassing me, or she'd call the police.
Aww.
I would have to bake some cookies and walk them over to her later. He was still refusing to go. Another door opened, and the neighbor across from me stepped outside. I actually felt a little guilty for disrupting everyone. Great. He was going to win because I was too much of a people pleaser. I unlocked the door and slowly opened it. The conversation stopped. He and Chelsea looked at me. Sorry, Chelsea. I'll talk to him so he goes away. You don't have to do that. She took a step toward me, putting herself between me and him. You don't owe him anything. You don't have to say anything to him. I didn't have a conversation with her about my breakup, and I wasn't sure if Whit told her, but maybe she put the pieces together. She had a prime view of our relationship. She likely saw him coming and going almost daily, up until the night we broke up. She probably realized that he was cheating on me this whole time when their engagement was announced. Plus, she was right. I didn't owe him anything. I shot him a glare. I'll take care of it so he'll leave. I gave her a smile and nodded at the other girl as she closed her door before stepping back into my apartment, and holding the door open long enough for him to come in. What is it? I leaned against the door. I wasn't going any farther into my home with him, and we weren't going to sit down. I refused to offer him anything to eat or drink. All my manners went out the window, but I was pretty sure Mama would understand. We were going to have this chit-chat right here. Then he was going to leave. He glanced around as if to see if anything had changed in the past few weeks. You look good, he finally said. I put my hands on my hips and stared him down. What do you want? He dropped his head. I made a mistake, Gracie. He made several, but the first was not calling me by my name. It's Grace, and you're going to have to be more specific. I crossed my arms. He flinched as if I'd physically wounded him. I deserve that. I have made a lot of mistakes. But the worst one was letting you go. Letting me go? That sounds as if I had some intention of leaving, and you gave me permission. I dug my nails into my skin. I needed the distraction to stay calm. What you did was cheat on me this whole year. Then break up with me, only to turn around and get engaged to your mistress a week later. He held up his hands. You're right. You're right. I've been dumb. Stupid. I've done horrible things, and I want to change. I want you back. I let out a laugh, a genuine laugh that made his brows furrow. What makes you think I care about what you want? He frowned. What do you mean? This man? Was he serious? You think if you say you want me back, I'm going to jump on that chance? That we can just go back to the way we were? I lost my composure and let out another giggle at how ridiculous this all was. He didn't like that. You think I'll follow you around like a lovesick girl who has no problem letting you walk all over her? He swallowed. Don't you miss me? I thought about it for a moment. Genuinely considering how I felt, then shook my head. Absolutely not. How can you say that? How can you throw away all we had? For years of being together, and suddenly you don't care. This boy lost his mind. How are you saying that? To me? You're the one that broke up with me. You're the one that ended our relationship. And you're the one that got engaged to someone else a week later. Did you think I would just be waiting around, hoping and praying that one day you would realize the mistakes you made and come running back to me and that I would take you back with open arms? I started laughing again. That was absolutely ridiculous. It was asinine. I have less than zero interest in getting back together with you. Honestly, I don't even want to be having this conversation right now. I'm done wasting my breath, my time, my energy on you. He looked stricken. Who are you? I don't even recognize the woman standing in front of me. Good. I beamed. That means all the work I've been doing is paying off. I don't want to be that person anymore. I don't want to be a trophy wife. Someone waiting around for you. I don't want someone telling me how to dress or how to look. I don't need anyone to tell me what to say or when to smile. How to give off the impression that we're the perfect couple. I have no interest in any of that. I certainly hope your fiancé is ready to fill that role. She's not, he mumbled. And there it was. The real reason he was here. She doesn't want to play your games. I watched as his facade cracked. He was upset. Frustrated. She likes the idea of being an NFL wife, but she doesn't want to do any of the work. Your work. The stuff that you should have paid an assistant for, but instead, expected your girlfriend to do? Like an unpaid intern. His gaze was locked on his shoes. You always seemed like you wanted to help. Maybe at the time I did. I just wanted to make you happy. To ease your burdens, but I see now that you were taking advantage of me. His eyes widened. I didn't mean to. I was blind and stupid. I realize now how much I love you. I can't live without you. No, you can't live without someone doing everything for you, I bit out bitterly. His fiancée had more backbone than I did. But that wasn't the case anymore. Gracie. I narrowed my eyes, and he corrected, Grace, please. What's your plan? You're just going to call off your engagement? Maybe give the ring that I picked out to me while it's still warm from her hand? Sorry about that. He looked down at his feet again. I already had the ring, so I figured I should use it. What an absolute idiot. There was just one thing. One question I had left. I didn't want to ask it, but he was here, and I was fuming. Why her? His eyes lifted to mine. Why not propose to me? If you loved me so much. I did love you. I do still love you, he interrupted. But with Anna, everything felt exciting. It felt like the relationship was meant to happen. Because she's a cheerleader and you're a football player? Please, please don't let his reasoning be that stupid. Well,
Yeah.
it kind of seemed like fate. This was the man I cried over. This was the person I wanted to marry. Spend the rest of my life with? I dodged a bullet, and I'd never been more grateful. This isn't a high school rom-com. This is our real lives, I snapped. Plus, that doesn't explain how you could cheat on me for 7 months and still claim to love me. Why did you break up with me? Why finally end it? She told me she was pregnant, he blurted before taking a breath. I thought the right thing to do was marry her, but then I found out she lied. She wanted me to break up with you and thought that if she told me she was having my baby, she would get what she wanted. She was right. I played right into her plan. Was I supposed to feel sorry for him? So you lost. He cocked his head, and I almost laughed. You got messed up in your own game, and you ended up losing, and you're not happy with that. All the pieces were coming together. It all made sense. Is that why you want me back? No, I genuinely miss you. He searched my face, but I kept my expression neutral. What about me? Not the things I did for you or how easy it was. He glanced away, and I knew he was panicking. What about me personally? He hesitated and started looking around as if the answers were written on the walls. He didn't know. All the things that he could say right now, the sweet lies he could spew, but he didn't have a single thing to say. Exactly. You don't know or care about me as a person. I was just filling a role that you needed. You needed someone to take care of you. Someone to run your errands, get your work turned in, and make excuses for you. I hated that one the most. You needed someone to hold up the light so you could shine. But you never really cared about the person you left in the dark. I won't be that person again. Not for you or anyone. This is because of him. That stupid hockey player. I grinned because he knew his name and just didn't want to say it. You know, part of it is. He showed me what I'm worth. He showed me what I deserve. Which is so much more than you ever gave me. He taught me where my standards need to be. And you fall so short of those. I'm almost mad about how much time I wasted with you. But that's more wasting energy. I can't change it, so I have to just learn my lesson and move on. It's time for you to do the same. I didn't wait for him to come up with a response. I opened the door and waved him out. He stared down at me for a moment. This isn't over, he gritted out as he passed. It is, I promised, before shutting and locking the door. I did it. I stood my ground and didn't cave. Whit would be so proud. Benjamin would be too. It was because of him. Because he made me feel so much more in the few weeks we'd been together. Brave, confident, independent, respected, heard. He showed me what I deserved, not only with his words, but his actions. I shouldn't feel this much for him. Not this fast. It couldn't be real. It was just a fleeting crush. Someone new and exciting. I couldn't lose my head again. Whit asked me after the breakup what it was I loved about him. Not our life, not his career, not his family, him. I was offended. I couldn't believe she doubted my love for him, but now, I saw through the haze. It was the predictability. The future plans. It was knowing exactly who we were together. What my place was. That wasn't love. If anything, it was a job. It was nothing like what I felt thinking about Benjamin. And that was terrifying. We weren't real. It wouldn't last. Not without him giving up his rules and me admitting I wanted more. I wasn't sure which one was less likely.
Chapter 16, Benjamin. If we sit out on the patio, there's more opportunity for people to see us and take pictures. Grace pointed to an open table, and I followed her with our drinks. I was getting more used to having to think strategically like that. Normally, I just wanted to blend in and go unnoticed. Get my food or my coffee in peace and move on with my day. But I couldn't think like that anymore. I was supposed to be seen. I was supposed to be out and about with my girlfriend, who seemed particularly on edge today. Once we sat and she had a chance to take a few sips of her iced coffee, I got to it. You seem different today. She set her drink down and slowly met my eyes. Something happened. Well, that sounded ominous. What? She let out a long sigh. The devil came over yesterday. He did? Discomfort spread through me. Was this jealousy? Or concern? He was acting out of his mind, she whispered, then glanced around and leaned forward. I scooted closer to the table to meet her. He said that breaking up with me was a mistake. That he'll call off his engagement if I take him back. He what? He was trying to get her back? After everything he put her through? What on earth did he think was going to happen? He couldn't just show up at her door and tell her he wanted her back when he was still very much engaged to the woman he cheated on her with. He was insane. What did you say? My heart was pounding. She told him no. Right? I asked him why he did everything. Why he cheated. Why he broke up with me. She snorted. Can you believe this? He thought being with his fiancée was something that he was meant to do. The whole cheerleader/football player stereotype. He thought it was fate. What? This was the guy she dated for 4 years? He threw everything they had away because football players date the cheerleaders in the movies? I guess she doesn't want to play his game. She's not interested in just being his trophy or being his assistant. Not like I was. Her eyes dropped to the table, and I reached over, taking her hand in mine. I gave her a few seconds before asking, "What did you say to him?" I hated that my voice shook, and that this was actually getting to me. I stopped breathing while I waited for a response. She could do whatever she wanted. She'd been with him for 4 years. She'd loved him. She had a future planned with him. I wouldn't get in the way if that was what she really wanted. I told him to get out. She straightened. I told him I didn't want to be with him anymore. That I didn't want to play the role of his perfect little wife. I realized what I deserve. When her eyes locked on mine, I felt something shift. It might sound dramatic, even to me. Too much like a romance novel, but it was the only explanation. Something between us changed. This might be fake, a ruse, a tool to take control of the media's attention, but right now, it felt real. More than it usually did. Things between us went from casual acquaintances to friends to more. We trusted each other. We confided in each other. We could talk about anything and nothing, and it never got awkward. She wanted more from a relationship than what she had before, but was it because of me? Us? You deserve to be treasured, respected, adored, anything and everything you want. I'm glad you didn't take him back, I admitted. She cracked a smile. You are? Yeah. I wanted to make a declaration right then and there, but my phone rang, interrupting the magic of the moment. Sorry. I checked the screen and frowned. It's Nick. Take it. She waved me on and picked up her drink as I answered. Hey, man. Benjamin, how's it going? Fine, I hedged. He didn't normally call me out of the blue to check in. He had news, and I preferred he got to the point. What happened? He chuckled. Well, there's the good and the bad. What do you want first? Neither. I wanted to hang up and pretend he never called. I wanted to exist in this moment with grace and ignore the rest of the world. Just tell me. Fine, so on one hand, things are looking up. The committee really likes the changes in the media's opinion of you. You're a real person rather than this perfect athlete that only lives for hockey. That does make you appealing from a press and social media standpoint for some teams. Since they want players that appeal to the fans, players they can connect with, relate to. Okay. This was the good news, so what else was coming? The bad news is that I got a call from one of the girls claiming to be in the pictures. My heart stopped, and it must have shown because Grace grabbed my hand with wide eyes. What's wrong? One of the girls called, I explained before Nick continued. Are you with the guys or Grace? Grace, I replied. Good. You'll need a moment to process this before you see your team. I closed my eyes and squeezed her hand, trying to prepare for the blow that was coming. She's accusing you of taking advantage of her. She said you got her drunk, convinced her to take drugs, then took her up to a room. She doesn't remember after that but woke up alone and naked. A string of curses ran through my mind. You're kidding me, I choked out. My throat was dry. The world was spinning. No, I wish I was. I set up a meeting with her. I want to know everything that happened from her side. I want her story before anyone else. I didn't care. I just wanted the ground to open up and take me from this reality. I was being accused of assault. And drugging. Was that a thing? Could I be charged for that? I'll let you know when the meeting happens. You can't be in the room, but I want you to be able to hear what she says. We'll figure out the details later. I dropped my phone to my lap, not caring if it crashed to the ground. Benjamin? Grace's voice sounded miles away. What happened? Everything was coming apart. Hey! She tugged on my hand, and I finally looked at her. I didn't want to say the words. I couldn't. Then they would be real. What if she believed the girl? She knew the pictures were fake, but what if that wasn't enough? What if she thought I was a monster? Oh no. The guys. How could I tell them? How could I look at Haley and explain? I was going to be sick. I doubled over, and before I could even think about what was happening, Grace was in front of me, holding my knees and forcing me to meet her eyes. Benjamin, tell me what happened. Whatever it is, we can face it. We'll deal with it. We will get through this, but I can't help until you tell me. She wouldn't say any of that if she knew. I shook my head and closed my eyes. No, don't shut down on me. One of her hands landed on my cheek, and she lifted my face until I finally was looking at her again. What happened? One of the girls called Nick. She's claiming I got her drunk, gave her drugs, and assaulted her. She sucked in a breath, then nodded once. We knew this was a possibility. We knew one of them could make a claim like this, but we also know those pictures aren't real. It's not you. You weren't there. She wasn't running? She wasn't going to leave? You believe me? Of course I do. I have from the moment you told me about the pictures. I didn't even need to see them to know that's not who you are. We know they're fake, but what about everyone else? What if she sends them out? How do we prove it? She sat back on her heels, not letting go of me. We can show the edges, the distortion. How your body is different than the one in the photo. It wasn't enough. There would be plenty of people that would still believe it was me. I wasn't used to being scared or feeling out of control. I hated it. How did I even end up in this situation? Why me? Now I was throwing a pity party. Let's get out of here. She stood and pulled me up with her. She picked up our drinks, then put a smile on her face and led me to the nearest exit. It took me a minute to figure out why she was grinning like that. People were looking. They were watching us. I basically just had a breakdown in public. Of course, they were staring. I took a deep breath and pulled myself together before putting my arm around her shoulder and taking my cup. I knew I should have eaten after practice. My stomach doesn't handle caffeine without food. Was I talking louder than necessary? Sure, but enough people heard and turned away. Nothing to see here. Just a little sick. All is well. She reached up and kissed my cheek. It was so unexpected I almost stumbled but managed to catch myself. The way she went back to walking without a second thought consumed my mind so much that I didn't even realize where she was leading us until we were in front of my dorm building. Was that motivated by the crowd and possible cameras pointed our way, or was it because she wanted to kiss me? I wanted to ask, but I wasn't supposed to care. We were in this charade together, and we each did things we needed to in order to make it look real. But how much of it was an act at this point? You need to tap your card, she pointed at the sensor next to the doors. I pulled my wallet from my pocket and waited for the little light to go green before pulling it open for her. She headed for the staircase, heading to my room without waiting for me. It shouldn't mean anything. She'd been there before, but I loved that she was comfortable enough leading the way, like she belonged here. She did. Although, this was one of the few times I wished we lived in a house or at least off campus. The dorms weren't exactly great for privacy, and it would only take a few moments for news to spread she was here. Oh. Her fist only knocked once before the door opened. Hi. Great. There was no one near for the guys on my floor to tell anyone since my 3 best friends were already in the room. Along with Presley and Haley. Hunter jumped off my bed to make room for me and Grace to sit next to Reed and Haley. What's everyone doing here? I asked as I waited for Grace to get settled before hopping up next to her. Ethan and Hunter shared a look, but it was Reed that answered, Coach called. And? That wasn't all that unusual, but normally he would have called me first. He mentioned that things may be getting worse for you, and that you might not ask for help, but that you need it. Grace rubbed my back, as if she could sense my hackles rising. He didn't need to do that. No, but he did, and we're grateful he did. Ethan took over. He told us Nick has a meeting already planned with the woman from the pictures. We're here to help. That's really nice of you guys to take time out of your very busy schedules to come together to help him. Grace said, and I forced myself to relax. Her not-so-subtle reminder was needed. Of course. Presley smiled. We're family. It's what we do. Grace didn't respond, and I noticed her looking at her lap. She was included in that. Did she know? And we wouldn't be here at all without you, Hunter said, waiting for Grace to look up and see he was addressing her. I'm sure the committee would have come up with another plan, but what you two are doing is working. You're helping him in ways none of us could. I don't think there's a way to say how much I appreciate that. Me too, Reed agreed. We're all thankful, Haley said, reaching over and squeezing Grace's arm. And not just for the fake dating, Ethan jumped in, you've been an actual lifesaver for Benjamin. I haven't seen like this in a very long time. Like what? She asked before I could. Alive. I was decided whether or not I should be offended when Hunter nodded. He's got his spark back. Spark? He needed a reminder that he's a person outside of the arena. Reed cocked a brow at me. You make him happy, Haley said simply, and the others agreed. Grace looked at me. Is that true? Yes, there was no reason to deny it. To say she made me happy was a serious understatement. She brought me joy, direction, and purpose. She relit the flame inside me. She was my inspiration to keep fighting rather than letting any rumors destroy me. I was barely realizing these things for myself, yet my friends already noticed the changes she was making in me. That should bring me comfort, but it only made me nervous, because one day, very soon, she wouldn't be around. Within the next few days, this could all be over. I could move on without the threat hanging over my head, and she wouldn't need to pretend. I didn't want that. I wanted her. But how could I tell her when we both agreed this was temporary? I refused to trap or pressure her like her ex had. So what could I do?
Chapter 17, Grace. Thanks to Reed's mini projector, we were able to make the images large enough for us all to scrutinize, rather than peering over Benjamin's shoulders to see the laptop screen. We already know the man in these pictures is smaller than Benjamin. I pointed out the most obvious places, like his shoulders and waist. But it would be too easy to argue that these were taken a few years ago and he's just filled out. So we need something more concrete, Haley said, mostly to herself. Undeniable proof. And we needed it before the meeting Nick had scheduled with the girl making accusations. We had today. Less than 24 hours to figure this out so Nick and Benjamin weren't left to the mercy of someone vile enough to make this all up. You said this is definitely a house from Carnegie? Hunter asked me. I took out my phone and looked up the sorority house I remembered, then scrolled through pictures from its social media. Here. Everyone leaned in to see my screen. The backyard was empty and much cleaner than in the pictures Benjamin had pulled up, but it was obviously the same. The mosaic was too unique to be denied. Maybe we can go through the sororities page and figure out who these girls are, Ethan offered. Nick's going to meet one of them tomorrow. Plus, it's not going to change anything at this point. Knowing who or why is irrelevant. Benjamin sighed. The only thing we can do is prove my innocence. Let's have you recreate the poses, Presley suggested. Maybe we can spot a difference. He and I did that already, and that was how I figured out the guy in the picture was much smaller, but it couldn't hurt to have more eyes. Okay. Benjamin stood from the desk and stared at the wall before turning and mirroring the pose. Bring your arm up a little. Ethan pointed to his left arm. It seems so obvious, Haley muttered, then realized everyone was staring at her. The body types are off. Sure, his skin tone is similar, but that's not much. I nodded. I wish it was enough, but we already went down the rabbit hole of considering everything people might say. You're right. Reed sighed. It's not a stretch to say this was from freshman or sophomore year, and you were just leaner. Try the next one, Hunter said to Presley, and she pressed the arrow key, changing the image. Benjamin checked over his shoulder before moving and standing in the next pose. My eyes darted back and forth, taking in tiny sections at a time. It was the same thing. Their bodies were obviously different, but it wasn't enough. Until I got to his right elbow. It was tiny. So inconspicuous. I only noticed because I'd had that arm around me quite a bit lately. Wait. I jumped up and moved in front of him. I twisted his right arm just a little bit. So his palm was facing upward. They missed something pretty important. I tapped on the inside of his bicep. Someone might be able to argue about you being less cut or leaner at the time, but they can't argue this. He looked down at where I was pointing to a small but distinguished birthmark. It was something that was hidden when his arms were down. Something most people probably hadn't seen or noticed. But in the pose from the picture, it would have been clearly seen. He started the spot before locking eyes with me. How? I realized I was standing much too close to him. I took a step back, hitting the bed. I didn't even notice. He finally breathed out. It's something my ex would have wanted to be edited out. I'm pretty sure he saw himself as unblemished, unmarked, inhuman, I grumbled. His friends looked between us, and I took another step to the side. It felt strange having so many eyes on us when we were somewhere private. It felt like we were at the cafe again. But this time, they weren't just watching two strangers. They were watching us. They knew Benjamin better than anyone else. They were watching me. I could sense them analyzing us. Let's check the next picture. Presley suddenly broke the strange tension. She clicked on a key, and the image changed. It was probably the most incriminating, him holding a drink in one hand. His arm wrapped low around the waist of one of the girls while the other was offering her something that looked suspiciously like drugs. It was just his profile. Nothing in the picture like the birthmark to distinguish him. Stand like this. I pointed, and he mirrored the pose. Ethan shook his head. They're so different. I can't even see how anyone would think that's you. People want to believe the worst in others. They want the story, the drama. They're willing to ignore the truth, even if it's right in front of them. Haley had far too much experience with that. I'm going to text the committee, Benjamin said, already staring at his phone. This could be all we need. Reed clapped me on the shoulder. Nice catch, Grace. Seriously, I don't think any of us would have spotted that, Hunter agreed. Not in time at least. Presley smiled. I think you just saved the day. The day? She might have just saved his career. Ethan pulled me in for a hug so suddenly, I didn't have a chance to raise my arms, so he pinned them to the side. Thank you. Benjamin's hand touched my lower back, and Ethan released me. I don't know how I'm ever going to be able to repay you for this. Not only did you help me with my reputation by being my girlfriend, but you've given me the proof I need to make this whole mess go away. He hugged me, slowly enough that I could wrap my arms around him as his body crashed against mine. I can't possibly tell you how much this means to me. How much I appreciate what you've done. His words were so heartfelt. I wasn't used to being noticed for the work I did. It usually was behind the scenes. And expected. Just a part of my role. Benjamin saw me. The high of the discovery didn't last long. When I got to my apartment, I noticed a car parked in our spot that didn't belong there. Dread washed over me. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to have this conversation. I had been ignoring his calls for a reason. Didn't he understand that? How much clearer did I have to make myself? Did I need to scream in his face that I never wanted to see him again? I guess I hadn't been direct enough when we talked. Whit's car wasn't in the lot, so I was on my own. I debated turning around and walking back to campus. But it wasn't like he was going anywhere. If he wanted to have another conversation, he was going to have it. So I might as well get it over with so we could both move on. I trudged up the stairs and found him leaning against my front door. What are you doing here? I asked as I approached. He straightened and turned to face me. Where have you been? Why does that matter? It wasn't any of his business. He hadn't told me he was coming, not that he could, since I blocked his number. I've been waiting here for over 2 hours. Your last class got out well over 3 hours ago. So where have you been? I don't see how that's any of your business. Did he expect me to just hang around waiting for him? He was delusional. You were with that guy, weren't you? That hockey boy. Oh. He was a boy now. Very mature. Again, it's none of your business. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get inside. He didn't step out of the way, and I glanced around, hoping some of my neighbors were home in case things got ugly, but I couldn't expect them to save me twice. I'm not leaving. We need to talk. I didn't want to cause another scene, but I didn't want to be alone with him either. I'm going inside. You're not coming with me. If you have anything to say, you can say it out here. Well, that's rude. You should at least let me come inside. No, I shouldn't. I don't owe you anything. I don't have to do anything for you. Gracie, you're being petty. Standing up for myself was pettiness? Interesting. Have you at least given thought to what I said? When I was here last? Oh, you mean when you admitted that you still love me and you made a mistake and I told you to forget about it? He ignored me. I want this whole matter taken care of as soon as possible. So if you're willing to take me back, I'd like to know so I can end things with Anna. The entitlement. The disrespect. Wait, you haven't done that already? He shook his head. No. I put my hands on my hips. But I thought you loved me. Why are you still with her? He stared down at the ground. Well, if you're not. Oh. Realization struck. So you're keeping her in your back pocket just in case. Kind of like you did with me? No, that's not what I'm saying. I smiled. Then call right now and tell her that things are over. And that you want your ring, my ring, back. He took a step forward. Don't be ridiculous. It's not that ridiculous. If you love me and you want us to be together, then you'll end things with her. He didn't say anything for a while. Exactly. I fought the urge to poke him in the chest. You don't love or care about me. You just don't like that she doesn't put up with your crap like I did. I let out a humorless laugh. You know, good for her. I'm glad it took her a lot less time to realize who you really are. She only wasted a few months on you. I'll never get back the past 4 years. Gracie, what do I have to do? He almost sounded truly remorseful. What do I have to do to get you back? Was he choosing not to hear my words? Why does it matter? You clearly don't love me. I don't think you ever did. Otherwise, you wouldn't have cheated on me. That was a mistake. He gave me that stupid smile he used to charm people. The one I used to love. Guys just being guys, you know. Sometimes we need to get it out of our system before we can truly commit. Guys being guys. Boys being boys. It was the most disgusting, dangerous phrase I'd ever heard. I hated it when people used for kids. But a grown adult had no justification. It just removed responsibility and consequences. It was an excuse. Now, that's strange. I've never actually heard of other guys needing to sleep around in order to know if they truly love their girlfriends, or if they really want to marry them. Look, I'm sorry I hurt you. It was a mistake. People make mistakes. But that doesn't mean we can't go back to what we had. I threw up my hands. It 100% means exactly that. Gracie. He scoffed and turned away. I wasn't used to seeing this side of him. He was almost begging me, and it was piquing my curiosity. Let's be frank, I think you owe me that. What's really going on? My parents don't like Anna. Shocker. His parents loved me. I was included in the family pictures every year. I had my own monogrammed stocking at his parents' house for Christmas. They think you're a much better choice and would make a better Mrs. Tucker. They said if I don't put things right with you, they're not going to give me my trust. Your trust? This was the first I was hearing anything about this. What are you talking about? My grandfather, my dad's dad, left a large sum of money, and my dad and his siblings divvied it out amongst their kids. We each get our portion when we graduate college to help start a family, buy a house, pay off student loans, that kind of thing. He shrugged like it was nothing worth mentioning. Money didn't matter to me, but the fact that he never told me stung. Maybe he didn't want me to know. He didn't want it to change things. That was even worse. He didn't trust me. He didn't really know me and my values. People called me a gold digger for dating him, and it got worse the closer he got to the NFL, but I could ignore that. They didn't know us. They didn't know me. But he did. At least, he was supposed to. But your parents are going to keep that from you if you marry Anna. This was getting better and better by the second. I was so glad he stopped by to tell me this. That's what they said. So in order to get your hands on that money, you need to marry me? He nodded. And you would have gotten that, I started chuckling. You would have gotten all the money, the fame, the NFL contract. The perfect life that we had planned out. You would have gotten all that if you had just been able to keep it in your pants. To remain faithful. To love me the way I deserved. He stared back at me blankly. Yes, that's what I'm saying. My cheeks burned as I pulled myself together. Now, in order to get any of that, you need me. Well, not the NFL part, but that still felt good to rub in. He sighed. Yes. Well, I guess some people would call it karma. Some would call it the consequences of your actions. Either way, I'm pretty happy with the way it turned out. I was much happier in a fake relationship with Benjamin than I ever was with Chris. Even the times that I thought I was completely happy, when I thought things couldn't get any better. Looking back now, I realized I was as happy as I could be at the time for those circumstances. But now, life was a million times better. I might still be a little lost and might not know what I was going to do. But at least I wasn't being taken advantage of. I wasn't being used. What is it going to take, Gracie? What's your price? We can sign a prenup, split whatever the trust is after 2 years or so. Whatever the conditions my parents have. Oh, you think I'm going to marry you for money now? I couldn't believe this. He really hadn't heard a word I said. If it wasn't what he wanted to hear, he ignored it. What part of this are you not understanding? Me? He scoffed. What are you not getting? I need you to do this. I need you. I narrowed my eyes. You want me to get married so you can get money? What is the benefit for me? You get the life we always wanted, he bellowed, and I waited for one of my neighbors to come out to see what the noise was about. You get to be the football player's wife. You get to attend all the events. Sit in the box with all the other wives cheering the games. You can travel, vacation, whatever you want. While you continue to cheat on me. I just want to clarify all the fine details. It was a mistake. I won't cheat on you again, I swear. I want us to be happy. I want us to be real, to get married, and have the life we always dreamed about. But I won't make you stay if you're not happy. We'll give it 2 years, and if you want out, I won't fight it. He was absolutely serious. He honestly thought I was going to go along with this. Was that who I was in his eyes? A passive, agreeable pushover. Someone he could boss around, control? He thought I would jump at the chance to get married to someone I didn't love or trust. No, thank you. I tried stepping around him so I could get to my door. I'm not interested. Gracie, please. It has to be you. Well, you should have thought about that before sleeping with someone else. Before breaking up with me and getting engaged to your little mistress. I swallowed, remaining calm. I did nothing to deserve any of that. I loved you. I fought for you. I stayed by your side even when I thought you were wrong. I did everything I could to make your life easy, to make you happy. And you never once did the same for me. Maybe part of that's on me for not expecting it, for not making you work a little bit harder, for taking any grain of attention or time you would give me and accepting that as all I deserved. But I'm not that woman anymore. I will never be again. I deserve so much more. That little hockey boy can't give you everything I can, he ground out. I turned away, fighting to keep my composure before confronting him again. What makes you think this has anything to do with him? This is about you and me, the way you treated me, and the fact that I've learned how much I deserve. I'm not going to put up with your crap anymore. And that's on you. That's your fault. All of this. Me walking away. You not getting your trust. Your parents being upset with you. Whatever may come. That is all your fault. You made your decisions, you made your choices, and now you have to face reality. Wow. It felt so good to finally say that. He was too stunned to react, so I finally was able to get my key in the door and unlock it. Before he spoke, my hand was on the knob. Then he touched my shoulder. Fine. I wasn't expecting him to agree. I thought I'd have to lock myself in the apartment and call for help. You're right. This is all my fault. I deserve the consequences. I deserve to deal with this on my own. I'm really sorry. He managed to actually sound like it too. I'll leave you alone from now on. Can I just get a hug? Goodbye. I really didn't want to touch him, let alone hug him. But if that was his last request, before leaving me alone forever, it was a small price to pay. I took a step forward and put my arms around his waist as he pulled me in, placing his hand on the back of my head and cradling it to his chest. I'm sorry, Gracie, he whispered before he stepped back, turned, and walked away. I waited until he descended the stairs before opening my door, slipping in, and immediately locking it behind me. That was strange. Absolutely bizarre. And after the day I had, I thought things couldn't get any weirder.
Chapter 18, Benjamin. This is not how I want to start my day, Hunter groaned and rolled over to face the wall. It's not exactly ideal for me either, I shot back. We were both a bit testy, him because I woke him before his alarm, and me because my world was imploding. Again. One of us was justified. The other was being a baby. Just go to the meeting. They'll figure things out. Hunter blindly reached behind him for his second pillow and, just to be the kind roommate I was, I silently knocked it to the ground on my way out. Gee, thanks for the support. What would I do without you? I know what I would do, he muttered, but I slammed the door shut before he could finish. Heading down to the athletic department's offices was something I generally avoided at all costs. Nothing good came from stepping through the doors. 1. Mr. Crowley was usually around, waiting for his next opportunity to belittle me or the team. 2. This was where we came when we were in trouble of sorts. Usually, because Mr. Crowley was displeased by something we did. And 3. The walls were covered with support and boasts for the basketball team, or more specifically, the men's basketball team. And football. Heaven forbid the school showed support for any of the women's teams. Or any of the rest of us. One day, I'd get a hold of the budget numbers and prove just how biased this department was. I wanted to see the actual revenue and cost for each sport, but that wasn't the fight I was here for. Not today, and hopefully by the time I graduated, I'd be able to let go of my anger over the obvious favoritism. Just a few weeks ago, it was toward the top of my list of things to do before I left. Now, I was fine handing it off as someone else's battle. I had enough on my plate. There you are, Nick called from down the hall as he waved me forward. You need to get in the room before she arrives. Since there was no one else in sight as I came into the building, I doubted we needed to rush. It was only 7:30, and the woman behind the accusations wasn't due to arrive for another hour. Come on. He opened the door to a conference room I'd never been in. The rest of the team was waiting for us. I nodded to Mrs. Ellis, Mr. Riggs, and my coaches before taking a seat, blatantly ignoring Mr. Crowley sitting at the head of the table. The camera is set up. You'll have a live feed of the entire meeting, Nick explained before turning to Mr. Riggs. We were going to be the only two in the room, but Mrs. Ellis pointed out having another female might make the woman more comfortable. I agree, Mr. Riggs replied. We ran through the questions they planned on asking, and all the other details until the main receptionist called to say there was a woman here to meet with them. Mick left with Mr. Riggs and Mrs. Ellis. I sat silently with Mr. Crowley and my coaches for a few minutes, until the others appeared on the screen. The woman I recognized from the pictures strutted in with an obnoxious air of confidence. She pushed her long dark hair over her shoulder and pouted her lips. Strange, she'd been an idea in my mind for so long, a symbol of my frustration, anxiety, and anger that I forgot she was a real person. Maybe it was the same for her. She probably never saw me as an actual person, just a target. They introduced themselves, then explained the camera would be recording as they were treating this as her testimony and asked for her permission, which she gave without hesitation. Mick offered her water or coffee, which she declined before the three of them sat across from her. "I appreciate you all taking this seriously," she said in a shaky voice. "It's been really upsetting." I can only imagine, Mrs. Ella's voice was dripping with sympathy. I understood she was trying to appeal to the woman and make her comfortable, but watching her pretend to believe her made the knots in my stomach tighten. "Can you please state your name?" Mr. Riggs began. "I'm Jade Belton." "Are you a student of West Penn University?" "No, I attend Carnegie University." She leaned forward each time she spoke as if there was a mic or something. It was distracting. "Can you describe the events that took place the night of the party depicted in the pictures you sent?" Mr. Riggs was focused, monotone, not giving a reaction to anything. Mick pressed a button on his tablet, and the three images appeared on a screen behind him, facing Jade. She looked at them with a frown before staring at her lap. "Right, that's the night Ben Cruz assaulted me." Mick narrowed his eyes but didn't say anything. "Can you provide the date of the event?" Mr. Riggs asked. I leaned forward, waiting for the answer. As soon as I had it, I was going to compare my schedule to see if I had an easy enough alibi to end this whole thing. It was the second Friday. She hesitated and bit her lip. Or maybe the third Friday. I threw my hands up. "Come on. She doesn't even know when?" Coach Weston put his hand on my shoulder. "Of what month?" Mr. Riggs continued. "September," she finally stated. "Of last year?" She nodded. "Yes." I opened the calendar on my phone and scrolled back. She needed to be more specific. We had a preseason game on the third Friday, which would have put us in Columbus, but the second Friday would be harder to confirm. I texted the guys with the dates to see if they could work out where we'd been or what we'd been doing. "This event occurred on a Friday night last September, but you're not sure which one?" Riggs repeated. "Not really." She shrugged. "You don't remember the date of the assault?" Mrs. Ellis asked a bit incredulously. "It seems like something that significant would be easily remembered." Jade batted her lashes and tilted her chin down in a way that made me think she used it on people to get what she wanted or to get people to like her. Too bad it wasn't working on any of us. I was going through a lot at that time. "I'm sure." Mrs. Ellis smiled. "What else were you going through?" "A breakup," Jade offered. "That's why I was there the night of the party. My friends wanted me to get out of my apartment. They wanted to cheer me up. I didn't want to listen to this. It was all bull crap, and we all knew it. Why wouldn't they just get to the point? Tell her we're onto her and that we knew she was lying. Walk me through what happened that night. As far as you remember." Mr. Riggs got the interview back on the track. "You were at the party." She looked up to the ceiling. "My friends and I saw Ben there. He was really cute and was alone. So we went over and started talking to him. He said he was there with a friend, but I never saw anyone talk to him. After a little while, and a few drinks, someone came over and offered us these pills. I tried to say no, but Ben took them and gave each of us one. He said that we should try to have some fun. I wasn't sure what it was, so I didn't want to take it. I told him no a few times, but he wouldn't listen. He told me I had to, that he would leave if I didn't. I didn't want him or my friends to be mad, so I took it. I rolled my eyes as if I could force someone to swallow anything they didn't want to. She tugged at the bottom of her hair, twisting it between her fingers. After that, it's kind of a blur. I was pretty drunk and had whatever that pill was in my system. I said I wanted to leave, and Ben offered to walk me out. Only, instead of using the side gate that was close, he walked me through the house and led me upstairs. I tried to tell him that I wanted to go home. But he said that he knew someone that lived there and it would be better if we just slept it off. I was getting really tired, so that sounded like a good idea. We went into this room, and he shut the door behind us and locked it. And then she hesitated, looking at each of them. Well, that's when he tried. Well, that's when she paused again. He assaulted me, she blurted. It wasn't just the words she was saying, that her story had holes in it, but it was the way she was telling it, completely devoid of any emotion. Just repeating a story that could have been about her latest shopping excursion. I always believed victims, and I hated that she was a part of making it harder for other real victims to be heard. It made me sick to think about what Haley had been through, the real trauma versus what this girl was making up. It was like she was just repeating a story she'd heard in a movie or book. A generic version that happened to someone else. I wanted to scream at her to stop. Just stop lying. Why was she doing this? That was all I wanted to know. Did you know who Ben was before you and your friends headed over to him? Mr. Riggs asked, not giving any feedback about her story. She hesitated and then shook her head. No, I don't think so. Maybe one of my friends did, but I don't think I did. She doesn't think she knew me. That was a pretty direct yes or no. And how did he introduce himself? Nick asked, while leaning back. What do you mean? When you and your friends went up to him, what did he say? She scowled. He said his name was Ben, and his friend was around somewhere. He didn't mention who he was with? She hesitated before shaking her head. I don't remember. Nick ran his hands through his hair and leaned forward. Look, we know this is a lie. Neither Mr. Riggs nor Mrs. Ellis looked surprised by his outburst. Maybe they discussed this in the hall, or my team was better at hiding their emotions than I expected. What are you talking about? How can you say that? Her voice was suddenly high, panicked. Because we know that the photos are fake. Nick pressed another button and the picture zoomed into my face, showcasing the areas where it was obvious that things have been altered. You cut and pasted his face onto the body of another person. He then clicked another button. If this was Benja, he cleared his throat, catching himself. If this was Ben, then he would look more like this. He pressed another button, bringing up a picture of me the beginning of this school year. The difference in muscle mass and body composition was obvious, almost comical. Did he have these comparisons ready for several options, or was someone working on the back end? I glanced around the room but didn't see anyone else with a computer open. It wouldn't surprise me if Nick had several options ready and waiting. She scoffed and looked away. It's not that big of a difference. He was probably cutting weight when we met. I rolled my eyes. Cutting weight? That was never a concern I had. If anything, I had to make sure I wasn't losing weight during the off-season. He ignored her. I'm certain you've never met Mr. Cruz in person. You can't prove that. Her confidence was waning. Because there isn't a single person that actually knows him that calls him Ben. Ever. She swallowed. Maybe he just didn't want us to know who he was. So he gave you the short version of his real name? Mr. Riggs sounded personally offended, like she was insulting his intelligence. Besides that, you forgot to add a little detail. One that proves without a doubt that this isn't Ben. Nick zoomed into the birthmark on the inside of my arm and then went to the picture with an angle that would have had it exposed. Jade looked between them. The picture was low quality. It just didn't pick it up. Mr. Riggs blinked. We're not going to play games. We know these pictures aren't real. They won't hold up in court, not that this case would make it that far. It would be thrown out long before you even got to tell your lies. He tilted his head to the side. Now, on the matter of harassment and blackmail. Both of crimes could add up to 20 years in prison and over $10,000 in fines. Not to mention any damages the rumors have caused Mr. Cruz. Her eyes went wide. What? No. I'm sorry. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Nick leaned forward, double-checking that the camera was on. Her words would be recorded and used to defend me if necessary. So you admit that this isn't Benjamin in those pictures? That he didn't assault you? That he wasn't even at that party? She nodded. I let out a sigh, along with everyone else in the room. Even Mr. Riggs seemed to relax. Why did you target him? Why go through all this? Nick demanded. She shifted in her seat. It wasn't just my idea. My friends came up with it too. We saw a picture of him in a sports university magazine. It talked about how he was up-and-coming superstar for the NHL. We figured his reputation was valuable. That he would want to settle to keep it from coming out. They were trying to extort me. With what money? I was a poor college student. You do know that college players aren't paid, correct? Nick patronized. She dropped her head into her hands. We thought there might be sponsor money or a signing bonus. So, she was completely ignorant to how this world worked. I wouldn't see any money for months if I was drafted. Sponsorships weren't an option until I graduated either, so I had the balance of my student meal card and about $200 to my name. You won't be getting a penny from Mr. Cruz. In fact, this little game of yours will end up costing you thousands. Mr. Riggs never looked so calm. What? She gasped. You're going to need a good lawyer. He folded his hands on the table. You should probably let your friends know as well, unless you want to take full responsibility alone. She started shaking her head. No. I didn't mean, this wasn't supposed to come back and hurt you? Nick guessed. Her head snapped to Mr. Riggs as if he would have something better to say. Can't we just forget about this? It was a mistake. A mix-up. He quirked his lips. Unfortunately, it's not up to us. The police have been notified about the allegations made against Mr. Cruz, and they will decide whether or not to press charges. The color drained from her face, and for the first time in over a month, I felt like I could take a full breath. I couldn't wait to tell Grace.
Chapter 19, Grace. I tried not to hate her, but it was becoming increasingly difficult with each word she spoke. She hadn't meant any harm. She saw an opportunity, and she took it. He had a bright future. She thought he was a good guy and would do the honorable thing. I glared at the TV from my couch. Jade Belton wasn't the evil mastermind I'd contrived in my head. How she managed to make it this far with the scheme was beyond me. Stupid, stupid girl. She and her friends were terrible. Disgusting. Desperate. All the worst things, but now the world knew. That was the only part of this whole mess that felt right. Mr. Crowley wanted to let things go quietly, but Mr. Riggs and Nick advocated for a much more public apology. Jade stood with her two accomplices on Carnegie's campus, making a speech in front of the press, admitting to everything. Nick and Mrs. Ellis were there, making sure the girls didn't get any ideas about changing their story on the fly. It was over. As soon as the segment ended, that realization washed over me. The allegations were dismissed. Any potential rumors or damages to Benjamin's career were no longer a threat. He didn't need me anymore. We could discreetly break up and go back to our normal lives. That should be a relief. I was free to resume stressing about my future without planning around our strategic coffee dates and public kisses. So why did it feel like a boulder was pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe or even think clearly? Because this wasn't all fake. Not to me. I developed very real feelings. Like an idiot. He made it clear from the beginning he didn't date, and he wasn't interested in changing that rule in the near future. His goals and plans were clear. Why did I ever let myself think that just maybe things would change? I got caught up in the romance of it all. He was the perfect boyfriend. But of course he was. It wasn't real. We didn't fight or disagree because in the end, it didn't matter. Who cared if we weren't aligned on things? Not him. Our relationship was fun. Easy. Effortless. We were friends. All those touches were stages. The kisses were for the cameras. The way he held me wasn't unique. It was all for show. We were both playing a role. What are you watching? I nearly jumped out of my skin at Whit's voice, then turned to face her. Like me, she was still in her PJs. Jade, the girl in the photos, just confessed to everything. The news anchors had moved on quickly, not dwelling on Benjamin for a moment longer than necessary. It was strange for it to be over so swiftly, but it was a good thing. Those girls didn't deserve a moment longer of anyone's attention. Oh, good. She sat next to me and brought her coffee mug to her mouth to blow over it.
Yeah.
It's all done. She took a sip, made a face, and put her mug down on the table. Why do you sound so bummed about that? I thought you would be relieved. I am. I'm happy for Benjamin. But? She knew me too well. But that means we're over too. Her brows rose. Why? Oh. Crap. I forgot she didn't know this was all fake. At this point, it didn't matter anymore. It was all a ruse planned by the committee helping him with the pictures. They thought if he had a girlfriend, it would make him look better. Stable or whatever. So I offered. Wow, that sounded bad when I drilled it down to the bare minimum. She narrowed her eyes. So those kisses were fake? I nodded. And you coming home glowing? Fake? I shrugged. The complete change in your attitude and outlook over the past few weeks? Getting over him and realizing you deserve better? Just a ruse? I bit my lip and rolled it between my teeth. Okay, there were real parts, but we weren't actually dating. He's not my boyfriend. Well, you fooled me. You're not mad? Or bothered I hadn't told her the truth. She shrugged and reached for her mug. You had your reasons, I'm sure. Now it was my turn to narrow my eyes. And I don't really believe that it was all fake. It was. I shot back. She took a sip of her coffee, but it didn't hide her smile. Maybe it started that way, but I don't believe either of you still feel the same. No. I couldn't let myself go down that path. Benjamin didn't feel anything for me. Nothing more than friendship. I couldn't believe that. It would hurt too much when I found out I was wrong. Your phone is ringing. Whit nodded toward my phone sitting between us. The screen was lit up, but it was on silent so I hadn't noticed. Who's Nick M? Benjamin's advisor, I replied quickly before taking the call. Hi, Nick. What have you done? He practically growled. What? I gasped. His mood was completely unexpected. He just watched that girl confess to everything. Why wasn't he relieved or excited? I just settled one scandal involving pictures, only to check my phone to find another one. I don't know what you mean. What picture? What could I have done to get on his radar? Whit leaned forward like she wanted to listen. I didn't bother pushing her away or getting up. I was too shocked. Too confused. You said you and your ex were done. You said there was no chance of getting back with him. There's not. I pushed my hair out of my face and sat up. I told Benjamin he came over a few days ago and wanted to get back together, but I told him no. And when you were saying no, did you happen to have your arms wrapped around him? Was he kissing you? My eyes snapped to Whit.
Oh no.
This was so bad. Kissing? That never happened. It was just a
Goodbye.
hug. He started it, and it was so awkward. I didn't know what to do, so I patted his back. Whit cocked her head, and I mouthed his name. Her eyes went wide. Well, someone took a well-timed picture and posted it all over social media. They're accusing you of cheating on Benjamin and being a homewrecker, trying to ruin your ex's engagement. I closed my eyes. This couldn't be happening. No. Benjamin just got out from under the drama and was supposed to be celebrating. This was the absolute worst thing that could have happened right now. I didn't. That's not what happened. It doesn't matter. In the court of public opinion, you're guilty. Whit's hand landed on my shoulder and rubbed. I'm so sorry. I didn't know anyone else was in the hall. I didn't see anyone. I tried to remember that moment, but I hadn't been paying attention to my surroundings. I just wanted him to leave. Benjamin's name is now trending for 2 reasons. This is the last thing he needs right now. I'm trying to get him a contract, and do you know what teams don't want? He didn't give me a chance to answer. Drama. I put out one fire only for you to burn the forest while my back was turned. I bit back my tears. He was being so cruel. This wasn't my fault. It wasn't planned. Sure, this looked bad for Benjamin, but it was my name and reputation being dragged through the mud. I'll explain. I'll tell everyone the truth. You will not do a single thing. You will stay quiet. You will not leave your home. Benjamin needs. You are the last thing Benjamin needs. He interrupted me again. You will not contact him, in person or over the phone. He has enough going on without you screwing things up worse. Okay. My voice cracked. Just lay low. Let me handle this. He hung up before I could reply. I dropped the phone and let out the sob I'd been holding back. Holy crap. What was that? Whit jumped to my side and pulled me into her arms. I ruined everything. He ruined everything. Again. How did he manage to hurt me even worse this time? I had to explain to Benjamin. He had to know the truth. I couldn't live with him hating me for this. There are pictures of me and Chris hugging from the last time he was over here. When I told him I wouldn't take him back. She reached for her phone and started searching. It took seconds, way too fast, for her face to fall. Oh, Grace. She scrolled, covering her mouth, for several minutes before setting the phone back down. It's bad?
Yeah.
Somehow everyone managed to forget you were in a long-term relationship with him for 4 years, and that it only ended a few weeks ago. They're calling you a side chick and homewrecker. Plus, they're saying you're cheating on Benjamin with him. So Nick wasn't exaggerating. Anna shared the picture with the caption, "Why can't she just let us be happy?" As if he wasn't the one kissing your head. The audacity of that woman. Did she know why he was really here? How he'd begged for me to take him back? The promise to break it off and get my ring back? Obviously not. Did that mean he lied about them not getting along? Probably. I wouldn't put it past him. Unless he was the only one unhappy. Maybe she was fine with their arrangement. She probably assumed their eventual lifestyle would make up for it. How do I tell people what really happened? How do I prove it's a lie? I don't know, Whit admitted. What did Nick say? He told me not to leave the apartment. Not to speak or move or blink, basically. She cringed. He told me not to contact Benjamin. That he has enough going on. He can't keep you from speaking to him. I knew that. He couldn't physically stop me, but his words were warning enough. Benjamin had more important things to focus on right now. I didn't want to distract him. I didn't want to make anything worse. My tears continued to flow down my cheeks. I don't know what to do. I don't want to mess up. I don't want to hurt him. She pulled me into her arms again and rubbed my back. It's going to be okay. We'll figure it out. I wanted to believe her, but I couldn't see how it could possibly be okay. How could I even step foot on campus again? Being the girl that got dumped then immediately replaced was bad. I'd barely survived it. But being called a cheater? A homewrecker? That cut deep. It was too personal. I could never do that to anyone, not after it happened to me. Could people really have forgotten so quickly? Didn't they remember I was on the opposite side of this just weeks ago? I would never take him back, not after everything he put me through. And to think I could do this to Benjamin. That crushed me. We were supposed to be a team. We were in this together. We understood the pain of the other. So how did we end up here? As much as I appreciated Whit and her support, her arms weren't the ones I wanted to be in. I didn't want her reassuring me. I wanted him. But I wasn't in a position to ask anything of him. This was my fault. I might not have planned it or known about a camera, but I shouldn't have let that jerk hug me. He never should have touched me. He had no right. Before I could change my mind, I grabbed my phone and called my ex. I had a feeling you'd be calling. There was too much confidence in his tone, like he was mocking me. Oh, no. No. How could I have been so naive? Did you set that up? I should have known. I should have seen it coming. I underestimated him. How does you little hockey boy feel about you now? I bet he doesn't want to be with you now. He really thought so low of Benjamin? Of me? There was a chance Benjamin could be upset, but he would listen to me. He'd understand. He wouldn't freak out like Nick had. So this was your way of winning me back? Whit stood in front of me with her mouth dropped open. If I can't have you, then neither can he. You and I are meant to be together. He was delusion. Absolutely crazy. That isn't happening. Even if I wasn't with Benjamin, I wouldn't take you back. You lied and cheated. I'll never forget that. Come on, we can move on from this. Finally, he was pleading. All cocky arrogance left his voice. I need you. I hung up. I didn't owe him another word. He made his absolute disaster of a bed and now he got to lay in it. He staged it? Whit asked, and I just nodded, kicking myself for not realizing how desperate he was sooner. He thought it would make Benjamin break up with me and I'd go back to him or something. She cringed and shook her head. He's lost it. I couldn't agree more. A knock came from the front door. I pulled back as Whit looked from me to the door and back again. I'll go check. I didn't want to see anyone. Benjamin? Whit called. Come in. I turned in their direction in time to see him striding toward me, wearing another set of warm-ups. His hair was wet, like he just got out of the shower. I got here as soon as I could. I was in practice and didn't see my phone. I shook my head. Why are you here? He sat next to me and cupped my cheek with his hand, brushing his thumb under my eye, catching a rouge tear. Because I had a feeling this was happening. I sniffed, suddenly embarrassed by how I must look. I went from embarrassment and hurt from what Nick said to rage at my ex, but having him rush to come to me pushed me over the edge. The tears started rolling down my cheeks before I could even think of stopping them. I'm so sorry, Benjamin. I didn't know. He set it up. He cracked a smile. I figured that out as soon as I saw the picture. I could see how stiff you were. He noticed? I figured he probably cornered you or surprised you. Worst case scenario, you needed closure, but that wasn't the point. I don't care about the picture. I trust you, and you already told me he came over. He trusted me? He knew I wasn't cheating or trying to get back with my ex. Why was he so much more than I deserved? So much more than I could have dreamed of. It made this so incredibly hard. Good, Whit said from behind us. I was going to have to kick you out if you weren't here for anything other than to comfort her. He shot her a grin. I swear. I'm not mad or jealous or anything. I knew immediately it wasn't what it looked like. Your agent might need to be told the same thing, she bit out. Nick? He looked to me. What happened? He called, I replied. and chewed her out. Told her not to call you, or anyone. And said she wasn't allowed to leave the apartment. He sighed and rubbed his face with his free hand. I'm sorry. Don't listen to him. He can be pretty reactive, especially when he's stressed. He was going too easy on me. He was right. You have too much going on, and I'm making his life harder. I'm messing things up for you. I'm a distraction. I swallowed back a new wave of tears. You need to walk away. Tell everyone we broke up. Distance yourself from me. Grace, no. The whole Jade problem is taken care of. You can go back to your normal life. I'm only making things worse. He frowned. You think I'm just going to drop you now? Yes. He had to. No. I'm not going to do that. Why not? He was making this harder than it had to be. He could cut all ties and let the rumors fade. There would be no reason to drag him into any more drama surrounding me and my ex. I'm not going to run away when things get bumpy. I closed my eyes. Those were the exact words I wanted to hear from him, but not now. This wasn't what he needed. I had to let go, keep my heart safe, and allow him the freedom he needed. I hated this more than I could fathom, but I finally gathered the strength to meet his eyes. But you need to. Need to what? Run. Leave. Go back to your life. Before mine has a chance to ruin yours. What? What are you talking about? His eyes were lit with a fire I hadn't expected. It's over. Jade told the truth. You don't have to date me anymore. He narrowed his eyes, searching my face, so I looked away. Grace, it wasn't just about that. Just go, Benjamin. This is it. It's the end. I cut him off. I was doing this for him. He would see that someday. I care about you. Elle. No. I couldn't let him finish that. I forced out the lie that felt like ripping myself apart. Well, I don't care about you. Not like that. This isn't real. It's okay to go. He jerked back, pulling away from me. It feels real to me. I had to get him to leave. If he kept looking at me with such trust and devotion, I was going to be sick. He shook his head. Not like he was disagreeing with what I said, but like he didn't understand what was happening. I choked out a sob but covered my mouth. Please, just go. Grace. He reached for me, but I pulled away. He stood, backing away. Good to know it was pretend for you. I won't make that mistake again. He left, and all I could see was his face. The hurt. The devastation. The resolve. The mask. Why, Grace? Whit whispered from her spot near the kitchen. I blinked, releasing the flood once again. That boulder that had settled over me was crushing. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I thought I knew heartbreak. I thought I knew pain. This was so much worse than getting dumped in my favorite restaurant. My heart hadn't shattered then.
Chapter 20, Benjamin. I wanted to hide away in my room forever, but that wasn't a luxury that I could afford. There were too many people that relied on me. Too many people that needed me to show up and be at my best. Unfortunately, that included me. Sometimes when I needed motivation, I would think about my future self and how I could help that version have an easier go or a better day by doing things now, rather than putting them off. I usually ended up thanking my past self for that. It was a little bit crazy, of course, but it was also the push I needed, especially when I considered the fact that no one else was going to do those things for me. It was all up to me. Past, present, and future. So instead of crawling back in the bed and pretending like this whole mess of a day hadn't happened, I shook it off. I went to the arena for practice. I should have been celebrating. I should have been toasting sparkling cider to having the truth come out, to having my name cleared, to being able to move on with our lives. I wanted that to be how the day went, I didn't want to hear about drama or lies. Not about Grace, but Ethan told me the rumors before showing me the picture. It never crossed my mind that she was cheating. I saw it and knew. She already told me her ex came over. They were probably just finishing the conversation that he wasn't ready to accept. It didn't mean anything. He broke her heart. He did too much damage for her to ever forgive him, let alone take him back. I wasn't worried about any of that. Mostly, I was worried about how she would take it when she found out. Grace had been put through the ringer all because of that idiot and stupid press and social media. Getting publicly dumped, finding out he was cheating on her, and watching her ex move on with the other woman only to propose within a week was devastating. What was even more mind-blowing was the fact that people somehow managed to forget all that. And were now calling her the cheater and homewrecker. I couldn't understand why none of the blame was being put on Anna, or even better, Chris. Not that I supported the idea of strangers judging people they didn't know. It just seemed strange. Anna was able to walk away with people congratulating her and celebrating her new engagement without acknowledging that she had been the homewrecker. She had been the one going behind Grace's back. Why didn't anyone point the finger at Chris? This was his fault. His mess. He was the one that lied to both women. It didn't matter. All I'd wanted was to get to her, comfort her, and tell her I didn't believe any of it. It was garbage, and we would figure out a way to put it behind us. The last thing I ever expected was for her to tell me she didn't care. That it was over. That things between us weren't real. Were things really only in my head? I thought we had grown together. I thought there were real feelings between us, that we went beyond the silly fake relationship. And we were becoming something more than friends. But apparently, I was wrong. Or she didn't see me that way. As much as I hated it, I couldn't force her to change her mind. She wanted things between us to be done. I wasn't her ex. I wasn't going to force my will on her. I'd already done enough, asked too much. Maybe if she hadn't gotten involved with me, no one would have cared about her hugging her ex. People wouldn't be slandering her name now. Maybe it was best the two of us just left each other alone. But that's not really what I wanted. It would be so much easier, though. To just walk away and pretend like this wasn't anything more than a PR move. A distraction. A means to an end. I could get back to my normal life. My predictable routine. I could focus on graduation and my career without having to worry about anyone else's feelings or emotions. That was what I wanted all this time, wasn't it? So why was this tearing me up so much? I stood at the entrance of the arena, not wanting to go in. It was one thing for me to be too tired and not want to train or have a lot of stress with school and classes and to be distracted. But this was the first time that I didn't want to practice because I didn't want to be around my team. I didn't want to bring them down with my negative energy. I also didn't want to be reminded of her, and how could I not be? How could I think of hockey and not think of the sacrifices she made to save my career? Not just by pretending to be my girlfriend, but by not giving up on me and giving the pictures a second glance. She was the one that found the birthmark. She was the one that proved without a doubt that it wasn't me. She gave Nick and Mr. Ellis what they needed to confront my accuser and get her to admit that none of it was true. She was really the one that cleared my name. How would it be possible that I wouldn't think of her each time I stepped on the ice from now on? I would think of her each time I tied up my skates or put on my helmet or scored a goal. It would all be because of her. I didn't want that to be the case. I didn't want anyone to have that much of an influence over me, but she burrowed into my heart without me even realizing it. But I wasn't what she wanted. Hey, man. I turned to see Ethan jogging toward me. I'm surprised you're not already inside. We only have 20 minutes until practice starts. He was teasing. Normally, that would have earned a smile or a laugh, but I didn't have it in me. Not today. Hey, what's going on? Did you talk to Grace? Did you clear things up? I nodded but didn't have the energy to go through it again. I wished he could just know what happened without me having to explain. He studied my face, then his shoulders slumped. It wasn't true, was it? I shook my head. No, she wasn't cheating. They're not getting back together. It's nothing like that. Then why do you look like Coach just benched you? Because she told me she didn't think of us as real. That she was done. She doesn't want to see me anymore. He took a step back. Are you serious? Why? I have no idea. She just kept saying over and over again that I needed to go. It was over and none of this was real. He put a hand over his mouth. I don't know what to say. Me either, I admitted. It definitely didn't go as I thought it would. Maybe she was just upset or confused or something. Having those pictures go around and hearing the mean things people were saying was probably a shock. Give her some time to settle. I wanted to believe that. I wanted there to still be a chance for us, but he hadn't been there. He hadn't seen the resolution on her face. She wasn't going to change her mind. We'll figure this out. We'll come up with a plan and get her to rethink things, but right now, we gotta go inside. Playoffs start this week, and the team needs to see that we've got things under control. They need to see you calm and collected. I nodded, trying to find the energy to care. After, we can celebrate that the rumors and accusations and all that crap is behind us. And that you've got your head on straight for what comes next. He gripped my shoulder, but I had nothing to say. I didn't want to celebrate. I wanted to be alone. He guided me to the arena, and we went down the hall toward the locker room, but Coach Hiller was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest. His eyes locked on mine, and he nodded toward the open doorway of Coach Weston's office. I'll see you in there, I told Ethan and turned to head toward what was starting to feel like my doom. Why did they both look so serious? So concerned? I sat down, and Coach Hiller shut the door before taking the seat beside me. What's going on? I asked. Well, despite everything trying to ruin your season, there are 2 teams interested in you. They'll be here tomorrow for the first game, and I wanted to make you aware of that since they'll probably want to meet you after, Weston explained. 2 teams are coming? That should be good news. I should be excited. This was exactly what I wanted to happen, especially this close to the end of the year. This meant they were serious about recruiting me. As much as every game mattered, now I had to be at my best. Playoffs were key to see how I handled pressure. Normally, that wasn't an issue for me. But right now, I had a million other things going on. I know you've been going through a lot lately, but we can all put that behind us now. Coach Weston nodded. You can focus on what matters. Right? I tried to muster up some enthusiasm but failed. What's going on? Heller rested his arm on the desk and twisted to face me. There was no point in denying anything was wrong. They had eyes, and I wasn't making much of an effort to hide my feelings. Grace ended things this morning. You mean she ended your fake relationship? Weston asked. It was more than a little embarrassing having a relationship discussion with my coaches, but they knew me almost as well as my best friends, and keeping something like this from them wasn't going to help anyone. It didn't feel fake to me, I said, barely above a whisper. Oh, Hiller said slowly. Weston pinched the bridge of his nose with his eyes closed, not speaking for several seconds. Forgive me for being insensitive, Benjamin. He dropped his hand and gave me his most serious look, usually reserved for when we were in trouble or slacking off during practice. I get you have feelings for her, and breakups are hard and that hurts. But I need you. The team needs you. You need you. So do what we all do when there are problems in our personal lives. Put that in a box. Close the lid and put it on a shelf. That's something that you can deal with later. You can talk to her and figure things out, whatever you want, but for now, let things go. That was his advice? Push her and my feelings aside? After all I'd given to this team, he just wanted to blow me off. Be a robot. You want me to forget about her? He sighed. Get through playoffs. Get through this season. Enjoy the rest of your senior year. If she's the right one and she's the one you're meant to be with, she'll be there in June. His gaze hardened. You have so much going on, and your head needs to be clear. All your focus and attention needs to be right here. He pounded on his desk. If this was any other year, any other time, I would sit here with you and give you advice on how to win her back. But that's not the situation. This is the most crucial time of your entire life. I don't know how to make that clearer to you. Now's not the time to get distracted or to screw around. This could be your one and only chance. Hiller nodded with a sympathetic look. He's right. Not just about you needing to focus on how important this time is. If Grace is really the one for you, she'll be there in a few months. You have to believe that, and if she's not, then you won't have wasted this time. You won't have messed anything up for something that wasn't meant to be. I hated how illogical they were being. I wanted to punch my fist through the door and charge back to her apartment to pour my feelings and thoughts out in front of her. To plead with her to take me seriously. To let her know it was real. But they were right. Now was not the time for relationships. 2 teams were coming to watch me. I wouldn't miss this opportunity.
Chapter 21, Grace. I don't feel good about this, I told Whit for the 10th time. I don't care how you feel. We're going, she shot back. I slowed down and the people behind us grumbled, shoving us as they moved to pass. You saw how he looked when he left. He doesn't want to see me. Showing up at his game, his last one, was crossing some line. It didn't matter that practically the entire school was coming to support the hockey team. I shouldn't be here. She spun to face me. He won't even see you. I started to argue, but she kept going. You really think you're going to stand out in an audience of thousands? Come on. She turned and led us to where we were meeting Haley, Presley, and Kennedy. We were starting to think you guys weren't going to show, Haley teased. This woman, what eyed me through narrowed slits, had a tough time figuring out what to wear. You didn't want to wear the jersey? Kennedy asked. I shook my head. Thanks for letting me borrow it, but I don't think it's the right thing to do. I don't want to cause any more drama or give people more to talk about. I handed it over, and Kennedy stuffed it in her bag. No problem. Maybe next time. There would never be a next time. This was his last college game. Unless I happened to be in the same city he was playing, this was it. It had been over a week since I'd seen Benjamin, and I didn't feel right about any of it. Not the way he left, not the way things ended, or the fact that we hadn't spoken since. Now I was showing up out of nowhere. I begged Whit not to make me go, but when the girls came over to the apartment to invite us, Whit answered the door and accepted their invitation on our behalf. She told me not showing up would make her look like a liar. Which was unacceptable. Are you guys sure this is a good idea? I asked them. It'll be fine. I promise. Presley grabbed my arm and moved her elbow around mine. The team needs all the support they can get. I glanced around the crowded entrance. I'd never seen so many people show up for a game before. It's like everyone on campus is here. So who would miss me? Kennedy waved Whit over and started talking to her as Haley led the way past the lines, waving at a security guard as we passed. Hey, Robbie. Hi, Haley. Hi, girls. He gave them a warm smile as we passed. There was an energy in the air. Energy, excitement, and anticipation. It was like their arena was buzzing. I wanted to get as far away as possible. You promise he won't see me? I asked Presley again. I promise. She squeezed my arm. We're not sitting in our normal seats, so they won't know where to look. Haley led us past the concession stands and bathrooms until we got to a portal in the very center, then went about halfway down to an empty row. Has anyone heard anything? Presley leaned forward to ask. Not yet, Haley replied, somehow knowing what she was talking about. Are you just saying that? Kennedy laughed. Because if I find out that you actually knew something and didn't tell us, I'm going to be so mad. Whit sent me a look. What are you guys talking about? She had the bravery to ask what I couldn't. There have been scouts showing up to these games, and the seniors have had meetings with them, Presley explained. But they're being super secretive about it, Kennedy whined, and won't even tell us how they're going. I don't know if they're under some sort of contract or something. Or maybe they think they'll jinx it, but we're dying to know what's going on. Having meetings? I asked before I could stop myself. Benjamin too? Presley nodded with a smile. He's had 3 so far, but won't tell us anything about who they are with or how they went. That was good news. Hopefully they're teams that he's excited about. It stung that I didn't know. That I wasn't involved in this. But that was my fault. I made it this way. I pushed him out. I hurt him. It was necessary, but it was terrible. And it hurt worse than anything I'd ever experienced. Worse than getting publicly dumped. I couldn't complain though. I couldn't voice my regret. It was for the best. I'd rather hurt him now than drag things out. Cheering erupted as both teams stepped onto the ice to warm up before the game started. I spotted him in seconds. My heart raced. My eyes burned. I can't do this, I whispered to Whit. My voice cracked, and I was struggling to hold back tears. Yes, you can. She took my hand and tugged me closer to her. This isn't about you. This isn't just about him. You're supporting the entire team. Your friends. Ethan, Reed, and Hunter. Their girlfriends. You're here for them, okay? I closed my eyes and nodded. I refused to make a scene. She was right. This wasn't about me at all. I was here to support the guys and my friends sitting here with me. This was just as stressful for them. Just as much, more even, was at stake. Not only was this Benjamin's last game, but Reed, Hunter, and Ethan's too. This was the last time they would all play together. The last time all the girls would be cheering for them together, for the same team. This was the last time Haley would see her boyfriend and brother play together, after nearly 2 decades of being on the same teams. It was monumental, and I didn't deserve to take up any of their energy or mental space. If I left now, they would worry. They would wonder. They would be distracted. I had no right to do that to them, or the guys. So I could sit here, cheer when I was supposed to, and blend in. They won. The noise in the arena was incredible. The celebration on the ice was emotional. It was time for me to escape. I took Whit's hand, tugging her toward the end of the row. You're not going to stay? Haley asked. I shook my head. No. This is his moment. I don't want to take away from that. This time, they didn't protest. I said,
Bye.
to the girls, then we pushed against the stream of people to get outside. You know, you could see him, Whit called. Not today. I looked around for the nearest exit. Once we were alone in a stairwell, I faced her. They just had an amazing win. There are going to be a ton of reporters, maybe even scouts, that want to talk to him. I don't want to get in the way of that. Fine, but you're going to have to talk to him, eventually. I know, if he agrees. But I had a feeling that day would never come. We were near the exit doors when a female voice called my name. I turned to look for the source and saw a woman in her mid-30s with bouncing curls and red heels and a matching red dress jogging toward me. Grace? Do you have a second to tell me how you're feeling right now? I shook my head. Why did she care about how I felt right now? Do you have anything to say about your boyfriend? Boyfriend? I looked at Whitney. She shrugged. No, I don't have a comment, I said, grateful I'd been in enough situations like this to have the response memorized. It came out almost automatically. You don't have anything to say about your relationship with Benjamin Cruz? No words of congratulations? I gave her a half smile. We have to go. Whit started to move, but the woman mirrored us. What about your ex? Are you going to get back together now that he's single? I shouldn't have shown interested, but I was shocked. What are you talking about? She grinned, probably thrilled she hooked me. Anna announced their engagement is over, and she's taken a position in Dallas as a professional cheerleader. Whit chuckled. So Chris is all alone? Left to fend for himself? I couldn't believe it. Was he finally getting what he deserved? The reporter stepped closer and glanced around. You didn't hear this from me, but the news is going to break this afternoon. There was an investigation led by the NCAA. Half of the football program is getting fired, along with the athletic director and 2 others in the department. There's a list of athletes that will come out too, naming each one that took money, gifts, or favors that shouldn't have. She crossed her arms, not to mention the falsified drug tests and illegal cover-ups. Those men are in a lot of trouble. Holy crap. Whit squeezed my arm, but I couldn't look at her. If I did, I might crack, and I couldn't. Not in front of this woman. The fallout from this is going to be legendary. The woman's smile twisted. There's something poetic about justice like this, right? She winked at me, and I froze. She couldn't know. There was no way. Then again, she knew my ex and probably thought I was enjoying the news of his downfall. Poetic, beautiful, satisfying, Whit agreed wistfully. Incredible, I whispered. She eyed me again before stepping back. It's probably a good thing you're not involved with him anymore. You dodged a bullet. I nodded, still not trusting myself not to give anything away. Thanks for the tip. We need to go celebrate. Whit waved and took my hand, leading us through the doors. Once we were outside in the open air, I finally felt like I could breathe. Who was that? I asked. She shrugged and kept us walking at a slightly faster pace than normal, but it was better than taking off running. That would look too suspicious. Not sure, but how did she know so much without knowing about you and Benjamin breaking up? It seemed like most of the school hadn't heard. As if they expected some sort of blow up after the picture of me hugging my ex went around. When nothing came of it, people moved on quickly. I can't believe it. The football team is going down. She laughed, then glanced at me. Wait. Was that you? Let's just get home, I pled. She went silent for the rest of the walk, but the moment she locked our apartment door, that ended. We need to talk. About what? I asked, not trying to play dumb, but there was suddenly a lot to think about. Did you really do that? I thought you weren't going to go forward with what you knew. I leaned against the kitchen counter, suddenly exhausted. I called in a tip to the NCAA. I suggested they look into the school's football program, that's all. After that, it was out of my hands, and I didn't get involved. I finally realized that just coming forward with what I knew was a bad choice. It wasn't that I wanted to keep my name out of it. I just realized I might not even know the full story. I could be missing key details, or people. They would be able to run a full investigation and handle things correctly. There would be punishments and accountability through the right channels. It was so much bigger than me, and I realized it wasn't my place. She just stood there, staring at me until she finally smiled. I'm proud of you. That was the right thing to do. It might not be as satisfying, but it will help a lot of people in the long run, whether or not people see it that way right now. That was the hope I held on to. That this would fix things. Protect the athletes and weed out the corrupt. Students as young as 18 shouldn't be used to line the pockets of the people they're supposed to trust and respect. They shouldn't be fed lies. They also shouldn't be put on a pedestal and protected from the consequences of their actions. That was an even more dangerous road if they made it to the professional leagues and were given fame and wealth. I know it started because I wanted to get revenge, but Chris was just a cog in a much bigger, messed up machine. He shouldn't be allowed to keep the gifts. He should get in trouble for doping and partying. There was a network of people in place to protect him and his teammates, and they failed. If only we could stay and witness the downfall. Whit's smile turned wicked. Watching from afar will be just as satisfying. I thought that would be it, but Whit twisted the hem of her jersey. Is there something else? Did I want to know? She dropped her hands and lifted her head. I didn't want to say anything earlier, not while you were hurting. But this has gone on longer than I expected. Okay? I said when she didn't continue. You're not only hurting yourself by staying away. You're hurting him. I know he cares about you, and I know you guys thought this relationship was fake and whatever, but he really went all in for you, and you kind of blew things up. You had the chance for something real. It wasn't real, I argued. Maybe not in the beginning, but you sure fooled me. I think you fooled him too. I didn't want to think of that. It hurt too much. I gave him up so he could focus on what matters most right now. That wasn't easy. She ignored me. I truly believe you two are meant for something more. But? She hesitated. I don't think it's healthy for you to jump into something new, even with him. What do you mean? She never said anything like this before. I had no idea where this was coming from, especially since she thought we should be together. You haven't been single since you were like 15. You had that boyfriend through high school. Then you got into your relationship with the butthead less than a month into your freshman year, and you were with him for so long. Then within a week of your breakup, you're with Benjamin. I know that wasn't real, she rolled her eyes, but I think you need time to learn to be on your own. I think there's a reason Benjamin hasn't come back. Why he hasn't reached out. I don't think he's the type to let things go so easily, especially you, but he knows what he needs to be doing right now. He knows where he needs to focus and put in the work. I think maybe you do too. Whoa. How long had she been holding that back? How long had she been waiting to say this to me? She thought I jumped from one relationship to another? It wasn't planned like that. Things just happened. But maybe she was right. I hadn't been single since I was 14, not 15, which was worse. I got so lost in my last relationship that I ended up changing everything. My name, my goals, my looks, and my future to adjust to his. To fit for him. I would never let that happen again. You think I need to work on myself? What was wrong with me? That wasn't a question I allowed myself to ask before. Mostly because I didn't want to figure out the answer. Maybe there was something wrong with me. Why I wasn't good enough. Why my ex felt the need to cheat on me. No. I can already see where your mind is going. I'm talking about the fact that you have no idea who you are anymore. She moved in front of me. You don't know what you want or where you want to be without a man in your life. I'm talking as your best friend, someone who loves you and wants the absolute best for you. I think you need to worry less about Benjamin and his career or what is happening in his world and focus more on where you want to be, what your dreams are now. What goals you have, even if you just find out you have a passion or a hobby. I'm not telling you to try to figure out your entire life, but just some direction. I think you used the relationship with Benjamin as a distraction from what you really needed to do. We graduate in a few weeks. We actually need to move out of here, and you have no idea where you're going to go. That was fine up to a certain point, but we're at that point. She titled her head. You let it go long enough. It's time to consider what you want your future to be. She held my gaze before sighing and moving past me to the fridge. She pulled out our water pitcher and filled a glass. She handed it to me before filling a second one and taking a long drink. I set the cup down after taking a small sip. That was a lot to unpack. A lot to sort through and figure out. No one, not even her, had ever been so direct with me. I felt like crying all over again, not because of how she said it. She was as calm and kind as possible, but because of the words she said. Every single one was true. I was panicking for a few days about what I was going to do. And then Benjamin's problems happened. It was so much easier to think about him than it was about me. I was good at putting other people first, to the point of it being detrimental to myself. I couldn't continue to do this, not just because it was unhealthy, but because she was right. I was running out of time. That future I was avoiding was only 3 weeks away. Our contract was ending, and I needed somewhere to go. Where? Where did I want to go? What did I want to do? Sorry if that came out mean. I've been holding it in for a while, but I don't want you freaking out in the middle of the night the day before we're supposed to move out, because you realized you have nowhere to go. I deserved it. All of her words. I needed to hear them. I hadn't meant to, but I'd been using Benjamin to distract me from facing my reality. I had just 2 weeks to make plans of where I was going. Even if it meant I was moving home. I needed to figure that out. I needed to decide what I was keeping, selling, or donating. Then I probably had to buy boxes. Get movers or ask my parents to come pick me up. Suddenly, I was overwhelmed. There was so much to do and so very little time. How had the semester just blinked away? There were mere days between me and graduation. Me and the rest of my life. And I somehow managed to ignore that. Thanks, Whit. She eyed me before smiling. I've always got your back. It's time to decide. Right. Just make decisions. That will impact the rest of my life. No pressure.
Chapter 22, Benjamin. I made it through the week of finals without cracking. It felt like every waking moment, someone needed something from me. If it wasn't a phone call, it was an email or text or a follow-up. And that didn't even include my classes. Luckily, I didn't have any group or partner projects. So I wasn't letting anyone else down except for myself. Not that my grades couldn't take the hit. Thanks to my study schedule and the recommendation from Coach Hiller to take advantage of the tutoring center, I could fail all of my finals and still graduate with a B average. Not that I plan on letting that happen, but it was a good feeling to know that even if everything went to crap, I would still have a good GPA and nothing hindering me from getting my diploma. And leaving. Your phone's ringing, Hunter pointed out, as if I couldn't hear the incessant buzzing coming from my desk. I threw my hand over to the tabletop, smacking around until I found my phone and held it over my face. I hadn't planned on moving from my bed for at least another hour, but once again, someone needed something from me. This time, it was my mom calling. She used to be the one headlining my recent calls menu. But compared to everyone else, her weekly updates felt few and far between. But maybe it was just time was moving so quickly. "Hi, Mom," I answered, sounding tired even to myself. "Oh, honey. You're dragging yourself, aren't you?" I could see her frowning in my mind. "I'm trying not to. You should be enjoying these final few days of college. You should be out celebrating with your friends. I'm sorry that you have so much other stuff going on. That's never really been my thing. I don't think I'm going to start the week of finals." She sighed. "I know. It just seems you should have taken part in it at some point, but I doubt you'll regret missing out on any of that in a few weeks. Yeah, once the draft is over, I can move and get settled. And all my work, dedication, sacrifices finally paid off. I've been focusing on one thing for so long, though, and now that it's finally here, it doesn't feel real. I felt that way when I was pregnant with you." "Gee, thanks." She laughed. "Okay. It wasn't that bad. Have you heard anything from Nick or the coaches? Are things still going as expected?" "As far as I know, but they're being really dodgy about some of the specifics. I don't think they want to get my hopes up, or maybe they can't say. I'm not sure. I'm sure they will as soon as they can. I know you're busy, so I'll let you go. I just wanted to remind you that we'll be there on Thursday morning, but don't worry about us. We'll see you after the ceremony." It was a relief they didn't want to try to see me before. One less stress or expectation hanging over me. "Thanks, Mom." I told her I loved her before we hung up. I appreciated that my parents were aware of the pressure and stress surrounding me, and I wasn't able to play host to them until this was all over, until I walked across the stage, accepted my diploma, and could finally say I was done with West Penn. "Everything okay?" Hunter asked. "Yeah, she was just reminding me they'll be here on Thursday morning." I dropped my phone on the bed next to me. I think that's when my parents are getting in, too, but I haven't heard yet. Are you ready for your finals? I asked, changing the subject. I think so. He sounded about as calm as I felt about it. I made sure that the four of us stayed on track with our studies so we didn't fall behind, no matter how many practices, injuries, fake girlfriends, or PR drama tried to slow us down. So now, it was just down to those of us that still cared about what grades we would end with, but I knew that Reed and Ethan were over it, probably more than I was. They were ready to move on, go home for this summer, and train while we waited to hear if we were signed. It was strange to think about my classmates moving out and starting real careers at some corporate office. They'd be staring at a computer for the next 30 years, while the four of us, if everything went as planned, were going to continue playing the same sport we'd been playing for the past 20 years. Hopefully, for another 20. I couldn't imagine being sedentary, but other people probably couldn't handle the thought of how much physical training and endurance we'd be going through. Anything that we thought was hard in college was going to be nothing when we made it to the pro levels. I couldn't wait. My phone buzzed against my leg. Hunter threw a pillow at me from his bed. I dodged it, then checked the screen. It was Nick. Again. This was his fourth call so far this morning. But he was just doing his job, so I took a deep breath and pushed away my annoyance before answering. Hey, man. What's up? I've been sitting with Coach Weston, going over the team possibilities and what would be the best option for you. I sat up. Does that mean you're going to tell me who the possibilities are? Not until I have official paperwork in front of me. Right now, it's just talk. I flopped back down. So you're calling to tell me that you don't have anything to tell me? Hunter chuckled. He was going through the exact same thing with his advisor. I'm just checking in. Seeing where your mind is at. My mind was a million miles away, trying and failing to focus on anything relevant. I'm going over review material for my last 2 finals. Hunter started laughing harder. Good. I don't want to keep you. I know you're busy, but I wanted to make sure that you're concentrating. It's finals week. What else would I be doing? I don't know, he rushed out. I'll talk to you later. I tried to cut him off before he hung up, but he was faster than me. Something's going on. I slipped my legs over the side of the bed and sat up. He wouldn't just be calling to check in on me so many times without actually having something to tell me. So either there is something and you don't know, or he's making sure you're not doing something, Hunter added groggily. What would I be doing? He shrugged and paused with his shoulders up to his ears. Maybe they're making sure you're not with Grace. I haven't spoken to her in over 3 weeks. Why would they suddenly think I was with her? I don't know, man. I'm just throwing out a possibility. He wasn't that far off. All I thought about for the past 13 days was how I left things between us, and how different I wish things could be. Each time I got a call telling me that there was a team interested or that they were in talks, my gut instinct wasn't to talk to the guys. I just wanted to call her. I wanted to celebrate the good news with her. She was the first person I thought of. Just thinking about her made me smile. I was pretty sure that meant something. We had more than a fake relationship or even friendship. What had started out as a ruse turned into something very real. Even though she told me that wasn't how she saw us, I was pretty sure she was lying. I just didn't know why. Was she trying to protect herself? Me? Maybe she was scared. Maybe she didn't want to get hurt again, so she ended things before we could get too serious. Maybe I should stop sitting here running through all the possibilities and actually try to talk to her. That was probably a bad idea. She'd made her feelings clear, but nothing about it felt settled. This was my first breakup. I wasn't sure how breakups usually worked, but if I was still hung up on her, I couldn't move on. Maybe I needed closure. I hated going from having her in my life, seeing her every single day, talking and texting, and always just one call away, to nothing. She became an important person in my life. And then, suddenly, she was gone. In just a few weeks, she managed to have that much of an influence. She made a serious impact, and this was my last week on campus. I couldn't let us go. I couldn't let this be the end of things. We both deserved a chance to talk things out. You're going to do something stupid, aren't you? Hunter stared at me. I jumped off my bed. I'm going to find Grace. Yeah, sure, why not? It's not like that ended well last time. He threw his arms over his eyes. Just make sure you turn off the lights on your way out. Well, at least he wasn't giving me too hard of a time or threatening to call everyone and warn them about what I was about to do. He was willing to let me make my own mistakes, just like I did for him. I tried not to let myself overthink what I wanted to say on the walk over to her apartment. I went over what tests I had left. Thought about where I wanted to eat after the graduation ceremony. The idea of having all the guys share an apartment, maybe downtown, so we could train together until the draft and camp started. Anything to keep my mind off of where I was going and why. When I got to the stairwell that led up to her floor, I ran into it coming down, carrying a box. I took it from her arms without her seeing me. She gasped and started laughing. You scared me. I thought someone was robbing me of my dishware. You're already moving out? I followed her to her car and put the box in her nearly full trunk. I'm moving my stuff to a storage unit, and everything won't fit in my car at once, so I'm making a few trips with the things I don't need. That didn't quite make sense. A storage unit? Where are you going? Where are you moving that you can't take this with you? I don't know yet. She beamed. I haven't received my assignment. I shook my head. What? I decided to take the Doctors Without Borders contract. They haven't told me where I'm going yet, but I know I can't bring my dishes with me. Wow. I was blown away. That's amazing. I'm really happy for you. Thanks. It was a tough decision, and I'm a little nervous, but Grace convinced me I would regret it if I didn't take the chance now. I'm sure you'll do great wherever they send you. She smiled and glanced back to the stairs. I'm assuming you're not here to help me carry boxes. I can help, but that's not why. No. She nodded, inviting me up with her as she gave me a sidelong look. Have you come back to apologize? I faltered on one of the steps but caught myself. Do I need to apologize? All I did was listen to her. Yeah, a little too well. She paused at the top and turned to me. Sometimes what Grace says is what she expects people want to hear, not what she wants. She's really good at putting other people first to the point that it's a problem, but I have to admit I probably didn't help your cause. I told her that she needed to take some time to learn who she is on her own. Great. The best friend was against me. That wasn't going to help at all. I don't know if she told you about her past, but she had a boyfriend throughout high school and they broke up the summer before freshman year. Then she started dating her ex about a month or two later. The girl hasn't been single since she was 14, and I think she needs time to figure out her own wants and desires without being tied to a guy. That made a lot of sense. It was so completely opposite from me that it wasn't sure what I should say or do now. I've never had a girlfriend, I admitted. She was the closest thing, and it was technically fake. Okay? Whit cocked her head. So maybe this is due to my lack of experience, but I'm pretty sure that my feelings for her are real. I stopped seeing her as a friend that was helping me out. This wasn't just about getting past rumors for me. Not since the very beginning. Then she told me that our relationship wasn't real to her. I paused, mustering the courage to say the next few words. It hurt. A lot more than I expected. She watched me for a moment before speaking. What do you want from her now? I thought about it and laughed. Actually, the same thing you do. I want her to decide what she wants for herself, and then if she's willing, I'm hoping that she'll let me know. She pursed her lips, then nodded. Then wait. What? She wasn't going to let me in? She cracked a smile. I was going to make up a lie about her not being here and get you to help me carry another box down. But I like you. You're different, I'm going to tell you the truth. She's here, and she's sad. She misses you and thinks she ruined everything. But you and I both know she didn't. You're here. Obviously, you want to fix things, but I'm asking you to wait. She isn't ready. She hasn't made any decisions. She hasn't even told me if she figured out a single goal for herself. How long can I wait? We're all leaving within days. Just until her graduation ceremony. Let her get through that. It might be the slap in the face to realize this chapter is really over. I didn't want to listen. I wanted to push past her and open the door. I wanted to see her. To tell her how much I missed her and that it didn't matter if what we had started off as fake. It was real now. But that wasn't what was best for her, not right now. Okay. She let out a sigh. Thank you. I nodded and took the stairs down. I had a few more days to plan. To think things through and make sure we both knew what we needed. Whit overstepped, but she was right. I was going to use every extra second to plan. This was my one chance to make things right.
Chapter 23, Grace. In the grand scheme of things, graduation turned out to be quite anticlimactic. 4 years of sleepless nights, too much homework, group projects that drove me crazy, and the endless amount of tests and exams, and it all came down to a 1-hour ceremony and about 10 seconds of me walking across the stage, shaking a man's hand, and accepting an empty diploma case. I would get the real diploma sent to me later. This was all pomp and circumstance and not entirely necessary. I expected something more. Some sort of feeling to wash over me. Accomplishment, maybe, something to tell me that this was all worth it. That the past 4 years hadn't been a complete and utter waste. I was supposed to have found myself here. Instead, I got lost. I became so dependent on my ex that I forgot who I was and what I wanted. What was all this for? Sitting in my navy robes, looking around at the vaguely familiar faces around me, I couldn't believe that it took a few weeks with a hockey superstar for me to start to remember. A few disasters put me back on the right path. It would have been so easy to slip into the same role I'd played with my ex. To fall into whatever life Benjamin had, to lose myself in him. Instead, he clipped my wings. Not so I couldn't fly, but to ground me in my own world, so I wasn't pulled away by the winds of someone else. It might have only been 2 weeks since our breakup, if I could even call it that, but him giving me the space that I needed was what forced me to face the hard truths of my reality. It was exactly what I needed. He knew. Whit knew even better. The fact that I didn't necessarily have very much time might have helped a bit too. I couldn't drag my feet. I couldn't come up with excuses anymore. At the end of this ceremony, I was no longer a college student. I couldn't live in student housing. I couldn't continue to spend my days walking around campus, avoiding adult life. I needed a job. I needed goals. I needed a solid plan, and I finally had one. Something I chose. Something I came up with. And it was all because I was forced to stop and think about what was coming next. It felt good to have something that was mine. I just hoped my friends and parents understood. The dean congratulated our class. As one, we threw our caps in the air. I quickly grabbed mine, then looked up in the crowd for my parents' faces, but it was nearly impossible to spot anyone specific in the moving mass, so took out my phone and texted them a meeting spot outside. I got to the tree on the west side of the arena and searched the passing faces. I caught a glimpse of my mom with her bouncing brown curls and waved. The crowd broke up a bit, and she was able to move through, followed by my dad and Benjamin. I hugged my parents, thanking them for coming, before Benjamin stepped forward and opened his arms. I didn't even hesitate before falling into them. We clung to each other, not speaking for a moment before he stepped back and offered me a beautiful bouquet of mixed flowers with navy and gold ribbons, wrapped around the stems, almost like a wedding bouquet. "Thank you?" I said, almost as a question, looking between him and my parents. "I didn't realize you." "Benjamin found us before the ceremony started and introduced himself," Mom said, giving me a stern expression. "Yes, quite a nice young man," Dad said with a growing smile. Although it would have been nice if we had known to expect him. Sorry? I had no idea what to say. I hadn't expected him to come. We were in different majors, so we graduated at different times, but I never would have imagined that he would have come mine. He told us he has dinner plans with his parents, but we insisted they join us. Mom had a look in her eyes I knew too well. She was planning. Scheming. You did? Was I in some parallel universe where Benjamin and I were on speaking terms? I'm sorry. I wasn't sure how to say no. I turned from my mom to face him. I don't have to come. I'll go. No, the word practically leapt from my mouth. Now that he was here, I couldn't stand the thought of watching him walk away. I'd like to see your parents again. His smile grew with confidence. If you're sure. I nodded and turned to my parents. Should we go? My dad led the way, talking to Benjamin a few feet in front of me and Mom. What are you doing? What you should have done weeks ago, she whispered back. I was in trouble. Once Mama got an idea in her head, there was no stopping her. It wouldn't surprise me if she was in cahoots with Wit. It's like you have this all planned out. Oh, baby, this isn't just happy coincidence. She patted my arm before getting in the passenger seat of their rental car. What? She planned this? How? Benjamin smiled and gave a short wave from the driver's side. We'll meet you there. He turned and went to a waiting car where I spotted his parents in the front. I climbed into the back seat feeling more like a child than I had in years while still trying to figure this out. We should get going. Mom giggled, probably enjoying my discomfort. You never mentioned how nice Benjamin is. Didn't I? I only mentioned him to her a few times and to my dad even less. I breezed over the situation with the pictures, not wanting them to get concerned about who I was getting involved with. Don't worry, we can talk more on the way, Dad said as he locked the doors. Great. Dad pulled out and followed Benjamin's waiting parents, but, fortunately, the drive was too short to really get into things besides how long I had known him, general questions about his hockey career, and what I knew about his family. Which wasn't much. We were parked in front of a nice restaurant that I had never had an occasion to go to before. Dad greeted the hostess and gave his name, and we were taken back to the table immediately and seated as the hostess congratulated Benjamin and me on our graduation. I leaned over to him, keeping a smile on my face. What's going on? We're having a late lunch. He smiled before leaning over and addressing my mom and dad. I've only been here a few times, but I highly recommend the crusted halibut or the filet medallions. Sounds delicious, Mom cooed before opening the menu and taking a look. The prime rib is one of my favorites as well, his dad said before opening up his menu. I searched around at the table, trying to figure out why everyone was acting like they knew each other. Like this was completely normal. Like they'd done this before. The waiter came by for our drink order and made a few recommendations. Then came back to take our order for entrees. As soon as he left, something changed. The dynamics, the energy, or maybe the air. I wasn't sure what it was. But all four of the parents were suddenly staring at us with varying expressions ranging from smiles to full inquisition. Which one of you wants to start the story and explain what happened? My dad asked. Why did I feel like we were suddenly being interrogated? I glanced at Benjamin, and he gave me a reassuring smile before starting. Why was he so okay with this? How was he not as uncomfortable as me? The last time we spoke, I told him I didn't care about him. I never thought I'd see his smile again, at least not directed at me. I think it goes back to her breakup coinciding with me being threatened with false accusations. He glanced at me as if he needed to make sure that was correct. Her news broke, then mine conveniently came out, making everyone forget and turn their attention to me. It didn't seem to happen quite that quickly, I added. I was mortified, thinking that people were going to be staring and talking about me for the rest of the year. But it turned out, I didn't have to worry because suddenly rumors were sprouting about Benjamin. We didn't know each other very well. But we'd run in the same circles for the past couple of years. So I knew him well enough to know that nothing about those rumors were true. His mom gave me a bright smile. I was taking a study break at a coffee house down the street from the campus, and he walked in. For some reason, I felt like I should thank him for the distraction, even though it was kind of just rubbing it in his face. There were no seats left, so I called him over and invited him to sit with me. And she did end up thanking me for taking the spotlight off of her, Benjamin finished. I smiled. He told me about the pictures that had been sent to him and how he knew it wasn't really him. Since I'm pretty good with editing and altering images, I volunteered to take a look. I paused, waiting to see if I needed to explain that part, but both of our parents seemed content listening. She knew almost immediately they were faked. That someone had put my head on a stranger's body, Benjamin said, bragging about my discovery. And she was the one that recognized the background. She knew where pictures were taken. Near Carnegie University, not West Penn like we thought. That helped a lot. Oh wow. His mom looked to me. I had no idea you're the one that got the committee on the right track. I wish I'd been able to do more. Like figure out who the girls were. You did, Benjamin cut in. You pointed out my birthmark and that it should have been on display. He tapped his sleeve where his birthmark was on the inside of his arm. That was the proof my committee needed to talk to the girl and confidently be able to say that they knew it wasn't me. He glanced around the table, smiling at my parents. She likes to downplay her contributions, but she helped more than she'll ever know. He was looking at me with so much care in his eyes and something more that I didn't quite want to accept or explain. Well, that's wonderful. Mom put her hand over her heart. But if everything was so great, why did you break up? His mom asked. I ducked my head. Dating? Dad looked from me to Benjamin. Shh. Honey, Mom patted his arm. That wasn't my idea. Benjamin looked down as his dad straightened. You said the relationship was only for the press. That it wasn't going to be a distraction. Hush, Mrs. Cruz swatted her husband's arm. Benjamin has made it this far. You need to trust him. I wanted to hug that woman, especially when I noticed Benjamin straighten like that was the boost of confidence he needed to get through this conversation. And it wasn't a distraction, Benjamin argued. She wasn't a distraction. I never let it affect me come game time. But training, his dad pressed. Benjamin didn't answer. Had our relationship caused him problems? He shook his head. I was able to focus more because I knew things with the allegations were going to get cleared up because of her. It made it easier to know that the public wasn't waiting for my downfall. They like seeing me out and around campus. They like seeing us together. It felt good having people on my side. So the breakup, his mom pressed again. Was my idea, I finished. I didn't want to be a distraction for him. I reached for my water and took a sip, hoping someone else would start talking, but everyone was waiting on me. When he told me that the girl admitted to lying and there was no more threat of allegations, I thought that it was best that he moved on. I didn't want him to feel obligated to still hang out with me. Not when he had so much more on his plate. I turned to look at him. It was probably one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. I couldn't believe that was the first time I was saying this was in front of our parents. That was something I wanted to tell him, but I thought it would be in a more private situation. You have real feelings for him? Mom asked with a lift of her brow. I put my hands in my lap, wiping the sweat on my skirt. I didn't plan on it. I thought I would just help him for a couple of weeks, and we would both move on. But while I helped him, he was also helping me. He made me realize how much better I deserved than my previous relationship, and that I didn't have to completely lose myself to be with him. He valued my thoughts and opinions. He wanted to listen to what I had to say. I wasn't just a potential trophy wife, like I meant to only be seen and not heard. I can't tell you how happy that makes me, Dad said. I watched you lose yourself over Chris. I never want that to happen again. He looked at Benjamin. I don't think you would let that happen. Benjamin swallowed before nodding. That's why the breakup was so good for us. It was to get both of us time to figure out who we were and what we wanted. Even if it was just a few weeks. It seems like everything happening right now is more important than ever. So what does this mean? Mom asked, for you too? I looked at him, and his hand found mine under the table and squeezed. I'm not sure. I looked around the table. I don't know what the future holds for us, but that's fine for now. We both have enough to worry about in the coming months, but... I was going to wait to talk to her about this, but I guess now is as good of time as any to bring it up. Benjamin cut in and looked at me. I was hoping you would stay this summer. The guys and I are getting an apartment and going to continue to train together. Haley could use a roommate. Oh, honey, that would work out so well for you, Mom answered before my brain could comprehend what he said. You weren't sure where you wanted to go. This will give you some time to decide, and you'll be with your friends rather than back home. Dad didn't seem as excited about the idea, but eventually cracked a tiny smile and nodded.
Yeah.
I would like that, I told Benjamin, and he smiled so wide my heart nearly split. This wasn't a promise. This wasn't pressure to make a choice. He didn't even mention what our relationship would look like. This was an invitation to try, and it was just what I wanted.
Chapter 24, Benjamin. Considering the fact that I was expecting the absolute worst by showing up at her ceremony, things turned out a million times better than I expected. I hadn't planned to introduce our families, but her mom's offer was too good to pass up. It would give us a chance to talk, and I knew how important Grace's parents were to her. I figured we might as well get this hurdle over with since there was no point in continuing if there was contention with either of our parents. With that out of the way, I no longer worried. Grace and I were free to do whatever we wanted to next, whether or not we were together. I had a feeling we would at least be staying in each other's lives. No one could go through what we did together without at least keeping in touch. Are you sure we have to do this here? Haley complained. Can't we go to Grace's apartment or the actual restaurant? Even Presley's house would be better. I looked around Reed and Ethan's dorm room, all 8 of us squished in here together. No, I think this is perfect. Hunter nodded. Yeah, I think so too. Reed leaned over and kissed Haley on her head. This is last night here. It feels important that we send it out together. She sighed and reached for the open pizza boxes on the ground, taking another slice for herself. Fine, but only because this is the last time we're going to have to do this. What if you live in the dorms next year? Kennedy asked. Haley and Reed shared a look before she swallowed dramatically. Actually, I guess I have an announcement to make. Everyone's attention went to her. I dropped out. I was a little bit surprised, but not overly shocked. What do you mean? You still have 2 years, don't you? Presley asked. I thought you're going to be here next year with me. Haley actually looked a little bit guilty. Yeah, sorry about that. I just realized that school was never really my thing. I only went to college because it was what my parents expected of me, and I'm proud of myself for coming back and finishing this year. There was a while when I didn't think I would be able to. She went quiet, and we all knew. There was no need to say what she was thinking about her assault, and then the deaths of the perpetrators. She took time off before transferring down here to be closer to her brother. I didn't blame her for not wanting to stay. Now that Reed and Ethan would be leaving. I never really had a passion for any major. I think that's why I never picked one. I wanted to come back to prove to myself that I could, but I'd much rather not do the long-distance thing with Reed. He put his arm around her shoulder. Yeah, she's stuck with me. Wherever she goes, I go. She started laughing. I think it's the other way around. You're the one dictating where we go. I have no control over that. We're both just along for the ride. He smiled down at her. I think that's really great. Grace reached for another slice. Listening to your heart and not just doing what people expect you to do. Good for you. Haley beamed. Thanks. My parents weren't super happy when I told them, but they understand now. I'm not sure what I want to do yet, but I'll figure it out, and in the meantime, I can help Reed get established wherever he ends up. Maybe act as his assistant or social media manager. Grace perked up at that idea. Oh really? I'm sure you will be good at that. I leaned over and whispered, you should tell them. She shot me a grin and wrinkled her nose before facing Haley. I might actually need your help. Haley pointed to her chest. Me? Why? Because I want to start a social media agency, specifically for athletes. Grace bit her lip. Tell us more. Kennedy clapped. As we've all experienced, athletes are busy, especially while they're still in college, but it's becoming more and more important for them to have solid followings. It's a draw to teams, built-in fans. She glanced around. So, I want to help them, and not be one of the hundreds, like some agencies. I want to take on a few clients at a time and really give them the time and energy it takes to get their platforms where they need to be. So, do what I was already going to do, but get paid for it? Haley asked. Yeah. Grace grinned. Done. Haley reached out, and they shook on it. Let me know if you ever need graphics, Kennedy offered. And I'll be your first trial run, Presley cheered. Grace leaned into me, and I kissed the top of her head. When she first told me her idea, I knew it was the right thing for her. She was great at captivating an audience and controlling a narrative. She could be great for her clients. The best part was that she could work from anywhere. What about you guys? Haley reached over and patted Kennedy's leg. Any plans set? Well, nothing's official, Ethan started. But all signs are pointing to Pittsburgh. We just have to wait for the formal contract to come in. But it's looking good. So you guys will be together here? Grace asked before looking at Presley. At least you'll have them close. Yeah, hopefully. Presley rolled her eyes. But I won't get too excited until the ink is dried on all the contracts. Hopefully, Hunter ends up somewhere close by. I wanted that for both of them. But I knew the chances were slim we would all end up on the East Coast. Not with the way things were looking for each of us. Grace leaned over and pulled her phone from her bag where it had been vibrating. She tapped the screen and read before gasping. She covered her mouth, then looked up and started laughing. What is it? Kennedy leaned toward her. A list of football players that are ineligible for the draft. Her eyes met mine. Chris is at the top. No way. Karma wasn't that kind. Not that immediate. But I read the screenshot Witt sent her from a Times article. He and about 12 others were officially banned. Well, how about a toast to justice? Ethan offered, holding up a slice of pizza. We all did the same, and he chuckled. To innocence prevailing and the downfall of the deserving. Cheers. Grace hit her slice to his and took a big bit with a grin. We soaked in the news, and Reed continued guessing what teams he and Hunter would end up on, including international destinations. Germany? Norway? Oh, Finland. Stop acting like you don't know. Ethan glared at him. Just tell us. Reed smirked and took another bite. Ethan rolled his eyes and turned toward Grace. What about you? Do you know where you want to live after this summer? She nodded enthusiastically before slowing down, until finally, she was shrugging. Yes, and no. I think I have an idea, but I'm not sure exactly how it will turn out. I tilted my head so I could meet her eyes. I was actually hoping you'd keep an open mind for the next 2 months about where you'll end up. Her brows shot up. Oh, really? I didn't want to assume anything. But yeah, I'm kind of hoping that you'll give us a chance, and unfortunately, that means that you'll probably have to come with me. Her smile grew. I'm pretty sure I can make that work. Draft day. I almost asked Mom to pinch me. This couldn't be real. I dreamed of this day since I was a little kid, and here I was sitting in the same row as my 3 best friends, waiting for our names to be called. I checked my tie for the 100th time and nudged my knee. Stop fidgeting. You never know when the camera is on you. Actually, you did. The little red light illuminated, but I wasn't going to point that out. We were all on edge. Hunter's knee was bouncing a million miles a minute, shaking our row, even with Presley's hand pushing it down. Ethan was sitting so still I had to check twice to make sure he hadn't fallen asleep, but he was staring straight ahead, barely blinking. Kennedy caught me looking and smiled before rubbing his arm. His eyes didn't leave the stage, but he at least put his hand over hers. Haley was sitting between their parents and Reed, who couldn't seem to stop looking around. He had the widest smile, taking everything in and making Haley giggle. I was about to point that out when Grace leaned over. You're up. I sucked in a breath as the New York Sailors colors and logo took over the digital displays. The red light was on, and I fought the urge to look at the camera. This was it. Stay cool. Stay calm. Don't freak out. Their general manager made his way to the mic as the coaches and staff filled in the stage behind him. Grace squeezed my hand, and I was pretty sure I was going to cause permanent damage with how tight I was holding hers. The New York Sailors are proud to select from West Penn University, Benjamin Cruz. I blinked back the initial stinging in my eyes as I stood and hugged my parents before hugging Grace and reaching down the row to slap my friend's hands. Adrenaline and shock took over as I walked down the aisle to the stage and started shaking hands. There was too much noise to hear what anyone was saying. My grin was making my cheeks ache, but I couldn't have stopped if I wanted. A woman in all black with a headset on waved us toward the left side of the stage, and we shuffled off. People continued to congratulate me and tell me to look in every direction for pictures. It was a dizzying 20 minutes of being photographed, answering questions into mics that were shoved in my face from voices that were shouted at me from every side, and being moved along like an animal on display. Finally, I got the attention of one of the headset people and told them I wanted to go back to my seat so I could watch my teammates, and they snuck me away from the madness and helped me find my family. That was nuts, was the only warning I could give before the Pittsburgh colors appeared and Ethan's name was called. He was swept away for his turn in the tornado, and I had a chance to catch my breath while we waited. I can't believe it's real. Mom leaned over and hugged me again. I'm still processing, I admitted. Even though I knew this was coming, it was one thing to talk about and a completely different beast for the announcement. It was public now. The world knew. I was officially a professional athlete. I made it to the NHL. Congratulations. Grace kissed my cheek. I'm so proud of you. Thanks. I turned and kissed her quickly. Ready to move to Manhattan? I don't think my clients will mind, she grinned. Besides Presley, Reed, and me, Haley and Grace had managed to sign on 3 more athletes that had just graduated and were on their way to the pros. A baseball player from Nashville, a swimmer from Oregon, and a soccer player from Berkeley. They were having fun working and living together, but it was all coming to an end. The Seattle Whitecaps are proud to select Reed Bayman from West Penn University, the man on stage announced. Our row jumped up again as another one of my best friends saw his dreams come true. I hugged Reed on his way out and turned to see Haley and Grace holding each other while they watched him accept his jersey. It's so far. Haley wiped her eyes. One plane ride. Grace rubbed her back. Or a call, Kennedy joined from the other side. Hunter met my gaze from over their heads. You're next, I mouthed. He'd been the most secretive about where he was going. I wasn't sure if he was doing it to draw out the torture or if the deal was still in the works and he didn't have the final call. It only took another 20 minutes to find out. The colors changed to maroon and black, and an all too familiar logo showed up. The repeat Stanley Cup champions. The team with the largest target on its back. The Utah Fury is proud to select Hunter Shaw of West Penn University. My mouth dropped as soon as his name was announced. The Fury? I asked as he passed me. He shot me a cocky grin before heading toward the stage. I leaned over to Presley. You knew? Her smile could have lit up the room. I wonder which one of you will have a ring first. I narrowed my eyes before cracking and bursting out laughing. The four of us did it. We made it to the NHL. We had wonderful women we loved by our sides. We had incredible futures in front of us. Somehow, despite myself and my rules, I had it all.
Thank you for listening to Fake Assist, a West Penn hockey romance. Written by Brittney Mulliner. Text copyright 2022 by Brittney Mulliner. Production copyright 2023 by Brittney Mulliner.